and the outer loop. The only thing I'm seeing here is 95 northbound at exit 67. That's White Marsh Boulevard. There's an accident. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings it a run to make it 2-0. There we go.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the seventh, a run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day, Baltimore's fourth straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 7 over 7 scoreless, and Ryan Helsley shut the door in the ninth, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
6:02 in the AM. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed North will join us at 7 o'clock in studio. Get your feet on the floor. Jumpstart your day with your boys. I had to think about the guy that was there yesterday in front of us and said he lives for 6:02 in the morning.
Yeah.
He's up for that. That's awesome.
It's cool on opening day when, and by the way, I want to find out about your opening day because I know it's busy, but like, you know, when you see some of the fans that come early and introduce themselves, because once it gets late, I mean, did you guys see what Pickles look like?
Yeah.
It's asses and elbows. He ain't nothing else. Like there's
some elbows and asses.
Yeah, my buddies, we met up at City Limits in Locust Hill or Locust Point afterwards, and it was funny because like I was talking to my one friend who was at Pickles, and they were trying to get out. One buddy tried to get in. They made him walk all the way around, and I was like, I gave him the old Yogi Bear. I said, nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. That place is awesome. There's no other experience like opening day in Pickles. And I'm one of those guys. I like it from 6 to about 11. Then at 11 o'clock, you guys can have it.
I was out at 10.
Yeah, the party animals can go ahead and go on about yourself.
Yeah, but it was a great experience yesterday. It was. I love opening day.
What, anything cool happened along the way?
Can I have a moment?
Yeah.
I have a moment. So my kids love opening day. They grew up in Camden Yards. And so I'm up there with Melanie Newman, Jim Palmer, and Ben McDonald. And we have to do our whole media introduction wave on the orange carpet. You're never going to get the same pop that Ben and Jim get because you didn't step foot on that mound. Number one, get drafted 1 of 1, and you're not a baseball Hall of Famer. But to get the reception that you get, your kids, your family's there, that's their proud moment that you get that time. And I think, and that was that time when you're like, man, you thank Baltimore. Jeremy, you and I both have gone through contract negotiations where we know we could have gone elsewhere.
I mean, I got a great story of if one person accepted a job here at this station, I wouldn't be here.
We could have gone elsewhere, but that's the moment you realize, man, I'm number one, I'm from Baltimore, born and raised. I'm opinionated. I'm moody.
Yeah.
Grumpy sometimes. I'm an a-hole sometimes.
Do you want me to? I could say all this stuff if you don't feel like saying it.
But Mary Franklin's love me.
Yeah.
That's like you can't go any place. You nobody else there might not be another city that puts up with me. So they not only put up with you, they love you. And I'm like, that's why when people ask you ever thought about going someplace else? No. Yesterday is why you don't, because nobody else may not have the ability to put up with you.
If I had a ticket, it would have sounded more like when Wes Moore got introduced. You'd have heard me booing your ass. What? Man, everybody just get fired up to start booing somebody. It's opening day. It was like, boo.
Maybe I ought to thank the governor for being there because they got it out their system.
You know, I can't fully speak to what you're saying. I know this is a different event, but at the same stadium at Camden Yards, when I got to introduce Mo Gavin to the Orioles Hall of Fame, and they introduced me to introduce him, and all the people that cheered. And you're right, you get goosebumps because you don't realize in that moment, look, dude, I grew up white trash. I'm always probably going to be white trash. You can't take me anywhere. Mm-hmm. But in those moments when you see that, it gives you that great feeling for what you've been doing for a long time.
It does. And if you're honest with yourself, listen, you can accuse me of many, many things. But not having self-awareness won't be.
No.
You can't accuse me of not having self-awareness.
That head's too big to not have that somewhere in his brain.
I know me. and if people can love you in spite of who you are, that's real love.
You know, I had a moment yesterday, too, that took me back. And I always say my favorite thing about opening day is you run into a bunch of people you haven't seen in a long time. And my least favorite thing about opening day is you run into a bunch of people you haven't seen in a long time. Because there's some people that life just, you grow apart.
But some people you've avoided and you can't anymore.
And you don't know that. But I ran into one of my favorite people of all time. I met this dude playing basketball before I got into radio, and our friendship over the years. It was just great running into him. I'm going to tell a story about him that's one of my favorite stories.
Okay.
And the more and more this story goes on, you're like, yeah, there's layers to this stuff. So I'm not going to give out his name because he has multiple names depending on who he introduces himself to. So that way some of my friends will know.
Uh-huh.
One night when I was single and I was living in between different places trying to figure out where I was going to move. You know, I just gotten divorced and trying to figure out what's going to happen. I'd spent time living with my mom, living with my dad. My buddy Jay let me sleep on his couch and gave me a bedroom for about a month in Armstead. So, like, I was bouncing back and forth. We ended up at Dick's Halfway Inn. I think that's where this story starts, and you say that name, and everybody's like, what kind of bar is that? Yeah, it's a bar, okay?
It's the bar where you act like they treat you bad?
No. You're thinking of Dick's. You're just thinking of Dick's.
Right.
Not the sporting goods. It's the actual.
I don't ever think of that, but go ahead.
So one night at Dick's Halfway Inn where I'm sitting there, I'm talking to this girl.
Rosedale?
Yes.
Okay.
You know where I'm talking.
All right, yeah.
So I'm talking to this girl. I had my yellow Jeep back then. The rag top was off. It was a nice summer night.
Yeah.
So in the bar.
Mullet blowing in the wind?
Yeah. No, it wasn't that far back. But no, at the bar, I'm talking to this girl, and some guy like kicks my chair, right? Or the stool. And he turns around, and he's like, "You got a problem?" And I'm like, "What?" I said, "Dude, you kicked my chair. Get out of here, man. You're being stupid." And the guy tries to get all tough. And out of nowhere, this woman comes in and goes, "Get out of his face," and starts screaming at him. The guy's like, "Oh, my God." Now, he jumped back, not because of her yelling, but because of how she looked. And how she looked is very, very important to this story. So my buddy, after a few drinks, playing some pool, the night goes long. This woman starts talking to us. This woman, at the end of the night, by the way, she was a cross between, in Shallow Hal, when he says the rhino, the giraffe, or the hyena. She was the hyena if the hyena met the woman in Kingpin that was the landlord. You know what I'm talking about?
Are you about to confess?
What?
Because it sounds like you were on bad times at the time. Are you about to confess?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was with the girl that smuggled in the watermelons.
Oh,
you know
got
what I'm
you.
saying?
I got you.
But anyway, so as we're leaving, this woman who might be, and forgive me for this, might be the most hideous woman I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
She had a scar from a gunshot in the neck. She had a scar on her face from where she was cut with a knife.
Boom.
And she was clearly on something.
Okay.
At the end of the night, I jump in my Jeep, and she's like, "Can you give us a ride home?" And before I can say anything, my buddy goes, "Yeah, hop on in." What? This ain't your ride, man. What are you inviting the hyena in here for? So we jump in there, and she gets out. We drop her off at her house, which is like a mile away.
Right.
And my buddy Mike, who I won't mention his name, she goes, "You guys want to come in?" And
Mike, who I won't mention his name. Okay.
you guys want to come in and party with me? And my answer before she even finished the sentence was no. And then Mike was like, he's opening the door. And I'm like, dude, don't. Please don't. He goes, I just got to find out what's in there. And I know it's happening. So Mike is the guy he slept with one of the prettiest girls I've ever met. And now he has slept with the ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life. He went in. I asked about the next day. He's like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, what? The ugliest woman? Like, you could have had anything you wanted in that bar. You could have went home by yourself and it would have been better. Just the unbelievable night. But I was so happy to see him. He got me laughing yesterday. Hadn't seen him in a long time. But, yeah, an interesting night to say the least as he went in some crack house. And
So, Joe, what I got out of this story is Jeremy went into Dick's halfway in and got his stool pushed.
I did.
That's
halfway in, too.
That's all I got out of that whole story. Sweet 16 night 1 recap at 6:45, but on the other side, Birds of 1-0. Recapping opening day up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. Cop Defense Properties offer competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
2026 Maryland football season tickets are on sale now, featuring marquee matchups against Virginia Tech, UCLA, Wisconsin, and Penn State. Join Maryland football in Terpsville this fall. Visit umterps.com/Terpsville26.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Hey, O's fans, kick off your weekend with Party at the Yard, presented by Coors Light. Every Friday home game, hit the Coors Light roof deck and Legends Park for happy hour featuring $5 12-ounce Coors Lights when gates open until 1 hour after first pitch. Enjoy live music, photo ops, and entertainment all night long. And welcome a special guest splasher who will keep the good vibes going in the bird bath. Party with the O's on Fridays. Visit Orioles.com/party at the yard.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live in Falston. We're super excited for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary on April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities and special guests for an afternoon of fun, food, and drinks. Your ticket gets you light fare and 2-drink tickets for beer, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Play Know Your Show, win tickets to upcoming concerts, and check out all the cool upgrades at Barrel House Live. Get your tickets now before it sells out at Odyssey.com/1057 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you're headed out the door this morning, the Beltway looks good, inner loop and the outer loop. The only thing I'm seeing here is 95 northbound at exit 67. That's White Marsh Boulevard. There's an accident. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Something magic happens every time you go. You make the magic happen.
I already told him we were coming back, and look at this
Magic
guy.
of Orioles baseball. When the game is
Mr. Crash? Mr. Gina Crash over
And
here?
the O's are
I saw you guys doing the, what was that called out there, where she was holding the door that was already open?
Yo, she was closing it for me. I couldn't unprop it.
I got you.
Because I don't want no smoke. You get smoke for propping doors around here.
You do. That's why I told you. I said, hey, man, do you want to take my badge? Because if you get smoke from you-know-who, I ain't got your back.
Well, I'm just going to blame it. I didn't have my key card, and so Joe felt bad for me, so he propped the door for me.
Oh, that's see, I like that. Yeah,
that's going to be the story.
Team player.
Oh, yeah.
Go talk to the assistant regional manager about it, right? Yeah. Assistant regional manager.
Assistant to, yes.
Yes.
RM.
Now, we talked about the atmosphere there, but, man, what a well-pitched game. First of all, Ryan, he goes 5 in the third innings, giving up no runs, 1 hit, struck out 7, walked 2. Orioles didn't get hit till, what, 4th inning? Adley Rutschman?
Yeah. Adley's second at bat, right?
Yeah. Trevor Rogers, man. He had 4 walks.
He didn't have his best stuff yesterday, but that's what I don't call him an ace yet, but again, if he is.
How many jams did he work out of yesterday? About 4?
Yeah. And then Kobe Mayo turned that great double play, which was a nice thing to see on opening day. Yeah. I told you, I literally
came out of that dive throwing.
I want to tell people how stupid some people are. I literally saw somebody go after Pete Alonso's first 2 bats. Oh, it's just Chris Davis revisited. It's like, come on, dude. After 2 at-bats, this is what you're writing?
It's not Chris Davis revisited.
Yeah.
It's Glenn Davis. Yeah. No, I'm just joking.
And then on the flip
He's
side,
gonna be fine.
I just read this morning some guy's like, I told you Kobe Mayo was going to be a Gold Glover. You did? When?
I didn't
Why?
hear that one.
Why did you say it?
But you know, we gotta have a talk with our boy.
Who?
Hey, Tito. I don't know how they do it in Anaheim, but when the balls hit down the line to the wall, we go get it. And then when we throw it on the line. We don't throw it in the air, Tito.
Wasn't a great showing.
No, Tito kind of let that one become a triple.
That's all right.
Tyler, I don't know if you saw the look on Tyler's face. I don't think he appreciated it.
The only thing that could have been worse was the look on Paul Skeen's face when he turned around and saw O'Neal Cruz. What are you doing out there?
Tito, you're better than that. We know you are. We know you are. Let's not do that again. We give you that one's not going to be talked about a lot because we won the game. But let that be a lesson. You can't. We don't play things in the triples around here. Come on.
All right, so going back to yesterday's
He's still
game,
my boy.
Yeah, with him leading off, were you good with that?
No, but okay. That's not what I wanted, but okay.
It seems like it's the in thing now in the league where it used to be your third hitter's your best hitter, that some teams go the route of the number 2 hitter's your best hitter.
I like Adley batting 4th. I think I like that. Mm-hmm. I do. If you sandwich him in between some good hitters, I think he's going to see some. But I didn't hate Ward batting leadoff. It's just not what I wanted. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. I don't think it's a bad idea. It's just not what I wanted.
Do you think it flips when there's that was a righty on the mound when there's a lefty? No, they would go with that.
That might be what they do.
And my whole thing was yesterday, I think Dylan Beavers starts if Tyler O'Neill wasn't on his home run streak. Yeah.
I can go with that.
Yeah. That's what I think. I don't know if it's going to be a true platoon, but hey, and we've all said it. I want to see Beavers.
One out there.
Yeah.
He dropped one out there.
Yeah, he didn't have his best game.
Oh, yeah. Now outfields, now corners. Come on, guys.
Get it together.
And Helsley. Whoo. He's throwing 100+ in March. What's he going to do when it gets warm outside?
Well, I think he was fired up for opening day. He is a guy that routinely can hit close or even hit triple digits. So don't get it twisted. That fastball is live. But watching last night, or yesterday afternoon, you should say, he gets in there and it's like, see ya. Okay, he got on, see ya.
Let me stop playing with you.
Yeah. If he can do that, man, it's gonna be a fun year regardless. I'm excited. Like, I understand it was a 2-1 game. You're happy
I'm
you
okay
won.
with 2-1.
Yeah.
I don't mind 2-1s.
The only thing I care is if it's a W at the end of the day. Because if it's 2-1, then it means what? Our pitching's living up to snuff.
Who had Adley as the pick to click?
I did.
You did? 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah. I think in that game, maybe Blaze is the pick for the hit there. Maybe you go Kobe Mayo with that double play turn. I think that really kind of getting out of that jam and getting into the dugout really kind of got things going.
410-583-1057 is the number. Kyle's had a sack fly, right?
Yeah.
When it's RBI sack fly. So clutch hitting by the Orioles. They're winning 2-1 over the Minnesota Twins. They're off today.
Or as Buck would say, professional hitters.
Professional hitters?
Yeah.
Speaking of Buck, he was awesome yesterday on the show. It's a good show yesterday, man. He had Jim Duquette, Buck Showalter.
I was hoping that he was going to pick up on what I said.
I like our guys.
It's like saying Munson to Munson's face, right? Like I literally said, hey, the AL East is going to be tough. Do you like our guys? And it was set up on that tee, and I was waiting for Iceman to come in and spike it. And
does he know that's a thing? No.
He has to. They made shirts out of I like our guys.
He may not get it. He may not understand.
I think he does. I don't think he realized I was asking that. Like, I purposely threw that in that way. But
he's normally pretty sharp.
He's the best, man. I love that guy. I know, like, again, talking about managers and how things went, being in radio and finally seeing a good team in Baltimore and him being the guy that's there, like, I think he kind of said it, just watching that transition of a losing team into a winning team. Because for 5 years, we were, regular season, the winningest team in baseball. And I know that's something that, go back and look at it, but that's something that did happen with Buck Showalter.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Let's go to Dundalk. Let's get Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
Fellas, good morning. Good morning.
What it do?
I just wanted to call and say, man, I was glad to see Gunnar start. He's been on a streak of not being able to start baseball games. And man, Blaze Alexander, man, he'd have stepped right in there and did the damn thing like he wants to be part of the Oriole way.
Yeah. You said Gunner's on a streak of not starting baseball games.
Yeah, because of the baseball classic, Rob. I'm telling the joke, man. Come on, Rob. God.
Hey, man, tell funny jokes. Don't get upset with me.
I think it's even funnier that he didn't get it.
I didn't know what he meant.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I like Johnny, though. Johnny's become a regular.
Yeah.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the. Johnny's one of those guys that you can bust his chops and he picks up on it.
Yeah, and he can give it too. Like I think it's we have a lot of regulars, and people always are like, well, how do those guys get in? They know the right times to call,
yes.
And some of them are willing to wait.
Yes, but I think the first thing that you said, they know when to call.
See, the thing is, like, I would say this, when we have segments coming up where we typically don't take calls, some of them, 2 of them are mine, The World of Stupid, Daily Line. They're not a good time to call in. When you're teasing a guest, do you think we're going to take a phone call with a guest? More than likely not.
and these guys know, okay, they're doing a regular topic on something that I want to talk about. Now's a good time to get in.
And the 6 o'clock hour is usually the best hour to get in anyway.
It absolutely is.
We're not scheduling a lot of guests.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Talks NCAA tournament at 6:45. But on the other side, we keep saying eventually reality is going to catch up with Trevor Rogers, Jeremy. Define reality for this guy. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys, and they've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today, because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures your system will operate at its best when the weather changes for just $89. Farnan & Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that will have your AC cranking and ready for summer heat. So if you need a repair, same-day service is available. That's because Farnan & Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialists. Call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, it's a slam dunk sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Now you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner's insurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. People are loving what they're seeing at Jones Junction. You get slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Ed. I've made my home in Sarasota, Florida, but when I come back to Baltimore, there's only one place I stay. Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place Hotel. A modern hotel with classic Baltimore charm. I love waking up overlooking the inner harbor and dining with a view at water table. It's a great restaurant with seasonal American fare. It's just a great hotel. I've been going there for years. This place is perfect for weekend getaways or business days in the heart of Baltimore. But discover Baltimore from the best vantage point you're going to get. Your room at Renaissance Harbor Place. Check it out.
Take your best shot for additional savings at Bob Bell Kia. Don't miss out on these slam dunk deals. 5 models priced under $30K. No credit, bad credit, no problem. Drive away today. Visit BobBellKia.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
The Fan's Cordell Woodland.
Although I grew up in D.C., I was a huge Orioles fan. It was the only baseball team that we had for most of my life. I remember my grandfather bringing me up to Camden Yards every summer. We'd find at least one Orioles game to come to, so it made it just that much more special for me when I started to cover the team. And I think back to 2023 when the Orioles won the American League East Division and just the excitement and optimism around the team.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The Beltway inner loop looks good, no problems. The outer loop a bit slow at I-70. In the city, 895 southbound, a little bit slow through the Harbor Tunnel. Northbound 95, right at exit 67, that's White Marsh Boulevard. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings in a run to make it 2-0. There we go.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the 7th, a run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day, Baltimore's 4th straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 7 over 7 scoreless, and Ryan Helsley shut the door in the 9th, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Valor Home. Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials plus pay no interest until 2027. Saving you big. Call Valor now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
That's what an ace does. He goes out there and sets the tone. He got himself in some little bit of traffic, a little bit of hairy situations, but he got himself out of it with the ground ball. Inducing those double plays. Kobe played a great third base for us today. And Raj had to. I mean, Joe Ryan was on today. You know, he was filling up in the strike zone with all of his pitches. The splitter was gross. Fastball had the life that he usually has to it, and he was keeping the righties honest with his curveball, breaking balls. So Raj had to step up, and he did.
That's manager Craig Alvarez, and he's right about his guy. Rogers was on one yesterday. Jeremy Kahn going pitch for pitch with his counterpart. At what point? We keep saying, we keep waiting for reality to kick in. My question to you is this. Define what reality is for this guy. What is reality? Because the more he goes out there, the more he shows you that he is that dude.
Again, it's been the most overused thing when it comes to Trevor Rogers is saying, I don't think he can repeat last year. Okay, again, if he's half as good as he was last year, he's better than most of the pitchers in the American League. And yesterday was one of those moments. I actually like games like that where you see he does not have his best stuff. He's walking more guys than usual, gave up a couple hits, maybe some plays that could have been made that weren't, whatever. But you're putting guys on base and getting out of jams. And I think this is what those elite pitchers do. When they don't have their best stuff, they still give you a chance to win. And your chance to win was him not giving up runs in a game that he doesn't have his best stuff. So I think it was a great start.
In his last 10 starts, Jeremy, you know how many earned runs he's given up?
10 starts, I would guess he's given up 8.
Now, that would be good, but he had that 6-run outing.
Okay, so you have that one in there.
Okay, so he's given up 14, 6 of them in one outing, his last outing of the year against the Yankees. Here's his line, all right? Was that August 1st against the Chicago Cubs, 8 innings, 1 run. August 6th against the Philadelphia Phillies, 6 innings, 1 run. These are good teams, Jeremy.
Yeah.
August 13th against the Seattle Mariners, good team, right? 7 innings, 1 run. August 18th against the Boston Red Sox, 7 innings, 1 run. August 24th against the Houston Astros, 7 innings, 1 run. August 30th against the San Francisco Giants, 7 innings, 1 run. September 6th against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Oh, he had a horrible outing. 5 in the third innings, 2 runs. Oh, they got to him. September the 12th at Toronto. 5 innings, no runs. September the 19th, New York Yankees, 6 innings, no runs. Then he has the hiccup at the end of the season. Who knows? Maybe he's just looking forward to the finish line at that point when he goes 3 innings, giving up 6 runs. All right. Maybe that's the end of the run. So he comes back yesterday. He goes 7 innings, no runs. So Jeremy Kahn, in his last 4 outings, he's only given up a run in 1 of those. In his last 4 outings. So again, maybe he can't be the guy last year, but can anybody say maybe he? If we said, this is how we think. If I said to you, oh, he's not going to be as good as he was last year, everybody in the room would believe me, right? But if I said, oh, he's just as good as he's going to be as he was last year, no one in the room would believe me because it's easier to believe that he can't do it again.
Yeah, I mean, an ERA in the ones, usually if a reliever has that, you're like, oh my God, what an amazing year. And what is he going to pitch? 80, 100? I mean,
maybe.
Who knows how many innings that guy's going to get in throughout the course of the season. But that being said, there's no reason that this guy can't be, I don't want to say repeat what he did, but be very good in the moments and still not have a 1-run ERA. What if his ERA is 3? That's amazing.
You know what I loved about yesterday?
And the strikeouts were up too.
That he wasn't dominant. I love the fact that he wasn't dominant yesterday. Yesterday he had some hiccups. He showed some flaws yesterday, and he came out of it with no runs. Now, he had some help by his defense, but do you want to be Trevor Rogers yesterday, or you want to be Paul Skeens?
Yeah.
A guy who had it, but the defense didn't.
And most people are going to look at that game and go, look, Skeens wasn't great in the first inning.
No, he didn't, but he didn't
deserve that. Yeah.
Not at all.
He didn't get out of the first inning.
I just love to see Rogers pitch. You're going to see Bradish tomorrow. I mean, if Boz does what we think he's going to do, we haven't even talked about Bassett yet. I love I didn't think about what this pitching staff could be until after we talked about it on air yesterday. I thought, man, Rogers is Rogers. We know who he is. I know what Bradish is. Folks around here want to act like they don't. I know who Kyle Bradish is absolutely nasty. He's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
I think Boz can be a dude. And we know what Bassett can do. And we haven't even talked about Eflin. Oh, by the way, we got the most reliable pitcher in the rotation the last 2 years down in the minors.
Yep. Well, again, this may sound silly to some, but when it comes to starting pitching or hitting, I'm more worried about the hitting than the starting pitching. I think that's going to play in every single game with those guys. I'm not saying you won't have bad starts. Everybody does. But the point is, like, every time you go out there, you're going to have a chance to be in the game.
Yeah.
The hitting lineup, to me, still has to prove that they can hit against left-handed pitching, even with the additions you made. Because last year was just dreadful. And I think that changes. I think they get much better because they did down the stretch. But you can't come out against Logan Allen and let him shut you down for 7 innings, a soft-tossing lefty.
What do you think of Tyler Wells yesterday?
I mean, outside of what we talked about with Tito, he's fine. Like, again, I think he's going to be a good bullpen piece.
Should have been a scoreless inning.
Yeah. Yep.
I think he's going to be outstanding in that role. 7th, 8th inning, I think he'll be absolutely outstanding.
The one thing I have questions about a lot is the bullpen. I just don't know what it's going to look like. And again, it doesn't mean they're not going to be good just because these aren't household names. But I think if you were going to poke a hole in the Orioles, you'd say, if this ship sinks, it's probably because of that. And Helsley, buddy. I mean, he put the exclamation point on yesterday.
Will Wade leaves NC State to go back to LSU. That may be one of the most hated coaching trees in all of college sports. You think about LSU football, LSU women's and men's basketball. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, recap last night's game, NCAA style on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me.
Sports Minute.
MLB opening day, the Mets did what we haven't seen anyone else ever do. They didn't let Paul Skeens get out of the first inning. And I don't know about you, but I went and I bought a lottery ticket after watching that. I figured if they're going to get that kind of lucky, I might as well test my luck as well. We legitimately might never see something like that happen again to a guy that could go down as one of the best pitchers of a generation. What a wild day in baseball on that day.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Just like athletes, workers need preparation to perform safely. The Career Care Program from CIP Solutions builds ergonomic confidence into every shift, reducing strain and preventing setbacks before they happen. Learn more at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all dresses and 50% off all button-downs. Yep, get everyone dressed for spring with half off all dresses and button-downs for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 3/28 and 29. Excludes clearance, maternity, jumpsuits, rompers, active, and bubbles.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid for Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Low 60s with rain this morning. Today, cloudy, high of 72. This weekend, upper 40s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway, no problems. The outer loop, slow at Harford Road, then again on the west side, Old Court to Baltimore National Pike. 895 southbound in the city looks good. A little bit slow, Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 northbound in Baltimore County at exit 67. An accident has the right shoulder blocked there. And 95 southbound just before Elkridge, super slow, right around Montgomery Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Jeremy Carr, last night there were some great games, and last night there were some not so great games. Arkansas really handling, Arizona really handling Arkansas last night. Illinois game, it finished out at a 10-point game. But if you watch that game, you realize after halftime, I never felt like Houston had an opportunity to win that game.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you look at last night's games, first off, starting off with what Arizona did, it was 109 points in regulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about when you look at Acuff, that sometimes he plays defense and sometimes he doesn't. And
last night he decided not to.
I mean, Arizona's good, don't get me wrong.
But he decided not to.
Yeah, and I think that game could be the same exact game we see tonight when Alabama plays Michigan. Because I don't know how Alabama's going to stop them from scoring. Because they don't play, what is it, E-fence that they play there?
Yeah.
There's no D?
Yeah.
Is that what they say? This is a situation where I think Michigan just... they're just so much better than them across the board. But last night, it was probably the same thing with Arizona. The Illinois game, one of the best games of the night. I shouldn't say that. The Purdue game was great.
No, I thought the Purdue game was the best game of the night.
Yeah,
I thought that was the best game of the night. Purdue, Texas even outscoring them in the second half, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. You had, Fletcher Lawyer going off and Kaufman Wren. And, I mean, look, Braden Smith's one of my favorite players for Purdue in the country.
Mark had a phenomenal dunk.
Oh, yeah. There's some just good players in that Purdue team. And Purdue was ranked number 1 coming into the season, in a lot of the polls when they put them out in the beginning. And then now they get this matchup in the next round. There's going to be so many Big Ten teams playing. And we actually have a Big Ten matchup to get to the Final Four with Illinois and Iowa. Yep. I mean, who saw Iowa winning?
9 seed. You had a 9 seed and an 11 seed last night in those basketball games. So it's I like what Purdue looked like last night. I think they're going to give Arkansas a tough time. Arkansas won't score 109 points, but I think not Arkansas. I keep saying
Alabama,
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona.
But I think ultimately Arizona gets past.
I thought we were going to start singing that song, Alabama, Arkansas. What is that? Old Medicine Crow, whatever. I don't crap. Anyway, so no, but last night's games. You also had, and I think tonight's games are even better.
St. John's Duke.
Well, I think that game's going to be first one to 65 wins, maybe first one to 70 wins, because St. John's has issues scoring at times, and Duke's a top 5 efficient defense in the country. And it's amazing when you look at it. We always talk about offense and how it does. If you look at the situation that we have, I think the top 5 defenses at the end of the year were Duke, Michigan, Iowa State, Houston, and was it Kansas or was it one of the other ones that's still alive? It may have been Kansas, but there's you look at the 1 seeds, they're right there. Arizona's right there as well. They're just a top 25 defense, not as good as some of these other ones, in my opinion.
9:45 CBS. Daniel Day-Lewis could be in that game because there will be blood. Yeah. Michigan State and UConn, there's going to be blood in that game.
Isn't it if you had to pick one game tonight?
That's
if you're
the
a
one.
basketball fan, isn't that the one?
That's the one.
I mean, I understand. Look, don't get me wrong. Duke St. John's, great. You want to watch
We went over
Michigan?
this the other day.
Yeah.
This is the best night of basketball.
It's incredible.
If there's one you're going to miss, it's the 10-10 game. I think there's a reason why it's the 10-10 game. If the one you can't miss, it's the Michigan State-UConn game.
Yeah, and that Iowa State game, points are going to be at a premium in that one, too, against Tennessee.
410-583-1057 is the number. Joining us right now in studio, Ed Norris. What's going on, Edward?
Yeah, your condom
Dropped
fell
your
off.
condom, man.
Yeah, it broke.
Say speaking.
Get on there.
Yeah.
It's always happened to me.
Well, look at me. I got water all over myself.
I'm sure you agree with us if there's one game you had to watch tonight is Izzo versus...
I don't know. He's a St. John's guy.
Oh, I forgot St. John's versus Duke.
Yeah.
That's because if that wasn't your alma mater, would you still say that was the game?
No.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
I understand that's your alma mater.
That's my alma mater. I gotta root for them.
I'm pretty
excited
too.
about it, actually.
Even though I picked Duke to win it all, who coaches St. John's? Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Duke's never won a national championship where they didn't meet St. John's in the
all
tournament.
5 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
It's one
They
of the
always had to
weirdest
get past
things.
St. John's, and he did 5 times. Yep.
Jeez.
We
They also won a national championship where they faced Rick Pitino. Remember the amazing shot by Christian Laettler?
Yeah. You know, like when looking at St. John's, one of the things I was saying about them, at times they struggle to score. Like, it's not all the time. I'm not saying they can't shoot or anything like that, but we've seen games where they play good teams like UConn, and it's like they beat UConn 2 out of 3 times this year. But that one game they played them, you're watching going, man, they can't put the ball in a basket tonight.
But they rely on high-pressure defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they score off of the defense.
And the thing that we brought up, if you want to look at it in St. John's favor, St. John's just turned the team over 16, 17 times, and then Duke just had the same situation where they couldn't stop turning the ball over, which was very unlike them. But if St. John's puts that type of pressure on them, I think we get a really ugly scoring game tonight.
Yeah, that was the issue, was turnovers. And that's why people are actually giving St. John's, a shot at this, yeah.
410-583-1057. This is the number. I think Duke beats him, though, by 10. At least 10 tonight.
I do, too.
No.
Turn his mic off until 7.
I want Duke to lose, but I don't think so. I think Duke is just that good right now.
I know. It's so funny. Everybody here hates Duke.
I don't
I had
hate
lunch
him.
with my son. I mean in the region.
Oh.
And I had lunch with my son yesterday. Now he's a North Carolinian. I'm rooting for St. John's. I hate Duke.
Really? Oh, does he like any of the North Carolina
NC
teams?
State.
Okay.
Yeah, NC State.
Can I have a confession right now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate them anymore.
I never did.
I did. I despised them.
Is it the fact that you're not in the ACC or Coach K's gone?
No, I love Coach K.
I love
you get to a certain point where, man, you just respect greatness. You know what I mean? When you get another guy steps in and he does what he's doing right now, man, at some point you just, you know what?
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Greatness is greatness,
I'm
man.
with you. It's like
You know what
I
I
feel
mean?
the same way about them. I feel about the Yankees and the Lakers and the Knicks and the Celtics. I like the blue blood teams to always be in it and always be good. And
I wasn't sure it was going to happen right away, though. When I joined the show, you respected me right off the bat, because of your thoughts of respecting greatness. And I do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. That
he never said that.
He didn't say that?
No.
I could see it in his eyes, though. I heard him say it.
We brought you in for DEI.
Hey, we don't have a weirdo on the show. Yeah, you do. You got 2 other ones. DEI.
I know we're talking NCAA basketball, but these guys have been waiting. Yesterday was opening day, man. We can't stiff arm them. Mike in Baltimore, what's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Well, how are you?
Great game yesterday. You know what I was most impressed by, though, was the guy that threw out the first pitch that's 109 years old. I couldn't believe that.
Hey, Mike, can I add to that story?
Uh-huh.
He walked down. He sat in front of my family. He walked down the aisle to his seat.
Did he really?
Oh, I'm not kidding.
And on his way to his seat, he's waving at people, shaking hands. I'm like, dude, come on. You're 109. Where's the wheelchair, man?
I was looking at his face and see, I look older than him. But you know what?
So does Jeremy.
Shut up, Mike.
You know what, though?
Shut up, Mike. You don't laugh at that.
I'm sorry, Jerry Love. I'm sorry. Jerry Love was on one yesterday morning, man. He must have been in the Orange Crush or something.
No, it wasn't Orange Crush. He was popular.
No. I had something in my system from late last night.
He was in Apollo 13.
Yeah. Rachel Robinson is 103 years old. Did y'all realize that?
Yes. I knew she was over 100. I didn't know how old she was.
Too, man.
Who? Who's Rachel Robinson?
Jackie Robinson.
Oh, okay. I didn't know she was that old. 100?
There you go. Darius and Towson. What's up, Darius?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, good. I just wanted to talk about opening day. A few points that I noticed yesterday watching the game. Number one, I want to discuss how Rogers, he kept fighting despite he didn't have his best stuff. I thought that says a lot about a guy's character when you want to keep dealing when you know you don't got your best stuff today. And I got to talk about Kobe Mayo. He made a couple highlight plays at third. But Robin, Jeremy, and Ed, I want to talk about the play that's not going to make the highlight, but it was very underrated in my eyes, was Sam Basayo going from first to third.
Yes.
That
Yes.
play was crucial. And the reason why that play is so special because Byron Buxton was charging the ball, but I think he was caught off guard by Basayo aggressiveness.
The ball was not hit the right field. You're right about that, Darius. Yeah. It was hit right in front of him.
It's little things like that says a lot about the team. I just think that play right there might have been a 30 game.
Hey, Darius, I can't argue.
That's a 2-1 game, and one play can make the difference in it. So
it just goes to show you. I mean, that was, he came in on a sack fly.
World is stupid at 7:15, but on the other side, Will Wade leaves NC State for LSU. Is college athletics broken beyond repair? Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs, and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. Cop Defense Properties offer competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money year-round with an efficiency tune-up of your heating and cooling system. A Constellation Home certified technician will make sure your equipment is working at peak performance. Right now, our 21-point efficiency tune-up is just $59.95, half off the regular price. Schedule your tune-up today at constellationhome.com. Offer ends 4/30. Certain restrictions apply. 10605.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Right now, Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means big savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. For whatever home project that you're working on, this is the time to do it with nationwide delivery. Town Appliance makes it easy to shop in their beautiful showroom. Just ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop by the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or start shopping today at townappliance.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today And please play responsibly.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential. Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston, 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free beers or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary is sponsored by Hello Hartford. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score, and Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings it a run to make it 2-0. There we go.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the 7th, a run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day, Baltimore's 4th straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 7 over 7 scoreless, and Ryan Helsley shut the door in the 9th, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Valor Home. Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials plus pay no interest until 2027. Saving you big. Call Valor now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ed Norris and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, Jeremy, you said the world of stupid is really good today, huh? Mm-hmm. It's about time. Will Wade leaves NC State, heads back to LSU. Now, you pointed out something before the show, Jeremy, about LSU's coaching staff.
Yeah, they've got Rob Kiffin down there, Lane Long. They've got Kim, is it Mulkey?
Kim Mulkey.
Mulkey, who She's very much hated. Somebody called the LSU coaches the NWO. It's like, nobody likes any of these people except for
yet everybody
LSU
likes
fans.
them.
Yeah.
Everybody liked the NWO. Nobody liked them, but everybody liked them.
Well, they were supposed to be bad, but they turned into one of those like anti-heroes.
First of all, couldn't care anything about Will Wade. I don't have an opinion about him at all. I love Kim Mulkey, and I think Lane Kiffin is a phenomenal coach. I think Kim Mulkey is too. I love Kim Mulkey though. Kim Mulkey is not liked because she is what people would call a mouthy woman. And that's why I love her. That's why I love her. Seriously. She is very opinionated. She always has something to say, and she's flamboyant.
And how would they say?
And people would think she needs to stay in her lane. I happen to love the lane that she stays in.
How would they say it in New York? What is like this broad with her mouth?
That's exactly how they would say it. That's exactly how they would say it. Yeah, I love her, man. She's ballsy. But you're right though. That is one.
I love that.
Heck of a trio right there. Very flavorful.
Yeah. But I do love the hypocrisy of all this though.
Oh,
I mean, this is, and I have no, skin in the game here. But you're paying players now.
Mm-hmm.
Wade was let go from North Carolina and LSU.
He had a buyout, right?
Yeah.
No, LSU let him go.
LSU let him go. Yeah, because he was picked up on an FBI wiretap,
right,
regarding paying players. A year to the day, McNeese State picks him up and hires him. So nobody cared then. Nobody cares now. It's all a bunch of nonsense. And they've been lying to us forever. Everybody was doing it. It's like he's the guy that, everybody's doing 96 miles an hour. He got caught. And that's what that was. And then he's back. So they couldn't have been that mad.
Did you see what Jay Billis said? He said, of course, no tampering, no poaching, just coincidence. LSU fired its coach and hired NC State's within minutes. The USF coach warned other programs to stay away from my players. Then he was gone, so nobody had to stay away from him. The double standard is laughable. Let's stop complaining about player choice when coaches leave at the first chance for a better situation for themselves.
That part right there. That's the part.
Yes.
That's the part I'm so sick of. Number one, I said this before to someone. I think he wanted to hit me. He was talking about players transferring. I said, do you care about other students transferring? Yeah. And he looked at me. Well, what difference does that make? It makes a lot of difference. These are students. I said, you're making the point to me that these guys are students. Mm-hmm. So do you care about other students transferring? Do you care about the kid in the math class that went from 3 schools in 3 years because of whatever situation? Could have been finance, could have been whatever.
Change majors, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. You don't care about that. Yeah. You only care because it is an inconvenience to you.
And they throw athlete in there. They add that to student, or they add student to athlete when it's convenient for them.
Yeah.
But until then, they're not students. They're just athletes.
Yeah. So it's all hypocrisy to me. This guy can pick up and go for a better situation, Ed. Mm-hmm. But we get upset for the 19 and 20-year-old. They picks up and goes for a better situation. Yeah. I know a kid right now. You know why they're going to transfer? Because the school offered them $200,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go.
Of course.
You're 19 years old. You get to make $200,000. Yeah. Go. I'm going to tell you to go. Unless the school that you're at right now, you like them and they offer you $200,000. If they match it and you like being there, stay. But if you're paying that kind of money, nobody's paying more money than they have.
And there's that where you're going to get paid right now. Who knows if he's going to, ever make it to the pros or whatever sport it is. But what about the guys that are looking for this way out in one of the 4 majors as a professional athlete to make their living, and they're blocked.
Yeah.
So they're blocked. You've got somebody in front of you who's maybe 1 year older. So, you're not going to play till you're a senior, and then they may have picked up someone else in the interim.
You're looking at what they're recruiting.
That's right.
And what they have, thinking, you know what, this ain't for me.
Mm-hmm.
Boozer's son may not stay.
Right. He's going to, what are you talking about, the younger one?
The twins, but the shorter one. Yeah, he might not stay because of what they have coming in. Why? Hey, look, I'm an NBA player. I may not be one and done like my brother.
I didn't want to say the good one. I said the younger one.
I'm an NBA player. It may take me 3 years. So why am I going to stay when Duke's going to bring in a one and done kid that plays my position? I'm gone.
Right. And I totally understand that completely. You're talking about their careers. So I get it. And it's always been like this, where the coaches could leave and the students couldn't. You had to sit out a year and all that nonsense.
Remember when Pete Carroll did that? They got caught cheating and he just left and went to Seattle? Remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
How does that fit the conversation right now?
Coach is leaving and leaving everybody else behind.
You just got to throw in Pete Carroll, man.
No. Tell Ellen to get her together. And see, I didn't even say the word today.
And now you can because we have dump buttons.
No, Ben got it yesterday.
Please not. Please don't. I don't want to do that. Yeah, but I just think it's all hypocritical. They want to leave, let them leave. College is okay. So college athletics, is it broken or is it fixed now, Jeremy? Is it broken because of what we're in right now, or do we fix it?
Look, I think it was broken before, and I think it's broken now. I think there needs to be some sort of healthy median here where it's like, yeah, we're paying. You can get this. You can do that. If a coach leaves, he's got to sit out a year. Like, there has to be something that's the same.
It's interesting. I have a different. I feel like it's finally honest.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can take out of this. It was always dishonest. It was always going on. At least now it's honest. And these are not students. They're athletes. They make money for the school. They're getting paid. The better ones get paid more. The bigger schools who, have powerful programs have the most money. That's how it's always been. At least now it's kind of out in the open. I don't care if the coaches leave. I don't care if the kids leave. I just don't care.
Don't you think they have to have limitations on this?
Yes, they need to regulate.
And I'm not saying how much a single player can make, but how much a team
Well,
can
I think
spend.
maybe you can only transfer once.
Okay.
Use the portal once.
I like what was proposed, and I know it was politically, but that it should not be a cap overall, but it should be a cap on a position. I'll give you an example. College football, quarterbacks, you can only make $3 million, no more than $3 million. Mm-hmm. That way, if I'm at Alabama making $3 million and I'm having a great year, another school can't come and offer me more than $3 million. So that way, I'm not making a financial transfer. I'm making a transfer of convenience.
They can do it. It's just now they're doing that part of it illegally. Hey, look, man, we'll give you $3 million.
If you put a cap on it. I think if you put a cap on it per position or per whatever, then all of a sudden it's no longer the Wild Wild West. The athlete is still benefiting from it, but you don't have all that backdoor stuff.
Cheating will still happen, though.
If humans are involved, yes. But I wonder, what does Ty Simpson make? What did he get paid? It's Alabama.
I can find out.
I think he got like 5.
Did he really?
He got a wow mints, man.
Here, let's see if they.
That's like a 1-year contract for an NFL player.
$6.5 million NIL deal.
You're kidding.
He got offered $6.5 from Miami to go play. I don't know. Here, I'm trying to find what he got.
That means
Alabama.
He got more at Alabama then.
He got. Let's see. Miami offered that. Doesn't say here the total.
We'll look it up.
Numbers.
It doesn't matter. It's NFL salary.
Did you feel a different buzz at the yard on Thursday? Do you think they did enough in the offseason to bring the people back? We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, we had an incident that happened in Maryland that I don't care which side you stand on. You might go, that's even cruddy for you. I showed you this story yesterday, Ed. Just cruddiness at an all-time high. It's just unbelievable. You heard of cocaine bears? Well, now you got to be worried about cocaine sharks. I'll tell you why.
I don't.
I do.
And lastly, Florida man confesses to doing all kinds of drugs after he crashed his Mustang through an airport gate trying to board planes. I'll tell you what happened and why he doesn't remember it. And the world of stupid next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Will you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only. Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Hal Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The Beltway, not so bad. The inner loop looks great. The outer loop slow at Harford Road, then again at I-70. In the city, 895 southbound, just a little bit slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. When you think of stupid, you think of me. And let's get started with this. Where do I want to start? Let's start off with cocaine-fueled sharks. This movie's coming out at some point. They're on the prowl in the Caribbean. Scientists blame partying tourists for this problem. It just sounds kind of goofy. This puts white and great white. Move over, cocaine bear. Brazilian scientists have discovered traces of nose candy, caffeine, and painkillers in sharks swimming in waters around the Bahamas. These blowfish, New York Post, aren't getting hooked on purpose. It's the fallout from an uptick in marine pollutants in a calyptic study published in the Environmental Pollution magazine or whatever the hell it is. Pharmaceuticals and illicit drugs are increasingly recognized as contaminants of emerging concerns in marine environments, particularly in areas undergoing rapid urbanization and tourism-driven development. The researchers wrote while describing the troubled shark otics, whatever the hell you want to, the trend that's going on. I guess that's what they hyphenated it, so it just looks weird. So this, and again, I don't know if this is just because the waters, there's so much going into it that they're finding small traces.
Who's dumping like huge amounts of cocaine in the water?
Is there like shipments that are getting shot down or like?
I mean, that probably happens, but I know when we were going through the after 9/11, I remember the anthrax was big in the country. I had to do a lot of research. We had to protect. I had people guarding the reservoirs and everything we had that had water in it. For them to contaminate a water system, the amount of crap they have to use is so immense between the chemicals in there and there's none in the ocean, obviously. But just the volume of water.
So you said
dilutes. I don't get it.
You said there's no cocaine associated with those. I
just find it hard to believe because I can't imagine.
I bet it's really small.
It's got to be minuscule.
So what would be the cause of them behaving that way?
They behave that way all the time.
They're sharks.
They're sharks.
Yeah, they invade.
It's like, I just find it hard to believe. If I don't know how much you'd have to dump into the Caribbean Sea or whatever to make it a cocaine friendly. Like,
man, the Little Mermaid would
they
look a
would
lot
have to
differently.
misbehave on land for me to get
right. With a spoon around their neck.
This story comes from Cambridge, Maryland. A homeowner booked a couple of migrant workers, 6 of them to be exact, to do some construction near their home or on their home. The woman even provides a ladder used by the agents that she called to detain them. That's right. She had these guys work on a job that was supposed to cost $10,000, and then she called ICE on them.
I know.
She called the damn law on us, and now we're totally screwed, men yell in Spanish. They surrounded us. They're on the roof. They can't even run anywhere.
Yeah.
This is...
It's unbelievable story.
Like, shouldn't she, if she's using this type of
knowingly, yes.
Well,
people have gotten in trouble with their babysitters. If you remember, throughout the last decades, for hiring immigrants who weren't paying taxes, weren't paying anything. They hired illegal people. What about this woman?
Yeah.
I mean, she should get it just because, like your joke yesterday, the new restaurant called Karma, there's no menu, you get what you deserve.
Yes.
She needs to get what she deserves.
Yeah. And again, I don't care where you stand. This is so messed up.
It's just wrong. It's morally wrong.
So she hired them.
She hired them, let them finish the job.
And then called.
So she's beating the $10,000 bill.
Yeah.
And she's getting these guys deported.
And
yeah.
You're scum, lady. You are scum.
Yeah, that goes beyond petty. That's not petty.
Her house going to get hit by lightning soon.
She said, seeing it is not the same as experience it. I've seen many videos, and sadly today I had to experience it, talking about ICE taking people out. At the end of the video, he gets the woman who called ICE on camera. It is the same woman tidying up the house and still with hatred in her heart. The incident, again, occurred in Cambridge, Maryland. You can find out more about this. 6 Guatemalan workers. And again... I was joking the other day, and I was saying, well, you know who's not going to get a speed ticket anymore? Any of the guys that are out there roofing or painting and all this manual labor that these guys do. And it's not easy work. There's usually somebody taking advantage of that group. The way that I've seen this work.
It's usually the companies,
that some guy brings these guys in, puts them all in the same house. He makes sure they have a roof over their head. They get a little bit of money each day, and then that guy pockets millions.
Yes. 100%.
I've seen it. It's crazy. So, again, ICE detaining 6 Guatemalan workers. I just think it's got to be one of the scummiest things to do to put these people to work.
Then go ICE.
Yeah. Oh, God, I hope your roof falls in, lady. I hope the whole thing caves in. And there's video of the whole thing if you want to watch it. Just unbelievable. And then she said, first off, I'm pro-ICE. Well, you weren't pro-ICE when you hired them to do all the damn work. You didn't call them then. Just unreal. Now... this story, I figured we wait for Florida Man last since you're up here, Ed. Wild body camera footage captured a Florida man confessing to ingesting a boatload of drugs and alcohol while being arrested for crashing his Mustang through an airport gate and trying to hop on multiple planes, according to authorities.
Oh, look at the lines.
Yeah. He's trying to get out of there quickly. This story gets better. Brian J. Parker, who's 58, was cuffed after he allegedly crashed through a federally regulated lock gate at Daytona Beach International Airport while highly intoxicated. Where was he coming from? An AA meeting.
Oh, I know they served alcohol there. Do they?
He left an AA meeting and then did this. Parker of Holly Hill allegedly drove his Ford Mustang through the gate, and it said an active taxiway toward Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University before ditching his car and trying to board at least 2 separate planes. He tried to get on and fly the plane. The attempted plane jacker nearly hit a student training plane on the taxiway during the chaotic incident that occurred in the span of just 4 minutes, the outlet reported. In body cam footage, deputies and airport officials were seen wrangling a barefoot Parker as he told cops he didn't remember what happened. He said, I don't remember. I was at my house. I went to an AA meeting, and the next thing I know, I'm doing cocaine, drinking, and smoking pot. He said, so you were doing all kinds of drugs and you ran through a gate? Yeah, and then I crashed my car. I don't know if these are all the things you should be telling the police at that point in time. You might want to contact your lawyer. But the apparently forgetful joyrider asked what happened just moments. He had no idea he did any of this, completely blacked out. What's my car doing over there? What the bleep is my car doing over there? And then somebody had to tell him, hey, buddy, you're high on coke and everything else, and you're losing your mind. The safety and security of the traveling public is always Daytona Beach International Airport's #1 priority. We understand there are many questions about yesterday's incident. Could anything else go wrong at the airport?
Oh, man. Let's not ask that.
The videos at BWI are unbelievable. My son was in line. I dropped him off yesterday, and he said he was in the line that I think Kate Amara did the story.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, that line's just, there was somebody filming, walking to it to get to the end of the line.
Yeah,
it's like,
that was the story. That was the one. That was the line he was in. And then today, there was another one. Jennifer Franciati posted, I think.
5 o'clock in the morning.
This morning, yeah, right? And it was out the doors, onto the, where you pick up and drop off.
Yeah.
Out there.
So, we went to Vegas this past weekend. That's why I was off on Friday and Monday. Went to the Sphere, and we hit none of this on the way there, on the way back. We were literally at the airport watching what was going on in Atlanta. And then an hour later, as we got home, I'm showing my wife. I said, look what's going on at BWI right now. It's crazy. That's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Jerry Bimbry joins us at 8 o'clock. But on the other side, did you feel a different buzz at Camden Yards yesterday? Did you feel they did enough to bring the fans back to the yard? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, McDonald's again hooking you up. So yesterday it was the Wizards hooking you up. Today, the Caps got you. They scored in the last minute of the third period. So that means if you download the McDonald's app, you get a free 6-piece chicken McNuggets, minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app. So make sure you download that today and take advantage of every time the Caps score in the McNugget Minute, which is the last minute of any regulation period, home or away. And as I always say, when the Wizards win, you win too. You get a $2.50 Big Mac the next day on the app. But for today, ain't no reason to skip this. Download the McDonald's app. Get your free 6-piece with minimum $1 purchase at McDonald's. It's at participating McDonald's. Download the app to redeem this deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. Valid one time per day. Visit McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill with stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet up for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, I'll see you at the market.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. No accidents. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. Then again, you're on the brakes at Liberty Road. 895 southbound in Baltimore City. You're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks great through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 southbound super slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings it a run to make it 2-0.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the seventh. A run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day. Baltimore's fourth straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 5 over 7 scoreless innings. And Ryan Helsley shut the door in the ninth, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Sturps, and you're home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do.
Look, I want to say something before we get to the atmosphere. We dogged Tyler O'Neill for that play in right field, but we forgot.
He was...
He's on the same play that Samuel Basayo tagged up to come home. He tagged from first to second,
yes,
which allowed him to score on that hit by Blaze Alexander.
Mm-hmm. Don't be fooled by those gigantic biceps and everything else on that dude with the sleeves off. He's an athlete.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. He's an athlete.
He tagged from first to second on a fly ball hit to left field, and the throw never got home. It wasn't like it was a throw at the plate. He tagged, so if he doesn't tag, then the winning run doesn't score there.
I'm pretty sure he can't scratch that spot in the middle of his back. You know, I'm almost positive that that's the case. But I'm damn sure that guy can go first or third on a single.
And I'm pretty sure, I'm not making an excuse for him. He did drop the ball, but I think, and it's his right that's his ball. But Blaze Alexander kind of ran almost at him, and I think kind of threw him off a little bit. But he did drop it.
Still some things they got to work out there, but again, it's good to get the W on opening day.
The one in left field was
the buzz was unbelievable yesterday at the stadium. I think the buzz not only because of the newness of the team, but the stadium additions. It was just a different type of crowd yesterday. You get a lot of the opening day people. They come, they leave fifth, sixth inning. I'm just going to say this: it was tough getting home yesterday because people weren't leaving.
Did you go to the game, Ed?
No.
I didn't either. So, again, you were the only one there from us. Joe, you were there too, right?
Joe went to the game.
Yeah. As far as seeing the scoreboard, like, dislike, was there anything that you walked around the stadium? Okay.
I thought, first of all, Orioles did a great job trolling everybody.
With the small?
Because the scoreboard was set up like last year's scoreboard. Mm-hmm. The panel and all that.
The same frame,
So I had people walking by me, wow, what's up with that? I thought we had a new scoreboard. I'm winking because I knew they told us in a meeting a couple of days before this is what they were doing. Yeah. So they're just trolling people. So Kevin Brown, during the orange carpet ceremony, He launches down, and the governor or somebody else from MSA. They hit the button, and this little torch goes all around the stadium, the bordering of the stadium. So now they're showing off on all the new lighting.
Yeah.
The torch goes all the way around, and it hits to the scoreboard, and boom, all the pyros goes off, and the new scoreboard launches. And at that time, you have all the stats. Now, those stats to you and I mean absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. But what they're doing now is they're pulling Jeremy in. Because now Jeremy he never has to go to his phone to wonder the launch angle, the blah, 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 blah. It's all right there. So what I think they did, in my opinion, Camden Yards is now becoming the place for everybody. There's going to be a bar every 100 yards. It's going to be a new bar. It's going to be, it's everything you want now. I mean, number one, the club level.
That looked nice.
Well,
yeah.
I walked through the normal, the walk that takes you across Utah Street to the club level. So I'm walking, minding my business, open the door. Did I go to the wrong door?
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal. I think it's slowly becoming, especially when they put the new Corona bar out there, it's becoming the place for everybody. Yeah. Even if you don't like baseball, you want to be there because it's going to be the place to be. Don't let them win. If they win, it's going to be the hardest ticket in town because there's so many other things that keep your attention.
I totally agree. And I'm here. Obviously, I stay at the Renaissance. I'm downtown. I didn't want to go. I couldn't go anywhere because it was getting out of the town was so ridiculous. The traffic downtown. And to me, it was a good thing. I'm not bitching. I think it was a great thing to see.
You want to see it.
That means every place was packed.
Spending money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're spending people downtown. It's a good thing. Spending money. And at a time when we're talking about, we got the Commissioner Worley on yesterday. At the time you talk about crime coming down.
Yeah.
This is the best time to jump on board
100%.
and build this thing back up. I just thought the buzz yesterday I was proud. I'm sitting there and I'm looking around, and it was just like, man, people are having fun.
It's so busy on opening day, but did you get a chance to walk around and take everything in? Was there something else that stood out to you? You're like, man, that's kind of cool, or a food place where it's like, I'm definitely trying that this year?
I'd be honest with you, I did not.
It was so busy?
No, it wasn't that fact. It was so busy. I was observing people.
Yeah.
I was. You know what I mean? And I was walking around the concourse.
He was looking at people's feet.
There's a lot of them out. I was walking around the car.
Yeah, you gross guys. Those doggies are barking, man. Come on.
Where they at?
Yes.
There you go. Hey, Jeremy, you go ahead and sit in the kitty corner.
Toes.
But I was just really soaking it in.
Nasty.
I love Baltimore, Jeremy. You know that. I love Baltimore. I'm a Baltimore. I'm a Baltimore City guy. I'm born and raised in Baltimore City. So to see Baltimore on showcase like that, to see what's going on at Pickles, I'm fortunate that I have a press pass so I can step out of the stadium and come back. I walked out of the stadium. I stood across from Pickles at about 2:15. Probably about 2:10, so I can get back in time. And then I went back out again around 4. And I'm watching the line that goes from Pickles over to 771. And I see the people walking across the street to come into the game. They know they're late. Doesn't matter. And just to see that kind of buzz and the feeling. A buzz is not just what you see. It's what you feel. People were excited to be there. And, by the way, the weather was like room service. It's like you ordered it. Just a good day to be an Orioles fan.
You know what I took from that story is that humble brag about him being able to go outside anytime he wants. He's like, hey, man, just letting y'all know I can go anywhere I want. You can't. You want to go outside? Then you can't come back in. Guess you can.
Nah. I kid and you kid. No, again, as a proud Baltimorean yesterday, it got me. Got me in my feels. Folks having fun. Imagine that. Baltimore City, downtown. People having fun.
You know the other thing I really liked? Did you hear the talk of Albie and Minter? And what Albie said, he was like, I wanted him here. As soon as he signed, I sent him a message. And I was like, you sent him? He said, look, there's 2 teams in town. I want to build that bridge. I don't want us to hate each other.
No.
I want us to, it all goes hand in hand. And it didn't feel that way when Angelos was in control and things were going on. Oh, we got to do this. Nope, you can't have that because we got Sunday Night Baseball. So guess what? You guys got to go here, or we have a baseball game there. I get all that. But there's always been these. It felt like those 2 teams weren't together until recent years.
And I think it's important because one of the coolest photos I've ever collected. I have a photo of Ray Lewis and Ed Reed, and Reed's wearing an O's cap.
Yep.
To me, it's like
that's the O, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And to me, that was just awesome, to do that and something that's going to be displayed everywhere.
Somewhere I can just see Glenn Eunice telling every head, put the O's hat.
100%.
Somewhere I can see. That's Glenn Eunice inspired. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Antonio and Rosedale, what it do?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning. Good to see you yesterday.
It was great to see you guys yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, babe.
And great. Yeah, babe. TGIF and PYT.
There you go. Halfway there.
And great opening day win. How important was this win for this Orioles team? And you guys have a fantastic weekend.
You too. I think it was an organizational win because when you have those kind of features and you're opening up a lot of new things at the stadium for the team on the field to follow up and perform, it's a win on many levels.
And I don't know how much they showed on TV after the fact or whatever with the players putting Alvarez in the laundry cart and all the stuff that went on behind the scenes for getting his first win as a manager. But I think that at some point I read something where he spoke and said, look, it's about the guys, man. This is, like.
Is that really what he said?
Yeah.
How'd he say it?
Hey, it's about the gays. Gays. By the way, we are missing out if we don't get a shirt that says Camden Yards, come see Peter. Come see, and he just everybody. Ghana. Like put it on the shirt. Let's have some fun with that accent.
Oh, speaking of shirts, we got to give a little quick shout out.
Yes.
To the head of the Baltimore City Fire Department ceremonial unit. They gave us all T-shirts yesterday commemorating the fallen firefighters throughout history in the city. We didn't get a chance to talk to him, and we felt bad.
He came up right when we were coming back on the air, and I felt bad. And I got to tell you, at some point, I was in my spaceship at some point, and then I was looking for that shirt, and I'm looking everywhere. I bumped into somebody, had to say sorry. I said, I'm looking for that shirt, and the guy goes, you mean the one in your left hand? And I went, thank you for finding it. And I walked away.
But I just want to thank him because it's meaningful. We really appreciate it. And we apologize for not having a chance to talk. But
because as soon as I turned around, they were gone. I couldn't find them.
I tried to find them.
Because they didn't give it. I agree with you. I would love to have had them on, but that's not what they gave
maybe
it
we
to
can
us.
remedy that at some point.
Good guys, man. We can find them and get them back in.
Yeah.
Jerry Bimbry joins us to talk some NBA at 8 o'clock on the other side. How did you feel about the buzz in the stadium yesterday if you were there? Was it something different? Do you feel the club has done everything they can to bring you back? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, I'm here. I was here at opening day yesterday. You know that. But I mean, I've owned a home in Sarasota for years, and I'm down there now. But I do come back and forth to be here. And when I do, the only place I stay is Renaissance, Baltimore Harbor Place. Because I've been going there for 25 years. It's the first hotel I actually ever stayed in Baltimore. I stayed there when I interviewed for police commissioner many, many years ago. And it's just been my home away from home. And now again. And I do it for a lot of reasons. The location's fantastic. You're right downtown. You're walking distance from the yard. I mean, you can go to ball games, right there. And a bunch of great restaurants and just a lot of other things to do downtown. And I like waking up looking at the inner harbor. I just do. It's just a really nice experience. Great restaurants. I mean, just a great staff. And it's just a really nice hotel. If you haven't stayed there in a long time, I mean, just everything, the bedding, the stuff that's, kind of important to me. But it's a really good place. And if it's just for a weekend getaway for you, if you're, you're coming from another county, you want to stay downtown somewhere, I recommend you go to the Renaissance. If you're bringing people in from out of town, I would recommend the same. Just keep it in mind for your out-of-town guests, your relatives, your kids if they're coming in, whatever it may be, or just for yourself. If you just want to have, a nice weekend downtown, see a ball game, go to a couple of restaurants, things like that, check out Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place. I'm telling you won't regret it. I'm still enjoying my stay. That's where I watched the game yesterday. I just went back and just relaxed and kicked back, had the harbor, out my window, and I watched the ball game. And then I went downstairs and had a meal. So please check it out. Next trip, Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place. Please keep it in mind.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Is the strong-ass offer back on the table in Baton Rouge? Will Wade could leave NC State to coach LSU again. The Tigers are reportedly closing in on hiring Wade's AD at McNeese, Keith Schroyer, a move many see as the final piece to reunite the Lake Charles posse. Only problem is LSU still has a basketball coach. They're just not going to fire him unless Wade comes to town. I'm Drake Toll.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Shop for the best price, shop for the best financing. At Bob Bell Kia, we specialize in credit challenges. Bumps and bruises, no credit, no problem. We've got options. No application refused. Come see us at BobBellKia.com and drive away happy.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. No accidents. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. Then again, you're on the brakes at Liberty Road. 895 southbound in Baltimore City. You're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 looks great through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 southbound super slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The crowd was awesome. Before, we were kind of waiting in the back to kind of run down the orange carpet. A few of us kind of like snuck in, like to the side of when the garage door was open, and feel the vibe, feel the crowd with KB announcing and kind of like getting everyone going with the festivities. It was so cool. And then running down the orange carpet, I didn't think that carpet was going to stop. It just felt like it was a long run, but the whole day was awesome. The whole day was awesome.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Speaks properly. Thank God.
The cap it. I love it. It's going to be a fun year. And again, I think we got the guy. I think he's the right man for this job, especially with the young talent you have. Yeah. And he seems like you would know better than us. He seems like he's fun too.
He's a fun guy. Has a sarcastic humor to him, but it's not a smart like sarcasm. It's a bring you in sarcasm.
Is he the type of guy to wear a suit with sneakers?
No.
You don't think he's one of the more modern dressers like these guys?
I think he would. That's not modern.
I think he would wear
sneakers.
It's not?
Don't say that.
What's modern?
It's stupid.
I don't like it being called modern because it makes us seem like we're outdated.
Yeah, you guys are.
We don't.
No, it's
not.
It's not proper. It's not classic. It's just stupid. They're athletic shoes. They're meant to be worn in a gym. Then people start wearing them casually, and then we got into this. Okay, fine, but this is like, you know what happens next?
What?
This is what happens.
No ties. Oh.
No pajamas in public.
Oh, that already happened.
That's what I mean. That's how it happens.
There's no
when there's no decorum at all, and people used to dress. When I was a kid,
go ahead.
I have a big family, very big family. I have like 32 first cousins.
Why did you do this? This is the call segment.
He's rounding third, baby. Let him go.
My cousins would show up in football jerseys and sweatshirts on Christmas. My father made us wear shirt and tie. Like, and he grew up poor. Like,
I think that's where it comes from with me. My mother made me wear a shirt and tie.
And this isn't like, it is the opposite. This maybe the same reason. This wasn't bougie stuff. My father was they were evicted from their homes, like thrown on the street over and over. His father was an alcoholic and died young. His mother was a cleaning lady with 6 kids. That's how he grew up. And for him, your clothes were clean, your shoes were shine, you wore a tie, you look like.
How does he feel about tuxedo T-shirts?
He wasn't a fan.
It says it formal, but you like to party.
Right. Yeah. You're an idiot.
Let's go off to the phone lines. Let's get Chef at Owings Mills. Chef, what's going on, man?
Good seeing you yesterday, Chef.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, I just wanted to touch base. I saw y'all yesterday at Pickles, and yesterday was my first time ever going to opening day, and I couldn't ask for a better day.
Awesome.
Just to see y'all and just to get that experience. And then I walked over to see Jeremy, see y'all guys, Glenn Clark. And then Mike Bordick was talking to us, hey, I'm going to be more around town. Do you know how to get there? So we're walking with him because we had a free pass to get there. But leading up to the game, man, it was just incredible, Rob. Great job with you guys. And another thing that you didn't mention, I looked at Ben McDonald's hands. I would not want to be his opponent and that show power slap.
Hold up. Chef, hold up, Chef.
Yeah.
You said you went to the tailgate?
What's it called?
I went to the tailgate.
What's it called? What's the tailgate called, Chef?
Be More Around Town.
So we don't call anything in Baltimore Be More. People in Baltimore don't say Be More.
You got more messages about that.
People in Baltimore don't say. I got a message from a guy.
Yeah.
That's my shovel. So let's not go into that.
Now I just want to tell Ed. So Eli called in and said nobody uses
Eli's
the term.
Coming.
He is. He used the term that nobody uses Be More anymore. Nobody says Be More.
Yeah. And it says people in Baltimore don't say that at all.
I usually texting to shorten it.
But yet he went to a tailgate by a guy from Baltimore called
Be More Around Town.
Okay. Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
What's going on, fellas?
Nothing much.
Hey, man, shout out to Be More Around Town, man. One of the best tailgates around, you feel me? But, hey, good seeing y'all yesterday, though. Where was the breakfast at, first of all? I thought y'all had like a buffet thing set up there for y'all listeners.
That's not on us.
We don't run the restaurants.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
What did we charge you to get in for that buffet? Yeah, nothing.
It don't matter though. Yeah. But then like I hit the corner, then I see police right now. Y'all talking to the police. I'm like, man, what's going on down here, man? But
it's opening day.
Yeah, man. But y'all got too much police over there. I got open warrants and all. I ain't got time for all that.
I wish you would have told us before they came.
You live in Bowley's quarters. You ain't got no warrants.
Hey, but listen, man. As far as the stadium and the upgrades and everything, man, I'm happy the Orioles definitely invested that money into the stadium. Made it more modernized. Compared to these other stadiums that what's so funny?
Modernized. You are such a.
You're
so good at this.
You know what I meant, man.
Know,
yeah. Like being going to these other stadiums I'll be going to that's newer. They got a lot of lounges and bar areas, man. I'm glad the Orioles definitely finally caught up, and I can't wait till that other bar you was talking about, Rob, opened up. You said the Corona bar, right?
Corona bar, right there at the flag court. Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice, man.
You saw that little draped area. That's what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta go. Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm definitely about to say what I'm gonna say now that Rashawn was down there with y'all yesterday. First of all, right, shout out to the Orioles winning yesterday. I should have took the under, but, listening to y'all like I always do. But hey,
get out of here. Good. Your other plays didn't hit either, so don't blame it on us. That parlay wasn't making it through.
Hey, it's all good, man. You see Paul Scanes, he couldn't even last the whole first inning, man, so I knew something was up.
He played a good team.
I just want to say this, right, and y'all know I'm for the people, right? Shout out to all the people that went to Pickles yesterday, right? But I had to log off my phone because everybody kept saying, yo, where you at? I'm down Pickles. And I'm like, bro, I'm at work, bro. I'm at work. So I texted Rob yesterday. I already know what Rob's going to say, but I want to hear what y'all guys say, right? I think they should have opening day on a Saturday, man. I mean, I hear y'all keep talking about all this money they make. Just imagine how much money they'd make if they, everybody off on the weekend. You know what I mean? So
that place sells out.
Exactly.
On a weekday.
That's my point. How much more money can they make when there's no one else?
Hey, it's Baltimore City.
You can't fit anybody else in. You can't fit. Trippy, you're wrong. Nobody here agrees with that. You said the NFL starts on a weekday. What are you talking about? How much more money can they make? It's capped out. What are you talking about? This
isn't like, putting something on the weekend so you get more eyes on television because more people are at home.
Right.
Like, you're going to sell out on a weekday afternoon. When else can you get that?
Your ass is the elbow right now every place you go. If you actually came down there, you wouldn't ask that question.
I'm a little upset at Trippy for bringing this whole parlay thing. He tried to blame us for his parlay when he gave out, what was it, a 5 or 16 parlay, and the only thing that hit was the Orioles.
Shovels at 8:15, but on the other side, Jerry Bimbry, we picked the perfect day to get him. Something happened last night, and I want to know his take on it. Knicks, Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
Faniversary is coming soon. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston. Don't miss this fun-filled event celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Meet the Fan hosts, win prizes, and we'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet former Raven Femi Ayanbadejo and Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. The party starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. Sponsored by Hello Hartford, Small Town Charm, Big Memories, and by Bel Air Hyundai. Part of Jones Junction with 2 million likes and reviews.
Hey, don't take better care of your car than you do your own body. Some of you are in that category. You'll get your car checked up, you'll get it serviced, you'll do all those things, but you won't take care of yourself. I get regular blood tests when I go to Life Med Institute. Not only do I get the IV and the vitamins and all the things that I need, but they get the blood work to let me know what's going on. And trust me, it's a lifesaver. Give them a call, 410-575-1200. You can't just keep driving your body and not checking up on it. Keep having birthdays. Just don't get old. Go over there, get the blood work done. They'll tell you what you need, maybe in low testosterone, which is a big thing, maybe low vitamin D. And you have no idea how low vitamin D can affect a lot of other things. 410-573-1200. Tell them Rob Long sent you. Get the $1 million blood test. No, it doesn't cost that much, but it's worth that much. I'm telling you, Life Med Institute made a big difference in my life. Jeremy, Ed, we will tell you all day long. Again, keep having birthdays. Just don't get old. 410-575-1200. Tell them Rob Long sent you.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only. Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Yesterday at the Yard, the Birds start 2026 in the win column.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Helsley earns his first save as an Oriole, striking out the side in the ninth to help the Birds beat the Twins 2-1. Baltimore scored twice in the seventh inning by way of a Colton Cowser sac fly and a Blaze Alexander RBI single. And on the mound, Trevor Rogers impressed, working his way through 7 scoreless while striking out 5. No baseball tonight as the O's have the evening off. They resume their series with the Twins tomorrow afternoon, first pitch at 4:05. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Collins joining us right now from the Undefeated. He is Jerry Bimbry. What's going on, Jerry?
What's up, Rob? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Jerry, I thought about you this morning.
Oh, God.
Because I did not know the scores of the NBA game last night because with opening day and then the NCAA tournament, I'll be honest with you, I didn't pay attention. But I want to rewind back several months ago, Jerry, with my good friend Jeremy Kahn over there.
Don't do this to this man.
Tried to make a point to you that there was a team in the NBA that was going to be a force to be reckoned with before it's all said and done. Now, Jeremy also said he's not saying this is a championship contender. He's just saying keep one eye on his team down there in the Queen City. And not only did you disagree, but you laughed at him. You mocked him. You mocked him, Bimbry.
I sure did.
And last night they kicked the Knicks' ass.
Oh.
Yeah, they sure did. I mean, hey.
And they're 39-34 on the year, the Charlotte Hornets. I just wanted to throw that out there, Jerry.
I refuse to have Jerry Bimbry slander on this show. It's not going to happen. Jerry, because
Jeremy...
Go ahead.
You were right. You were right.
Well, now, can I bring up Atlanta now?
No, I mean, how good is Kniffle? I mean, going into the season, he was not even considered in Rookie of the Year status, and now he might be the leader.
Oh, I did say on a recent show with you guys that he will probably win Rookie of the Year. He's been amazing this year, and we all knew how good he was in college, but we had no expectations he would be this good on the pro level. So, I mean, hats off to the Charlotte Hornets. They're going to likely be they will be in the play-in game, or they could actually make it into the top six and get in the playoff mix.
Yeah, they're a game and a half back of the Raptors right now.
Yeah, so it's a cluster there with Miami, Charlotte, Orlando, Philly, and the Raptors, and Atlanta Hawks. So it's going to be an exciting race to the play-in situation in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I have to take this abuse in person, by the way, Jerry. So you only have it for like 10 minutes. All the Knicks hatred here. Anyway, my question, and to lose to a guy named Knipple. Whatever. The race in the East. I mean, I thought the Celtics would make a play for the lead by now, but the Pistons are holding tight. And my question is, how do they do this so quick? I mean, 2 years ago they won 14 games. That's like just 2 seasons ago. Then they improved last season, and now they're in first place. What did they do so quickly to turn that team around?
It's all about a bunch of relatively no-name players, and they're doing it right now with Cade Cunningham out of the lineup with a collapsed lung, and he probably won't be back into the lineup until next month. So, they're playing tremendous team basketball. I saw them a couple of nights ago, and they play great defense. Jalen Duren has been a big asset to that squad. The Thompson twins, both in Houston and Detroit. I mean, those guys are just great on-ball defenders. And another example of not having to have 3 superstars to win a championship, which has been, a trend that teams have fought in recent years. But this is all about team in Detroit, and they're doing a great job at it.
Well, I want to get your thoughts on the MVP race, because I think it's pretty interesting this year how, and I'll just scroll right past the "hold me now" joke that I could have had with the Thompson twins, but if you're looking at the picture, I know people throw SGA in there because he deserves to be there with the way his team's playing. I would give it to Wemby or Brown at this point. Is there someone that you see standing out right now, and do you consider all 3 of those guys in for that race?
Listen, Wemby is the guy. Early in the season, he showed what he was capable of, and he's just stepped it up 5 levels since the beginning part of the season. I watch games with Wemby, and on a nightly basis, I see things that I've never seen a player do in an NBA game. And it's funny because a couple of weeks ago, Charles Barkley was criticizing the San Antonio Spurs, saying, where are they going to get their points without Wemby? And the Spurs have multiple players who can score in that squad. I mean, I don't know what Charles Barkley has been looking at, or maybe he was back in the eating room, not watching games like he usually does. But they have a very solid team. Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, Cornette as a backup center. I mean, they're playing solid basketball. I love watching those guys play, and I think they have a legitimate shot of winning a championship this year.
Hey, I'm with you, Jerry. Charles Barkley has a great personality. I think he gets by on it, but sometimes he has some takes, and I'm like, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, if I'm not going to allow any Jerry Bimbry slander, it's not going to happen with Barkley either. So I'm just letting you know.
Sometimes he's like, dude. Hey, Jerry, working on anything that you can or can't tell us about?
Yeah, I'm working on a story right now on a high school player, one of the top 5 recruits in the nation. And the story's going to drop prior to the All-American game next week, so look for it.
There you go. Jerry Bimbry. Thanks a lot, my friend.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right, guys. Take care.
And by the way, you can find that in The Undefeated.
Yeah. Jerry's been great for, I love talking NBA, and it's nice to have that one, that person you can go to talk. Because, again, understanding what the NBA is at this point, people like the playoffs and get into it at that point. But in the regular season, I think people die off. And this year, it's just easy to kind of give up on it because of all the teams that are tanking.
Jerry's been, faithful to the show. He'll get up in the 7 o'clock hour to come on the show.
He's great.
He's tremendously faithful to the show, man.
He should have said this stuff while he was on air with us. Now he thinks we hate him. Except me. He knows I like him.
Are you still cautiously optimistic about Trevor Rogers? We'll explore that at 8:45. But on the other side, Ed Norris, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah. I'm going to give mine to Major League Baseball for waiting so long to correct a real problem. And there was a glaring example of it yesterday.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Hey, spring selling season is in full swing, and if you're thinking about selling your home, my number one recommendation is Vinny Steele. It's Rob Long, and for years I've been telling you about Vinny Steele and Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and 3.1% more than the average agent, which means a home sold for $400,000, you'll get about $12,400 in your pocket. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. He'll sell your home at a price and time frame you agree to, or Vinny will buy it himself. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com. That's Vinny, STEO.com.
Brought to you by Staples.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace, your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The Beltway Inner Loop 695, right at Quarantine Road. There's an accident there. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow in the usual spots. Bel Air Road to Providence. Then again, Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. And the tunnels are running smoothly. Both the Harbor Tunnel and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
We're giving out shovels. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
Major League Baseball. And I don't know if they delayed this, but it seemed like it to me. They've been very slow. I guess Manfred's better than his predecessors as far as instituting change. So I got to give them kudos for bringing in ABS finally, because I just think it's been long overdue with a lot of bad umpiring.
Irritable bowel syndrome?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank God.
But yesterday was a perfect example. The Red Sox played the Reds yesterday, and Roman Anthony was called out, on strikes. He taps his helmet, indicating he wants a challenge. Sure enough, the pitch was low. Now it's on base. He doesn't. He's not out. It leads to a couple of runs. They end up winning the game, turns the whole game around just with that simple challenge. By the way, he was 3 for 4 with a walk yesterday.
I was going to say, he got on base almost every time.
3 for 4 with a walk. Yeah, he was unbelievable.
3 for 4.
3 for 4. And so I'm just saying that this, and of course, it was evident yesterday in the O's game, but this one was particularly important because they ended up winning 3-0, and that was because of that rally.
That's funny.
So you turned that into a rally.
That's funny. That's what 8:30 is about. Your early thoughts on the ABS system. It was blank before. But
you're kidding.
I told Joe 10 seconds before you said that.
Yeah, because it's blank on my sheet.
Right.
I know we'll get into the segment, but you talked about the guy that thought he hit the home run.
Hit a home run, circled the bases, got to the plate. They challenged it. It was foul ball. This was not ABS, but and he ended up striking out on the next pitch.
Oh, wow.
Is that worse than watching a guy catch it at the wall or something and you pimped it because you went all the way around the bases? I think if you go all the way around the bases, you should have to go all the way back around like when you tag
counterclockwise.
On home run?
No, you'd be going clockwise.
On home run it.
You'd be going clockwise, yes.
What's up, Jeremy?
All right. My shovel is either going to Shaq or whoever created this rumor. Thank you. Thank you for my shovel. So Shaq allegedly, someone posted DM saying that he slid into Sabrina Carpenter. You've seen her, the pretty blonde, that singer.
Slid into her DM, not slid into Sabrina.
Well, he was trying to, allegedly. Here's the tweet or the message. Damn, baby, I would keep your farts in a cologne bottle and spray it on me every day. Just jokes. I'm Shaq. What's your name, baby? I don't think
I'm
it's
not
him.
buying this.
I don't think it's Shaq at all.
He went on a podcast and said, "Does that sound like me at all?"
Yeah.
And she said, "I know who you are. You're way too famous to be sending messages like that." I can't be horny and want some of that snow bunny for myself. You being rude for no reason. You can't handle Big Diesel anyway. And I'm not going to bring up what he said about meat. It's just not happening. So
I don't think so.
But, like, there were better lines to use, right? Like, do you have some of your favorites? I'd crawl through a mile of glass just to hear you fart in a telephone.
That's yours.
You don't like that one?
No.
No? It's like a bong hit out of your ass and hold it in like a bong. You ever heard that one?
Yes.
From
you. Yes. Not on the radio, though.
They're all from me?
It's like,
I know.
Man, you're on one.
What are you talking about?
Since yesterday.
Yes. I think it's me.
You were on one from yesterday.
Been badly behaved since I'm back.
Oh, man. It's your fault, Ed. But, yeah, look.
But, I mean, does she not, does Sabrina Carpenter does she buy this?
She hasn't said anything, I don't think.
Well, if she responds saying you're too famous to respond like this.
She believes it's him.
But again, I don't know if this is fake.
The whole story.
Yeah, because Shaq's alleging none of this, that this was...
Well, we haven't heard from her.
This was made,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But someone did post the DMs.
My shovel, speaking of DMs, goes to Daryl. Daryl hit me up, told me I don't know what I'm talking about, going back to what Eli said about this whole Be More thing. People didn't Be More. Baltimore never said Be More. So I'm like, who's Daryl? So I went on Daryl's Facebook page, and guess what Daryl was yesterday, Ed? Tell us, Jeremy.
He was at the Be More Round Town tailgate.
Yeah.
And as he would call it, the Baltimore Round Town.
So I hit him back and said, you're joking, right? This is because there's no way you could be there, and earlier you hit me with this. He said, no, I'm not joking. No one calls it that. I said, dude, go on your page and look at what you posted. The two famous tailgates in Baltimore. One is called the Tailgoat.
Yes.
Presented by Jimmy Seafood.
Yes.
The other one is Be More Around Town with Brian Snyder.
Yeah.
Where's Brian Snyder from? Baltimore.
Be More.
No, Be More.
Be More.
Be More. Yeah.
Like, I honestly thought he was joking. Like, dude, is this like funny sarcasm? Just sending this to me? And I went on his Facebook page, like, who is this guy? Are we friends? Because some people hit you up. Just like yours, my Facebook page is not private.
No,
so we don't have to be friends.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Looks familiar. I'm like, are you kidding me? You were at the tailgate yesterday. Be more around town, but no one says that. 410-583-1057 is the number. John in Bel Air. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. I guess I got to be a Debbie Downer here, but I got to give my shovel to the outfield defense yesterday.
Oh, no, we talked about it earlier. You're not being a Debbie Downer.
All right, and I'm sorry if I missed that, but, the obvious one, Tyler O'Neill. But the one that bothered me the most was eighth inning when Tito in the corner. I don't know what he was doing with that ball.
He played that into
Tyler
a triple. He played it into a triple, John.
He absolutely did, and he had Byron Buxton is the guy who hit it. How are you not sprinting over there to at least hold him to a double? He was so lackadaisical with that ball. It really bothered me, and I wonder if there was more of a vet on the mound if that would have created a situation like, hey, what are you doing, man?
Let me ask you this, John. What was worse, the effort getting to it or the throw?
Actually, I was more the effort getting to it, but then the effort on the throw was also pretty bad.
It was just a lollipop, man. Thanks for the call,
When
John.
I saw that, I thought he was not familiar with the outfield. He was trying to play it off the wall properly. And then I was like...
But doesn't throw.
Well, then the effort to get to it, though. Because I assumed he was playing it off the carom, and that's why he went kind of to the right of where the ball was, and that's fine. But then I got to say it looked a little... looked a little slow getting to the ball and then the rainbow throw and all, yeah.
Someone talked to him.
Oh, I'm sure they did, yeah.
Let's go to Steve in Pasadena. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, I'm just calling in to give a shovel to all these morons. When I was at the game yesterday, and they were booing the governor when he was out there. That is totally ridiculous, man. This is probably one of the best governors we've ever had, and they're out there booing him. And these are probably the same jerks that voted for that moron over in the White House. It's a felon and a child abuser.
Steve,
so
Steve, can I ask you a question, Steve?
What's that?
I ask you a question. Now, because you just kind of told the story. You think it's a bad thing to boo the governor because you like him. What if you didn't like him? Would it be a bad thing?
No, I think he's a great governor. So
no. I said if you thought, okay, so if you thought he was a horrible governor, would you be okay with booing him then?
No.
So you either way.
What about the guy in the White House you just said was a felon and a child abuser? Would you?
Yeah.
How
about him?
You would. No, but say, would you boo him?
Well, of course I would.
It's personal preference, Steve. That's my point.
Yeah,
it's personal. They're not.
You just lost the legitimacy.
You could say you don't like them booing them, but it's the idiot part that got me. I mean, they booed them because they don't.
First of all, you don't boo any. To me, you don't boo anybody in political office just because you don't agree with them. It's still you honor
Except
the
for
office.
Ted Cruz, he should be punted out to the ocean.
I wouldn't boo Wes Moore. I wouldn't boo Donald Trump. I wouldn't boo Joe Biden. I wouldn't boo none of them. I just don't think it's appropriate.
That's fine, but you don't call them an idiot. These people idiots for booing them when you come back later in the phone call and say you would boo
this is
an elected official.
This is my issue with this. Yes. You know where I stand. Like, I hate when somebody says shut up and dribble or shut up and act, but if the actor or the athlete says the same thing you agree with, you don't tell them to shut up. It's the double standard.
And that's my whole
point. And that's what that is.
I agree. Governor Moore should not have been booed yesterday. But I'm not calling you an idiot for doing it, especially if I'm the same person that would boo another elected official. I'm not booing any elected official. If I win a championship that's worthy of visiting the White House, I don't care who's in office. I'm going to the White House. Mm-hmm. You're not ruining my opportunity, but at the same time, it's hypocritical to say someone's an idiot just because they're booing someone that you like. Eli in Parkville. What's up, Eli?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I got to give my shovel to Robert, the guy that's the host of the Fan. And because of this whole Baltimore thing, when I brought it up, he didn't want to discuss it then, but now he want to bring it up all the time.
I did discuss it. I discussed it all.
No.
I discussed it. No, I didn't. I brushed it off. Hold on. Time out. No. I said it wasn't worth arguing with you because you were wrong.
Yeah, about the Be More thing.
Yeah, I did discuss it. I said it wasn't worth arguing because you were wrong.
All right. Anyways, with water underneath the bridge, how about we have like a friendly wager on like Cano throughout the year? Basically, if he like blow a save, I will get you a Be More jersey with your name on it.
See, that's not a win for me. I don't really like jerseys.
And you don't want to see him blow.
And I don't want to see him blow saves.
I mean, he shouldn't be saving in the first place.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't know how I win with that. I don't like jerseys, and how do I win? On top of that, Eli, if I Jeremy, I mean. I don't need
if he
you
blows
to
a save, that means we're in trouble.
I don't need you to give me a jersey
because our closer is not pitching. He's out. So
that would never happen in Be More.
Yeah,
or Baltimore.
He said, "I want to give a shovel to Robert."
I didn't know who he was talking about. That's why I looked at Jeremy. I'm mouthing.
To Robert, the host of this show. He dropped Robert. Hey man. My mother called me Robert.
Excuse me for a second.
Are you still cautiously optimistic about Trevor Rogers for 2026? We'll talk about that at 8:45, but on the other side. Your early thoughts on the ABS challenge system up next on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Every injury sets a crew back. The Career Care program from CIP Solutions helps you build resilience, giving teams the tools and habits that keep work moving and workers strong. Start today at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks, careercare.co. For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Hey, listen up. Patriot and Old Glory Harley need used bikes, and they're giving NADA retail value when trading for a new Harley this week. No matter how much you owe on it, Patriot and Old Glory Harley will trade anything. Bikes, cars, ATVs, RVs, and more. NADA retail value for your motorcycle. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. At Patriot and Old Glory Harley, all credit applications considered. Patriot and Old Glory Harley Davidson has the largest new 2026 model inventory in the state, with truckloads delivering every day. Retail trade value ends this Sunday. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage. Any trade-in equity may be applied to not finance and approved credit.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet Store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet Store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet Store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet Store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
Hey Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Kyle Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
Town Appliance's 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com. It's the Slam Dunk Sales Event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026. See our great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks fine. No real problems. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. Then again from Liberty Road to Baltimore National Pike. And the tunnel's running smoothly. Southbound 895, no problems. 95, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings it a run to make it 2-0.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the 7th. A run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day. Baltimore's 4th straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 5 over 7 scoreless innings. And Ryan Helsley shut the door of the 9th, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ed Norris and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Will try to escape it. And he will. Yep. Jeffers is going to challenge here.
Yep.
Twins have one remaining.
I think that ball was off the corner.
We about to find out.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Missed it by that much. 0.4 of an inch will keep Ryan Jeffers at the plate.
That's yesterday, courtesy of Masson.
I appreciate the shout out from Kevin Brown. 0.4 of an inch.
You're welcome.
Thanks, man.
And I appreciate the Get Smart reference.
Yeah.
From Jim
Missed
Palmer.
it by that much.
Yep. Yeah.
So, your thoughts early on, Jeremy Connell, of the ABS challenge system?
I was telling you, I saw a game yesterday. Was it the Reds? And I think it was Reds.
They played the Red Sox.
And Red Sox, yeah. That there was a challenge 3 plays in a row.
Really?
And the catcher won the first one, lost the second one, won the third one. And as Rob pointed out in the last segment about the guy that thought he hit the home run, rounded the bases, and then nope, come back out, strike out. I like this. It's fast. It's I don't think there's any debate. I think there's going to be some close ones where it's like, is it touching? Is it not? But
0.4 of an inch is pretty close, man.
Yeah.
It's like...
Well, thanks. Is that big? Is that a lot? It's like, again, you needed to fix this. You needed to have something. There's so many... Like, Laz Diaz is doing a game, and they must have challenged him as many times as you can challenge him in a game because he's that bad. And you look at games going, yes... One pitch can swing what the at-bat is. A 3-1 count is so different than a 1-2 count or a 2-2 count.
Roman Anthony yesterday. Yeah. He turned a strikeout into a rally. That would end in the inning.
Yeah, so I think it's important. I like it, and the thing I like most about it is that it's quick.
Yeah.
It's not like the challenges in the NFL. Let's put on the headset and talk to New York.
Yes. Yeah. And they still get it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing because it's instantaneous, and you have to challenge it quick because they don't want somebody saying, communicating to you to challenge this. You've got to do it immediately. You get answered immediately, and that's it. We're done. It's a ball or strike, and I think it's great and about time because I hate the NFL's replay. I'm really starting to hate the NFL.
Yeah,
I really am for a lot of reasons. But
I wonder if that's eventually going to happen to the masses because it's such a huge sport that everyone loves. But I was talking about, we all remember when they went to challenging pass interference, and we're like, oh my God, he tackled that guy by the neck before the ball got there. No pass interference. Why are we challenging?
Yeah, why do you even have this now?
Yeah.
Mark Cuban got it right. I think he said this.
Yeah, he said years ago, over a decade ago, the NFL was the something pig, the
pig
greedy pig.
Yeah, something like that.
He said it's going to eat itself.
Yeah,
he said that. You would think that nothing that popular would ever do that. Hopefully, at some point, they kind of wake up.
Pivot.
But this challenge system is so fast, though.
Oh.
And you know what? The system that it has, it can't be wrong.
Yeah.
You can't get it wrong. Once you challenge it, because it gives you every angle up that hit that much of the play, strike.
It's never going to be wrong in inside or outside.
Yeah.
Because that's just 17 inches or whatever the plate is. So, it's good. That's standard. High and low, I think, may be a challenge. But
if the Roman Empire can fall, I think the NFL can fall, by the way.
Soviet Union fell.
It's just like...
Let's just hope not. Just hope not. I don't care how much you love it or not. That thing's a cash cow.
They keep going out there trying to grab more cash. It's like they can't. They can't stop because there's so much out there that's ready to help
themselves.
Do you think maybe for the most part, Ed, that the last 3 years of MLB, most of the rule changes have been embraced even by old school people?
Yes, I think so. Because I consider myself kind of old school, and but I'm not really. I do.
There's one I think they didn't like. Do you like the runner on second base?
No, I don't like that.
I do.
I don't. What I do like though is I like the limiting the throws to first base, the mound visits, all that stuff. Because I like stolen bases. And and I just think by limiting the throws to first, I think you free these guys up a bit and making the bag itself a couple inches bigger because a lot of these things are just a fingernail away. So it gives the advantage to the runner. So I like all those.
I've changed
the pitch clock.
I've changed my stance on the ghost runner. You know why? Because I watched the playoff game that went extra innings. They had no ghost runner. In the regular season, it's a Tuesday night. It's 9:30, 9:45. You got to go to work the next day. Let's get this done.
Yeah, I don't want an 18-inning game.
Let's get it. Let's go. Let's speed this up.
Yeah.
But in October, nobody cares about your job tomorrow.
The Tigers playoff game last season.
Oh, yeah. That was the Mariners that they played, or was that?
Yeah. It went on forever.
It probably wouldn't have if he had a ghost runner.
Oh, definitely wouldn't
So
have.
I don't mind. It broke me down. It wore me down when I saw the extra inning playoff game that wasn't decided on that.
It's kind of perfect, though. Regular season, yes. Postseason,
yeah, let's go. Let's go.
And other sports do that, too. Like in the NHL, overtime is 3-on-3, and the shootout. That's not the case in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The NBA has one, too, where it's like, you only have to play about 2/3 of your contract, and then you can still get paid all that money because they need to give you days off.
But in the playoffs, let's go.
Yeah. It's amazing how they don't take any days off on those games when they're tight, they're close together. Ooh, don't need load management then.
No, amazing.
But yeah, I turned that Tigers game changed my opinion on the Ghost Runner thing. I'm like, yeah, you know what? April, I don't want to be here 16 innings. I don't. Let's speed this up. We had 9 innings to win this game. We didn't. Damn that Ghost Runner. Get him home. And it also brings about a different strategy too. That small ball wins in extra innings. You know what I mean? No run. If I'm the home team and I held the visiting team to no runs in the top of the 10th, I'm bunting them over where I have several opportunities to score the winning run without a hit.
Yep.
That'll be my strategy.
Problem is there's too many guys in this league that can't bunt now. So you see them trying to hit fly balls to right field to hopefully get that runner over from second to third.
And they strike it out.
They strike out, pop up. Even a ground ball to the right side of the infield should help you get that guy to third as long as he's reading it right.
Now, Jeremy, this question is for you, and I know it's going to make you burn to answer this question. Has Rob Manfred done at least a half-decent job as a commissioner?
Man, no.
You just named all these things that changed in baseball that you like.
He was just there.
He had nothing to do with it.
Nope. Everybody else did it. Look, that guy, when we talk about Rob Manfred, when we had the COVID year, I'm never going to forgive him for that.
He screwed that up.
Screwed it all up. Oh, yeah, we're going to be, I guarantee we'll be back next week. Well, your guarantee ain't worth squat, buddy. You had a chance to come back and steal everyone's viewership because there's nothing else going on.
That was not a good moment.
And then you called the World Series trophy a piece of metal.
That was not his finest moment. But I think overall, Ed, he's done a good job.
I got to say, I'm not a fan because the whole thing that affected friends of mine in the IG's office in Major League Baseball, I know what happened there, and it really turned me off. However, I got to give him credit because I thought Bud Selig was so slow in changing things that needed to be changed. He
you mean I don't know Bud Selig? I don't know.
He resisted everything. The way the All-Star game was played and how it mattered, it didn't matter, and you're giving advantages for a game that's an exhibition and then not bringing an instant replay when it's available when every other sport had it. Like, he was glacial in his pace. I mean, just glacial. And I think Manfred's much better.
Talk to me when we have a lockout next year and see if you still like everything that's going on in baseball. And I'm not saying that's his fault solely, but
have control over that, though, yeah.
But I mean, this is the important stuff that goes on in the game, and it's all about the money. And then arguing with the Major League Baseball Players Association and trying to figure that out. I think there's something to be said about looking at what they're both looking for, because if the Dodgers win this year, it gives ownership more ammo to go with them for a salary cap.
If you don't want to lock out, you better pull against the Dodgers.
Yep.
I'm serious. You better put one of these small markets. And I don't know how guys with short cords operate. I don't have my headphones today.
What do you need help with?
And this cord is short, and every time I turn, it comes out.
I know.
So how does that work when?
Well, you can't tuck it anywhere. You just have to let it flow.
I mean, you can't make the wrong movement because it comes out.
Wear tighter underwear.
You guys do it, man. NCAA Friday night preview at 9:15. But on the other side, are you still only cautiously optimistic about Trevor Rogers? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. From Cy Young to a total meltdown. Just 37 pitches. Paul Skeens' 2026 debut was a nightmare at Citi Field as the Pirates ace failed to even survive the first inning. Skeens was chased after recording just 2 outs, tagged for 5 early runs. I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 29th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all dresses and 50% off all button-downs. Yep, get everyone dressed for spring with half off all dresses and button-downs for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 3/28 and 29. Excludes clearance, maternity, jumpsuits, rompers, active, and bubbles.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Light traffic in and around the area. The inner loop of the Beltway, a little bit slow at Green Spring Avenue. The outer loop slow, Hartford Road to Providence. And then again from Old Court Road to about Liberty Road. The tunnels in Baltimore City running just fine, 95 southbound and 895 southbound. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
And earlier I said to Jeremy, concerning Trevor Rogers, if I said to you, Trevor Rogers can't duplicate what he did last year, you would instantly say, yeah, I agree with that. That's tough to duplicate. However, if I said, no, he absolutely can duplicate what he did last year, everybody would stop and say, wait a minute, that's kind of tough. My point is, it goes back to the call we had yesterday. We're more inclined to believe the fall than we are the rise.
Yes.
We're more inclined to believe that.
100%.
And we continue. I outlined Trevor Rogers' outings, his last 4 outings. It was the last 5 outings. 4 of his last 5 outings, he gave up no runs. Oh, that's just, he can't continue to do that. You're right, he can't. But why can't he continue to be dominant?
Well, we've always lived in a society that says, I'll believe it when I see it, right? I hate that phrase, I'll believe it when I see it. Now we live in a society that you could actually see it and still not believe it. People are just so on this negative side of like, nah, I don't believe that. Here's the facts. I don't believe those either. Those are alternative facts. This situation with Trevor Rogers, it's kind of a loaded one because when you look at his career, starts off strong, right? Looks great. Kind of takes a dip. We saw him last year. He looked amazing. He looked amazing in spring. What if he is this good?
Yeah.
And again, define how you want to mean this good. It's not like Paul Skeens is great, right? Paul Skeens gave up 5 earned runs in the first inning. He's got a 66-run ERA or something.
Yes.
Not his fault, all of it. But
because you got an outfielder that shouldn't be in the outfield.
All of these guys can have bad games, and they have.
Right.
To look at what he did last year, he didn't have a bad game until his last start. That was incredible.
Yeah. Numbers aside, when are we going to stop being cautiously optimistic about him, though? Yeah. That's my whole thing.
Yeah, I'm with you because by being cautiously optimistic, you're almost making it, you're protecting yourself if he fails. I told you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're just optimistic, say, I think he can do it, and then he falls apart or whoever the player is, later has a struggle, what do you lose? What do you lose by just saying, being glass half full? Like, I think he's going to do what he did last year. Why would I think otherwise? And that's how I feel about him. Why would I think otherwise? Until he shows me otherwise, I'm going to think this is how he is.
It's almost like sports fans now, Jeremy, act as if these guys that are signed and have these contracts, their contracts are linked to them.
Yeah.
Like if he doesn't succeed, if I say Trevor Rogers is going to be, and I think it's a social media thing.
100%
you post so much, he's not this, he's not that. So now you got to cheer against him because you publicly made a comment. And some of you who do this stuff on social media, welcome to our world. The difference is we can say something and be wrong and come back to work the next day. Some of you run from it and you can't do it because you realize it's a different world. It's a different world when you got to put your opinion out there and you're wrong sometimes. No one would know that better than Jeremy.
What, my opinion?
What's
wrong with it?
Let's go out to Kevin in Catonsville. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good
How
morning.
you doing,
Doing
man?
well. How are you?
Ain't nothing. Hey, Rob, quick question though. The guy who said nobody used B more, I'm gonna guess he looks like me and you, correct?
Yes.
Well, he's a young kid too.
Yeah, and the guy who said that who runs the tailgate, he kind of resembles Jeremy and Ed, right?
Right.
There you go. So both of y'all right. People still do use B more, but it's a certain demographic.
Well, I think Rob's right. Like he said, people don't use B more in Baltimore anymore, and that's factually incorrect.
Yeah.
Like,
well, who uses is irrelevant. This show represents everybody, so it's used regardless of how you want to break it down. You can't say nobody. And if you say nobody or everybody, those two words, you're either right or wrong. There is no in between.
And everybody agrees with that.
But I'm sorry, what's on your mind, Kevin?
But anyway, I was calling because, Trevor Rogers could be that guy right now. You know what I mean? He could have, remember Jake Arrieta? Randy Johnson, Randy Johnson couldn't hit the side of a barn when he was in Montreal.
He could hit a bird flying, though.
Yeah, he could.
Did you see yesterday 2 birds collided in the outfield and one of them died?
No.
That happened, I think, in Pittsburgh or in the Mets game. Yeah.
But, yeah, so Trevor Rogers, he can be that guy, and like I said, what I saw yesterday is, I'm like you. I'm glad that, he didn't have his best stuff. And, yeah, people can say Minnesota lineup, that's a professional lineup. And he did his thing when he didn't have his best stuff. And to me, that's a top of the rotation guy. And he made...
The Randy Johnson thing ain't that bad, man. I'm looking at Randy Johnson's numbers right now early in his career. That's not, and I'm not saying he's going to be dominant like Randy Johnson. I don't think you're saying that either, Kevin. But I get your point. You know what I mean? A guy that took a couple of years to figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, look at there's so many guys we can name in this. Chris Carpenter, Roy Halladay,
Nolan Ryan.
How about Lucas Giolito? How about Dylan Cease?
Yeah.
How about these are guys that came out and had like 6-run ERAs in the rookie year, and the whip was high, and you're like, oh my God, is he going to figure it out? And the good ones do.
And I'm sure those guys will tell you a lot like Trevor Rogers said, it was between his ears. Yeah, it wasn't talent. It was between his ears. Trevor Rogers would be the first to tell you it was here.
I think a lot of these guys are. I'm telling you, I bring up Nolan Ryan because he was like Charlie Sheen, right? Wild Thing. He had no control when he came up. When he was at the Mets, seriously, they trade him in a terrible trade, and then he becomes Nolan Ryan.
Let's go to Wayne and Dundalk, who wants to talk about the ABS system. What's up, Wayne?
Rob, Jeremy, hey, good morning, man.
Good
How
morning.
you guys doing?
Good. Doing well. How are you?
Real quick, I just wanted to talk about, pretty good, man. Thank you. I just wanted to talk about real quick a couple of things. Opening day, dude, I thought it was so cool, the atmosphere yesterday. But one of the things I thought was great is I walked into the gates. They had Joe Ursulak and Al Bimbry sitting there taking pictures and with the fans. I guess they didn't announce it. I thought that was awesome because there wasn't no line. Usually you see lines. I mean, another guy walked up and man, there's no line. So that's one of my favorite players. He didn't kill the stats, but I thought Joe Ursulak, man, he hustled. I mean, that was just one of my favorite players.
I miss Slack when he would come in. He'd give my wife some cucumbers. He'd give her zucchinis. He's from the Garden State. He's from Jersey.
Yeah,
so he gardens a lot. But Ursulak was one of my favorite guys, period.
Right, exactly, Jeremy. But, Rob, one of the things I want to say to you, man,
is
me and my girlfriend, were one of the people that was cheering for you, man. But it's not, you guys' opinion on the radio is one thing. But the reason you got 2 big fans, man, she teaches autistic kids.
Okay.
And the day that you rolled your mom out on that field, on the opening day pitch, I told you, man, I got a nonprofit for my mom. But that day, and with everything you do for Robbie, man, that's why you got the utmost respect from us.
Hey, tell everybody what your nonprofit is.
Yeah.
The Regina May Dudley organization. You can look us up on Facebook. We help kids. I'm getting ready to meet with a lady today to help her kid pay for traveling baseball. We're going to help her out. She's a single mom. If you can look us up with baseball, that'd be great. But I got one question for you guys, man. And this is what I hate. We're talking about how well the new changes have done for MLB. If you guys don't mind, just a question. If they go into a strike, what do you think that's going to do?
It's going to kill it. It's going to kill it. I'll be honest with you. Wayne is going to kill it. Will we have a Cal Ripken moment to resuscitate it again? I don't know. But it's going to absolutely
It's always hard to after a strike, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah. And tell us all about the 8 o'clock sponsor, my man.
Of course, brought to you by Lions Den every day. You know Lions Den. They help people. They help people keep their romantic lives alive. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no Joe Orsulak bringing you cucumbers and zucchini because I would take this some kind of way if he did that.
He gives a cucumber to my wife. He doesn't.
That's what I mean.
For me.
I would take that some kind of way.
Well, that's important in decision making because that's how you tell if you're hungry or horny. It's where you put the cucumber.
Yeah.
Can you still eat it afterwards?
Yeah.
Oh, it's pickled at that point, Joe?
Anyway, check out Lions Den. It's a great place. Plenty of stuff for adults. A lot of things for adults to help make your private life a lot happier. So check them out. They have locations all around. If you're listeners, they're here. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena, and, of course, lionsden.com. I love that store.
Ed, you have yourself a great weekend, my friend.
Yep. I'll be out in the hallway waiting for you. I got some stuff to do here.
NCAA Friday preview at 9:15, but on the other side, Kobe Mayo's defense yesterday, did it maybe change your opinion on what he can do at third? Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
The Fan's Bruce Cunningham.
My greatest moment in Baltimore sports history came in January of 2001 when the Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl. Remember, 1993, when the NFL expanded, Baltimore got the door slammed in its face. And then, just a few years later, they stood on the field in Tampa, hoisting that Lombardi trophy. That is sweet. And it was shared with all of us here in Baltimore. We all felt the same thing.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
You take care of your health, back to the gym, checking on your weight, all these things, checking your numbers. How about your oral health, your teeth, your gums, all that stuff? It's important because it affects not just your teeth and gums, it affects your heart, everything. That's where the Smile Design Center comes in. There's a lot of things they can do to improve your life. First of all, they're a full-service dental office. So if you haven't been because of anxiety or fear of the dentist, they have sedation options. You and about 36% of Americans have the same problem. So don't feel bad, but get in there because you need to have yourself fixed. Have your oral health correct. And it's also your mental health. If you lost your self-confidence, you don't smile in photographs anymore, you cover your mouth when you laugh in public, you can't eat properly because you have a missing tooth or teeth, they do all of it. They do great cosmetic work. Dr. Lairfield is just a great human being who does great cosmetic work. And they have sedation options, as I mentioned. So if you're fearful of the dentist, it'll be stress-free, totally comfortable. Put that out of your mind. But nothing happens unless you go in for the consultation. The number's 410-321-1100. Walk in the door, talk to them, see what I'm talking about. You decide after that, but I think I know what you're going to do. Seriously, get into Smile Design Center, and please tell them I sent you down there.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Want instant gratification? Hope Alabama starts hot. Over 55% of Bama shots in March have come from three. Michigan, meanwhile, has given up 35.9% from distance this month. Give this betting dude Alabama race to 15 points at plus 140. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowes.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I wanted a new color printer to add pizzazz to my prints.
Pizzazz can be pricey.
Well, now at Staples, you get up to 30% off select HP printers.
30% off an HP?
Yeah, I saved $120 on an HP Smart Tank 6001 with up to 3 years of ink included.
Why, that could be the last printer you'll ever need.
Could be.
Shop your local Staples today for big savings on HP.
That was easy.
Available in-store, online, or on the app. It's 4-4 exclusions apply.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Yesterday at the Yard, the Birds start 2026 in the win column.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Helsley earns his first save as an Oriole, striking out the side in the ninth to help the Birds beat the Twins 2-1. Baltimore scored twice in the seventh inning by way of a Colton Cowser sac fly and a Blaze Alexander RBI single. And on the mound, Trevor Rogers impressed, working his way through 7 scoreless while striking out 5. No baseball tonight as the O's have the evening off. They resume their series with the Twins tomorrow afternoon, first pitch at 4:05. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Simon doesn't tell me what to do. Program reminder tomorrow. Bruce Cunningham, Femi Abendejo will have Brian Billick on at 2 o'clock.
And we're just over a week away from Faniversary.
There you go. Both of them will be there.
Yep. So will I.
So will you.
You will bury the lead,
so
man.
will Joe. I will be in Pittsburgh doing baseball.
It's messed up, man.
I wish I could be there.
We have one party a year for the station, and you can't even make it.
Yep, you're right.
Why didn't you tell them the days you were going to be off?
You mean when I did?
Oh. Oh. Touche.
Oh, boy. So I know you don't walk away saying Kobe Mayo is going to be a Gold Glove third baseman. I'm not that ridiculous.
Somebody did that.
I know. I'm well aware of that. However, do you at least go and say maybe he's not as bad as people try to make him out to be?
It's tough to say anything after one game. Like, even the only thing that's for certain is that O'Neal Cruz should not be in center field. That's the one thing you could say after one game. Yeah. He should just be a DH, and I think they're kind of in trouble because now they're going to need Ryan O'Hearn to play the field. I
don't think Kobe Mayo makes that play last year.
Oh, fair enough. I think he put in a lot of work. I mean, you would know better than I would. But
puts a lot of work in.
The stuff I've read about him is just he's constantly at it. Like when they told him he's playing first base, he's out there doing everything to make sure he's ready to play that position. And getting back, thrust into a situation where it's like, hey, man, you might be able to play almost every day if you can play third base. And then you see the double play yesterday. That's a huge moment. And he made it happen.
And he came back later on and made another 5-4-3 double play. Yep. A little easier play, but still. That's what you want him to make. You want him to make the routine plays. And just to see him out there, man, you can't say he's a Gold Glove. You can't say he's a Gold Glove infielder. However, if he made 2 errors yesterday, people would have been saying, I told you so, he can't do it.
Yeah, the worst part about the O'Neal Cruz thing is none of them were errors because he totally misread both baseballs. But yeah, I mean, look, there is something to be said. Whatever happens in game 1, even the first month, doesn't necessarily mean who you are. You'd rather be good and then, have some break points, as I like to call them, some games ahead of some teams and whatnot. And if you play a weaker schedule, you're going to want to be up at that point and have a winning record.
Right.
I've always said this too, and I'll go back to it. Garceau used to say it all the time. You want to play Pittsburgh and Kansas City in August and September when they know they're Pittsburgh and Kansas City. Now, some of that's changed with teams, but you get the point. Everybody thinks they're in it at the beginning of the year. Everyone's excited. That's why opening day's packed. People love to go to the events, and you're seeing it around the country. But I can't sit here and go after one game he's this or that, but I was pleasantly surprised yesterday.
410-583-1057 is the number. We brought up Trevor Rogers a little bit earlier. One of our top baseball fans, Mike in White Plains, wants to weigh in on that. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Rob. Jeremy. Thanks for the call. You know the funny part about it is Trevor Rogers can pitch 5 games of no-hit ball, and in the 6th game, he gave up 3 runs, and they say, see, I told you he wasn't that good.
Yep.
You're like, what? Like, dude, you just watch what he just did. But let me ask you a question about Mayo, man. It seems to me now, it just seems to me, and I want y'all to, let me know if I'm going crazy now, but it seems like he's more comfortable at the plate playing third base than he was at the plate playing first base. Now, maybe it's because that's, he came up as a third baseman, so that's the reason why he's probably more comfortable at the plate, but I just want to know if that's a real thing, man.
Well, let me don't hang up. Let me compare it to another sport. Jeremy, you could probably play the 1 and you could probably play the 2. But are you more comfortable at the other one?
Yeah, I mean.
Now, if you're playing the 1, it probably makes you more comfortable playing defense as well because you have nothing to think about. You're just doing what you're natural at, am I right?
Yeah.
I think that's the comparison, Mike, that you're giving with Kobe Mayo. He may be more comfortable at the plate playing third because there's nothing for him to think about.
But I also think, here, my thought process on it, and you guys can agree or disagree, is that when you come in and you're playing every day like he was in spring training, I think that alleviates some of that stress of, oh, man, if I don't perform, I'm sitting tomorrow. He's got an opportunity now to play almost every single day at that position, at third base.
And to that point, he knew he was playing every day in September last year, Mike. Look at his offensive numbers in September. They were better because he knew he was playing every day.
Look at the work he put in spring training, too. So.
Hey, thanks a lot for the call.
Thanks,
I don't
Mike.
think it's crazy, though. I mean, whether he's good or bad at third base, he's much more comfortable because that's his position. You don't have to like him, but he's more comfortable there.
Yep.
I think the guy's going to be all right. I do. I mean, I know people, again, we are so anxious about everything because we get nervous as fans. But Kobe Mayo's a ball player. He's a baseball player, man. I mean, he's not just a guy playing baseball. He's a ball player.
All right, so can I throw this at you? When teams were calling and everybody was beating up Elias for not making trades and not knowing who they're calling for, but thinking anytime they call, one of those 3 names gets brought up. What about Jackson Holliday, Sam Basayo, or Kobe Mayo? And Mayo being the 3rd in that group, according to a lot of people. You can see why they don't want to trade it, why they didn't want to trade him, right? There's talent there. Whether or not it amounts to looking like Pete Alonso and hitting a bunch of bombs and playing a decent field here at third base, I feel like the ceiling has been there, and he's only going to develop more muscle, more power as it goes on. If he starts hitting, I mean, you might have another problem on your hands to figure out what you're going to do once Westberg's back.
So you're saying the ceiling is the roof?
The ceiling is the roof.
What was that, Michael Jordan?
Was it Michael or was that? Yes, it was Michael Jordan because I was getting ready to say Ray Lewis, but he had some other ones like you can't make oranges be peaches and Thanksgiving is Thanksgiving. Okay.
Thanksgiving is Thanksgiving, man.
Even a blind squirrel finds a meal.
That wasn't him, was it?
Yeah.
That was Ray Lewis?
It's a nut, but I mean, I think the meal works too.
I thought that was Terrell Suggs. I don't know.
Maybe he repeated Ray. Ray had some great ones. I still think Webby had the best ones, though.
Give me a Webby.
Oh, Webby. I knew we had won the Super Bowl when the graffiti was falling from the sky. My favorite was when we asked him, we saw highlights of Michael Orr playing basketball. And said, hey, man, you got drafted. You saw Michael Orr over there playing hoops. And he goes, oh, man, he don't want it. He don't want it. My favorite line from
Jeremy's call is Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side. Great lineup of college basketball tonight. And we'll go over it. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. NCAA action tonight. Starting at 7:10, Duke taking on St. John's. Then at 7:35, they're running into one another, man. You got to find some place nice. I got a gala tonight.
Do you?
It's going to be on my phone. Alabama and Michigan, 9:46. This is the ones I'll probably be able to watch because I'm leaving. Michigan State at UConn, and 10:10, Tennessee, Iowa State.
Just your thoughts. Who wins the games?
Duke, Michigan, UConn, Tennessee. I think the only upset is going to be Tennessee. Now, the one I do believe could happen, I think Michigan State could knock off UConn, and I was shocked to find that UConn was only 1.5-point favorites in that game. I was shocked by that. That is the slimmest margin for a favorite in 4 games tonight. Are you surprised by that?
With UConn? Mm-hmm. No, because again, those are two.
Cord, man.
Those are two really good teams, man. And again, I don't know that people. We said all year long that it was Arizona. Well, at least I did. Arizona, Michigan, and Duke. Whatever order you want to stack them up in. For me, when they were healthy, I thought Duke and Michigan were neck and neck, and then Arizona was a step down. It's hard to kind of look at Arizona right now and go, they're a step down from anyone, as they've just been smoking everyone. And then there was like Houston, and UConn was in that group, and Iowa State until they had some injuries. When I look at the matchup, I think UConn is one. Look, it's great coaching. So either one of these teams that moves on, you have a great coach. Both coaches have been there before. And I just like the player personnel that UConn has a little bit more, even though Fears has been playing out of his mind since everyone called him dirty for Michigan State. So,
yeah, I think Michigan State has a chance tonight. I just think when it's all said and done, UConn will win that one. Largely because, I'm not lucky enough for Michigan State to beat UConn. I'm not. I mean,
that's what you would want to see.
If I had it my way, two of my favorite coaches are going at it tonight, not against one another. Pitino and Izzo. Mm-hmm. If I had it my way, Pitino and Izzo win tonight. I just don't think either one of them.
That way, you have someone to root for in the next round. Well, you could have both of them.
Well, ultimately, my money literally is on Duke. Duke wins it all. I win some money.
Okay. See, I like. When I looked at the teams and how everything was mapping out, I was trying to pull up and see if there were spreads on tomorrow's games already to throw them out there. And there is. Illinois is a 6.5-point favorite over Iowa, Arizona, 5.5 over Purdue. I think Purdue gives them a game, man.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow's games. But again, focusing on tonight, I agreed with all your picks of how you had them lined up.
I know Tennessee wins?
Yeah, I do. I have a... You know how you get in that mode where, and I think gamblers do this, where you're looking at it and you're going, man, I like these two favorites. And I like UConn. I got to pick a dog, right? I think people do that all the time. That's not even what I'm doing. I like Tennessee before I even considered betting Michigan or Duke in their games.
Duke is favored 6.5. Does St. John's cover?
No, I don't think so.
Michigan is favored 8.5. Does Alabama cover?
No.
All right. UConn is favored 1.5.
But I'll say this, and I'll get into
Michigan State almost can't cover.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I tell people. If you're going to bet them -1.5, I'd rather bet them -120 on the money line, because that happened earlier in postseason play. I don't remember if it was one of the tournaments at the end of the year, conference tournaments, or if it was the beginning of March Madness, but somebody won by 1 point, and it changed everything, and they were favored by 1.5. And those hurt the first most when you lose by a half a point and your team won. Just unreal. But again, like tonight's matchups, if you were going to watch one game outside of having bias for Duke
Michigan
or
State, UConn.
St. John's, it's Michigan State, UConn.
Hands down.
Hands up and down, I would say. Like both of those teams, I think, could do damage. I picked UConn to make the run to the championship against Michigan. And I always feel weird because, like, I know more people picked Michigan this year. I don't think anybody expected Florida to go down when they did, but Iowa was a ranked team earlier in the season and just kind of, and we watched them. They came to Maryland and lost. They were scuffling, and they got hot at the right time.
Yeah.
So
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's big, bad morning show on the Fan. You almost feel like anybody that loses to Maryland shouldn't win the NCAA tournament game this year.
What if we had one of these weird years where Iowa wins the national championship in basketball and Indiana wins it in football? The hell are we going to do? I mean, I guess it gives you optimism for some of these, what would you call them, middling Power 5, Power 4 conferences in each sport. But I'm not surprised, and we said at the beginning, that we're seeing mostly chalk here. It's been mostly chalk, and I've been excited because the matchups have been phenomenal.
Yeah, they have been pretty phenomenal. Let's go out to Kai in Ricestown. What's up, Kai?
What's up, Rob? What's up, Jeremy? Hey,
What's up,
look,
man?
Duke, I think Duke tough, man. They coming along. They playing better. But I'm going with St. John's, man. I think Pitino gonna have that defense swarming at Boozer, take him out the game, and hopefully he gonna try to make Caden Boozer beat him. And Jeremy, you've been on Michigan all year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're gonna have a hiccup, man. Alabama, they tough defense, and they play big inside. So
when does Alabama play defense?
They play defense against the big guys. The guards from Michigan might get theirs, but they're gonna get rebounds. Look at the rebound stat.
Hey, that's because they're putting up so many damn shots because they're playing fast. They're not a good defensive team. And again, they rank middle of the pack in defensive metrics. I think they're worse than that. I think some of the other added stuff when they play inferior opponents, they do blow out teams. they run and gun. They're not going to be able to do that against Michigan, I don't think. I think Michigan blows them out.
Because they get rebound. They're a great rebounding team, and I think
Michigan's one of the best rebounding teams in the country.
We'll see. I beg to differ on this. I'm going to Alabama with that game, and then Michigan State. I'm picking an upset against them. Tom Izzo, man, against Connecticut. But let's I ain't gonna put nothing on that game, Jeremy. But just pay attention to that game tonight. That's gonna be a good one.
I'll be watching as Michigan wins that game and it goes over the total. I'll be watching. But here's the thing. So look on the season. Points per game or points.
What was he disagreeing with?
He keeps talking about Alabama being a good rebounding team, which they are. But they also play fast and put up more shots, which gives you more rebounding opportunities. And when you look at it, so here, let me just throw it at you. Michigan is the 16th best rebounding team in the country. Alabama's 11th. And Alabama's 11th, and remember, they don't have Bediako anymore because of what went down. Both teams can score. Michigan is 9th in scoring. Alabama's number 1. Assists, Michigan's 4. Alabama's 44th. They're both good teams. Michigan's 2nd in block shots out of 365 teams. Michigan will be able to get stops where Alabama, I don't believe, will. Just my opinion, but, do you.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan on this fantastic feel-good Friday. Joe LaCroix's encore at 9:45. You'll also find out what we learned at that time. But on the other side is the Daily Line.
Yeah, so I'm going to get into that. We'll talk more about these matchups and what I see happening. There's definitely a college basketball game that I absolutely love tonight. It's my favorite play above all of them, but I do like all 4 games. I would say the UConn game might be my least favorite, and I still really like that. So it should tell you how much I like the other 3 games. Plus, a baseball slate. I'll tell you where you should be placing your bets there. Maybe we'll get an NBA and hockey, but there's not much for me on the board tonight. We'll talk about all that next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today. Or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Guys, let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. We're introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. You want to be ready for the game when it's time to perform, and Blue Chew Gold takes it to another level. Go to BlueChew.com, get all the information you need, and be a star.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes. And Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
Hey, it's Vinny Haynie. Right now, Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or right off their website. Ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings in a run to make it 2-0.
The call from Kevin Brown on Madison. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the seventh, a run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day, Baltimore's fourth straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 5 over 7 scoreless innings. And Ryan Helsley shut the door in the ninth, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. This Fan Flash is brought to you by McDonald's. Hey, Caps fans. Alex Ovechkin's empty netter in the final minute of last night's third period means that today you can get a free 6-piece McNugget with a minimum $1 purchase through the McDonald's app to celebrate. Only at participating McDonald's. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with GainsWave therapy at Life Med Institute. GainsWave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaking. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No! The foul! It's good! With .7 left!
There you go. That's, look, big play there. It's CBS with the call. And, of course, Braden Smith of Purdue leading his team to victory. I should say he's their best player. But they have a lot of talent. They have a lot of pieces that have stayed there for a while with Painter. So, good team. Wouldn't be shocked if they pulled off what some people would call an upset in the next round. But I got that game wrong as I had the under, and it wasn't a I gave out yesterday. It's one that was my least favorite of the basketball games, but I picked them all. And it was kind of close the way it went down. It just, you got the fouling, you got the goofy stuff that happened, some 3-pointers hit, and it went over the total. Now, the one yesterday that, and this happens, it's weird. I was telling everyone that the Cubs game, so we had 13-mile-an-hour winds blowing out for the Cubs game on Thursday when I checked it on Wednesday night. That was the projection. Then when I woke up, the wind was blowing in. I think the wind was swirling and drunk at Wrigley yesterday because somebody hit a home run that fell into the basket, and it just kept carrying. The wind took that. Yeah. So it had to be blowing out at that point. It was just a weird day. So ended up losing that game. But overall, a really good night. I've had an amazing week with college basketball. And then on top of it, last night, I hit my top 2 plays in college hoops. I really like the Iowa under, too, but they had that first half that was just insane. It was like 44-40 with teams that struggled to score. So, but the wins last night were great. Called the Arizona game. That was my favorite play. Won that big. I mean, they scored 109 points in a regulation game. It's just absurd, man. And then on top of it, we had Illinois outright plus the 2.5, but outright over the Houston Cougars. And this was something too. Like I had the Rangers and Phillies over. That pushed. I gave it out at 8.5 in the morning, but I know everybody got it at 8. I just gave it out in the morning. It went right to 8 after I said it. And I'm like, you sumbitch, you got the worst number. So it would have pushed. I felt like you deserved better in that. And then the vomit play I gave you. Remember I said take the over in that Mets-Pirates game? It's Paul Skeens, and I didn't expect that. But the over covered in like the first 3 innings, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was 5-3.
Yeah.
Like, what was it, 3 or 4 innings into the game? I think it was 3. But you knew you were well on your way with the way that game was going. Lots of base runners. Had the Orioles yesterday. And like I said, overall, it was kind of a 50-50 day. It turned into, if I did my math right, it turned into the smallest of winning days, but you'll take that over any losing day. So we get back at it and look at the games today. The one thing to talk about with the weather, good home run hitting weather in Atlanta. But here's the caveat. It's Cole Ragans versus Chris Sale. Mm-hmm. Are they going to give up home runs? Are they going to keep the ball down? 2 nasty-ass lefties. I mean, these guys are just filthy. And watching them go at it with a Royals team that, again, I'm interested in this lineup. Very young players. A lot of them played in the World Baseball Classic for other teams. Pascantino, Cagliglione, or whatever. I can't even say that guy's name.
Team Italy.
Yeah, Team Italy. And then, of course, Bobby Witt was on Team USA. Even their pitchers, some of the guys that were on other teams in other countries. But I can't bet that, so I'm betting the under. Like, understanding that it is really, like, the ball could carry if you get a hold of it in Atlanta. I'm just not messing with it today. I'm taking the under. I like the Padres minus 120 on the money line there. I think they win. Mike King is pitching in that matchup. Arizona and LA. 2 of my, how do I want to put this? 2 pitchers that I really, really like, and I think they're both underrated. One of which is Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers. You're going to talk about all the other guys. Look at what he did down the stretch last year. I think that kid can absolutely pitch, and I don't think it's going to be too long before he's one of their top 3 starters, even with all the names that they have. Mm-hmm. And then on the other side, it's Ryan Nelson, who's just
isn't it a Ryan
Sandberg? That wasn't Ryan. That was Ryan
Sandberg. Okay.
Yeah. There were a couple. I've seen a couple of those Ryans.
Phillies hit a Ryan too, right?
Did they?
They traded to Milwaukee
maybe
2 years ago.
Maybe. I mean, again, it's an odd name, but Ryan Nelson is. I think he's a solid pitcher. I'm not sitting here telling you he's going to be this amazing guy, but I think he is Kramer-like at times, if that makes sense to you. I just think he's very solid. In a game against the Dodgers, I love the under here at 8.5. And in the afternoon game, there's only one. I like the Giants to knock off the Yankees. That's Robbie Ray versus Cam Schlittler. Bless it. Hey, how do you like to say that over and over again? NBA and NHL, there's only 2 NHL games, so I bowed out in that tonight. The NBA, the only thing I kind of liked was Boston minus the 4.5 over Atlanta. But I stayed away. I took the 7 plays I have, and I'll give you the 4 basketball games. We just talked in length about it. But here, I love.
What's his name again? Right?
Schlittler. You say it slow. I do like Duke tonight to win and cover against St. John's. And I don't have a problem if you want to do a same-game parlay, but for the Michigan and Duke game, I like the side and the total. Duke and St. John's, under 140.5. I love it. I think this is going to be one of those ugly games where we see more defense and bad shots, or missed shots, I should say. And then with Michigan, I don't know how you don't take a peek at the over, and I know most people are going to look at it and go, 170, what? These are 2 of the highest-scoring teams in the entire country. And for all that, Kai was talking about Alabama rebounding. Yeah, they're active. They play fast. I think Michigan just punches them right in the mouth. I think Michigan wins by double digits tonight, and I like the over there. My official plays in both games is my favorite, Duke and St. John's under, Michigan minus the points. I do like UConn. I'd play them on the money line minus the 120. And as Rob and I were talking, I do think Tennessee has a good chance to upset Iowa State. Ain't no doubt in my mind. I feel like the play is the under at 139.5. Iowa State, a top 5 efficiency defensive team. Tennessee can get in there as well. Lots of great athletes. This could be one of those games that's played in the 60s, and it wouldn't shock me. So give me the under there. My 5 favorite plays for tonight are going to be Duke St. John's under, Michigan under in the Iowa State-Tennessee game, under in the D-backs Dodgers, and I like the Padres minus the 120.
There you go. 410-583-1057 is the number.
Oh, and by the way, tomorrow, just to give people a heads up, there's, we saw a lot of scoring on opening day from some teams, some big numbers that were put up on the scoreboard. We got games on Saturday across the board that are played in the 40s. So it's going to be like 45 degrees in Philly, and the wind's blowing in at like 13 miles an hour. All of those spots are huge bumps to pitchers. And there's a lot of them tomorrow, like just real quick. Texas and Philly, winds blowing in. Baltimore and Minnesota, winds blowing in. That's Bradley versus Bradish tomorrow. Boston, Cincinnati, it's slight. But Pitt, New York Mets, Colorado, and Miami's a retractable roof, so it doesn't matter. But Pitt, New York Mets, 14 miles an hour in. And Kansas City and Atlanta, 10 miles an hour in. So you're going to have a bunch of those spots where you can look at it and see that the wind's going to help. And even, look, if I gave you Kansas City and Atlanta and said it's 64 degrees and the wind's blowing in, yeah, you'd look at it and go, okay. Well, if I gave you Pittsburgh and New York and I told you it's 14 miles an hour blowing in and it's 44 degrees, you've been out there. When it's cold, how hard is it to get that ball to lift and to hit it out? So I just think it's an added bonus to the pitchers and the unders. I don't have the numbers on it yet, but obviously I'll have stuff tomorrow.
Let's take it to the NBA for a second, Jeremy. You have 2 struggling teams playing, the Rockets versus the Grizzlies. The Rockets struggling more, they won 4 out of the last 10, and the Grizzlies have only won 1 out of the last 10. How do you gauge the numbers in that? Houston, 12.5-point favorites. Both of these teams are struggling. How do you gauge the numbers in that?
I think because the Grizzlies are a shell of themselves after some of the trades they made. They don't have, they traded away Desmond Bane before the beginning of the year. They traded Jaren Jackson Jr., and then he got knocked out for the season on the flight over. Remember that? They traded away some pieces, and I just think they're empty. The Rockets thing is different because the Rockets have a ton of talent. Mm-hmm. And you watch them and you go, what is this? And it makes you wonder. We talked about KD and what he does to teams.
He's a team killer.
I'm not even trying to be that guy, but those leaked messages came out of what he was saying about his teammates, and then all of a sudden the Rockets took a tumble.
People get offended when you say that, but they don't follow. Look at history. He has not made anyone better. Don't give me the Golden State Warriors. They did it before and after him. Don't give me that. The Golden State Warriors were going to win. That's Steph's team. I don't care KD got an MVP because he's ultra talented. But you weren't messing up Draymond Green's team. Yes, Steph is the Hall of Famer on that team. But Draymond chased him out of town, remember? In the playoffs, he started acting up.
You remember the video where he's yelling in his ear and he's got his hands here? It looks like he doesn't know what he's saying to him. But yeah, KD, I love the player. I just don't like the mentality and the attitude. I don't know what... You join the Golden State Warriors who knocked you out the year before, and you expect people to go, that championship that you won, oh my God, he's so great. At the end of the day, yes, you have a championship. You have that. You have all the accolades, and he's going to be in the Basketball Hall of Fame without a question. But I think people will look at that career and point it out and go, you went there, they failed. You went there, they failed. You went there. Everywhere he went to be the guy,
he failed.
They failed, except when he was in OKC.
Because in OKC, when Golden State, I should say, he was able to be himself. He didn't have to be the leader. He didn't have to carry the weight. It's
such a great system that they have. And by the way, Steph, it would be one of the easiest players to fit in and play with because he attracts so much attention that you're not going to get doubled. You have to worry about that jump shot because it's the best jump shot in the history of the league.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Steve Molesky and Ryan Ripken will both join me in studio to recap yesterday's opening day action. Plus, Jackson Holliday will begin a rehab assignment with the Norfolk Tides later on tonight. How soon should we expect to see him back in the majors?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Disaster in Houston. Just when Nebraska cut the lead to 3 in the final minute after Iowa had already rallied, the unthinkable happened. 4 players on the floor. A total defensive substitution meltdown coming out of the timeout left Iowa's Alvaro Folgueras, completely unguarded for a 70-foot home run pass and an and-one dunk. It was all wraps after that. I'm Drake Toll.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hey, sports fans. When the game ends, keep the fun going in Harford County. Explore miles of trails and waterfront hiking, biking, kayaking, and fishing. Grab a tasty bite at our Main Street districts. Visit farm creameries and breweries and check out our spring festivals. With outdoor adventure and small-town charm, Harford County is the perfect escape by day and into the night. Planning your trip is easy at HelloHarford.com. See you soon.
Oh, it's a slam dunk sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Now you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner's insurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. People are loving what they're seeing at Jones Junction. You get slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
I don't know how much they showed on TV after the fact or whatever with the players putting Alvarez in the laundry cart and all the stuff that went on behind the scenes for getting his first win as a manager. But I think that at some point I read something where he spoke and said, "Look, it's about the guys, man. This is, like."
Is that really what he said?
Yeah.
How'd he say it?
Hey, it's about the guys. By the way, we are missing out if we don't get a shirt that says Camden Yards, come see Peter. Come see, and he just everybody. Ghana. Like, put it on the shirt. Let's have some fun with that accent.
Oh, speaking of shirts, we got to give a little quick shout out.
Yes.
To the head of the Baltimore City Fire Department ceremonial unit. They gave us all T-shirts yesterday commemorating the fallen firefighters throughout history in the city. We didn't get a chance to talk to him, and we felt bad.
He came up right when we were coming back on the air, and I felt bad. And I got to tell you, at some point, I was in my spaceship. Some point. And then I was looking for that shirt, and I'm looking everywhere. I bumped into somebody, had to say sorry. I said, "I'm looking for that shirt." And the guy goes, "You mean the one in your left hand?" And I went, "Thank you for finding it." And I walked away.
And that's the encore for the day. I guess you're not the only one in the spaceship. I think Joe's high, too.
What'd he forget? Do you know, Joe? Do you know? No?
We play Burn This Disco Out every Friday from Michael Jackson.
That's right. Yeah.
It's not Burn This Disco Out.
PYT.
Oh, no, we play Human Nature.
Is that the one? Rob said it doesn't feel like a Friday. Now he's ready for the week to be over with because of this nonsense.
It's bull crap, man. I don't ask for much around here.
Go ahead and sing a couple verses
I
of it for us.
don't want to sing.
All right.
I don't want to sing. This is bull crap, man. This is how you do my Friday. I don't ask for a lot around here. All I ask for is 602 and PYT. That's all I ask for.
Hey, Joe, is that all he asked for? Because
That's
I
all
feel
I
like
ask
he's a needy bitch sometimes.
There you go. You shut your mouth.
Oh,
Mike is playing.
I can't wait till it's 10:02 in the a.m. My ass will be in my car.
Can't get out here on Friday. We over here at Antonio. Yep. Now you got to have PYT. You don't understand that people on the other side of this radio right now that felt disappointed till just now. You don't think folks know around here what goes on? Thank you very much, Joe. That's all I needed. We're good now. What you got planned this weekend, Jeremy? I don't care.
I know. I got trivia championships on Saturday. My son Dalton's playing in a paintball tournament on Saturday morning.
I'd rather go see Dalton play paintball than go to your trivia championship.
I love trivia. And then I got a friend's birthday party, and on Sunday I think a bunch of my buddies are getting together. I love Korean barbecue, so we've been just hitting up Korean barbecue joints left
Give
and
me
right.
a good Korean barbecue place.
I mean, Iron Age is great. The best one, God, I can't say this on the air. It's Jung.
Okay.
I think it's KAK.
I got you.
Young. Yes, you get what I'm saying. Yeah. It's the best one I've been to down in the city, and I knew they were renovating for a while there. But I also found this place by my house called Yummy Bowl, and I've been ordering their wings like every single day. They're so damn good. That's probably why I'm feeling a little bloated. And you had a couple drinks yesterday. It fit perfectly.
I invented a meal today. Well, I actually invented it last night for today. I had some ground beef that was out of the refrigerator, thawed. I didn't know what to do with it. I had some broccoli. So I mixed the ground beef, the broccoli, and some teriyaki sauce. It was good.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, you put teriyaki on almost anything.
They call that boy dinner or boy kibble.
It's boy kibble?
Yeah, that's a new thing going around.
What, like
B-O-Y? Like stuff the boys would put
like
together.
B-O-Y kibble. Like girls make fun of guys because they'll just find random things and throw them together.
Oh, Joe, since I bought that crock pot.
That's it.
Oh, man. Earlier this week, I put a chicken in there, put some sweet potatoes, some carrots, and some cabbage all in one. Bam, that was it. I ate that for 2 days, me and Robbie. Is that boy kibble?
Boy kibble.
Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
Boy kibble.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show. Brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
I learned what boy kibble is. I also learned today is National Spanish paella day. Is that boy kibble? That's not boy kibble, is it?
Oh, go get the paella at Little Havana.
I'm not a paella fan.
It's good.
You
haven't tried their.
I don't dislike it. No, it's not like guacamole.
Yeah.
I don't dislike it. It's just not. Hey, we're having paella.
You know what? It's probably for you the way that people ask me about lamb. If it's there, I'm eating it.
Exactly.
But if I have choices, I'm probably not picking it.
I'm not running someplace for it.
Yeah.
Today is an ordinary day. You know why?
Why?
Because it's National Joe Day. It's an ordinary day.
This day sucks.
Very average day.
Very average day.
My dad's name's Joe. My brother's named Joe. His son's named Joe.
That dude's name is Joe over there.
Actually, his son's a JoJo. He got the 2 Joes.
I didn't ask you if you knew this person. I'm hoping you do when I get to him. Today would have been Cale Yarborough's birthday.
Okay.
Today also would have been former Baltimore Colt Mike Curtis's birthday. Today, Ed Pinckney from the Villanova turned 63. Quentin Tarantino turned 63 years old today.
Oh, he likes feet too. We talked about him yesterday.
Randall Cunningham turns 63 today.
I don't know.
Mariah Carey, me and Mariah. She turns 57 today. Fergie turns 51 today. Buster Posey and Sir Jessie J. You know Jessie J?
Yeah. She sang the song Domino.
Share birthday today. Joe, who's older?
Jessie J.
Jessie J. Jeremy.
Who's the first one again?
Buster Posey.
Buster Posey's older.
Buster Posey today turns 39. Jessie J turns 38.
Your face,
Posey's
Joe.
older.
In your face.
I'm so glad you knew her. I asked Joe, I didn't ask you.
Yeah, she sang the song Domino. I think that was her only real big hit, if I remember correctly. All right. But you in the front?
I don't know her.
Yeah. All right. Why didn't Noah fish when he was on the ark? Because he only had 2 worms. What do you call a cannibal who works at a university? Hannibal lecturer. Oh, this is an old one, but a good one. What is the difference between people from Abu Dhabi and the people from Dubai? People from Dubai don't watch the Flintstones, but people from Abu Dhabi do. Yeah. Why did the baker become a thief? Because he needed the dough. I recently adopted a dog from a blacksmith. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. People said I'd never get over my obsession, Rob, with Phil Collins. Well, take a look at me now. Thank you. I studied dad jokes in college. I majored in psychology.
Yeah, that's what we do when you do it most of it.
My wife said I can think of 14 reasons to leave you, plus your obsession with tennis. I replied, that's 15, love. What's the difference between boogers and spinach? Kids don't eat spinach. My wife caught me riding a dolphin. I said it was accidental, but she swears it was on purpose. So stupid. And because Rob loves this, what do you call a sad strawberry? A blueberry.
A blueberry.
Oh, one more. What gets longer when pulled, works best when jerked, and you insert it into a slot? A seatbelt, you creeps.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Nolan and Molesky filling in for him. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful weekend.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only. Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Nope. That's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Bracket season savings are happening at Bob Bell Nissan. Get 0% financing on selected new models with terms up to 60 months. Every credit application accepted. Up to $2,000 more for your trade than CarMax. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Yesterday at the Yard, the Birds start 2026 in the win column.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Ryan Helsley earns his first save as an Oriole, striking out the side in the 9th to help the Birds beat the Twins 2-1. Baltimore scored twice in the 7th inning by way of a Colton Cowser sac fly and a Blaze Alexander RBI single. And on the mound, Trevor Rogers impressed, working his way through 7 scoreless while striking out 5. No baseball tonight as the O's have the evening off. They resume their series with the Twins tomorrow afternoon, first pitch at 4:05. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. When the Capitals score a goal in the last minute of any regulation period, fans get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase the next day on the McDonald's app. Only at participating McDonald's. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do.
Yeah, that was different hells in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102 with like 20 inches of vert. Pretty good fastball. But yeah, that was the best we've seen. We've seen Hells. He threw some really good splits too, so he's right where he needs to be. It was fun. Right away, Tyler Wells came in. He asked, how big of a vibes guy are you? I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm always down for the boys. So next thing I know, I'm thrown into the laundry cart, going into the shower, getting dosed. So it was a great time.
That doesn't put a smile on your face. I don't know what will, Baltimore. It's Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. A little bit of a different lineup for you today. Nolan McGraw, Steve Molesky with you here until noon when Ryan Ripken comes in and joins us for the first Ripping It with Ryan show of the summer. We'll be rolling him in here at noon to 2 on Fridays and Thursdays for that matter for the rest of the Orioles season. But we begin today with elation. Baseball is not only back, but the Orioles are also back in the win column, Steve. And it's always a good sign. I believe that's 4 straight opening day victories for the Orioles now. And I mean, yesterday was just a perfect day. Weather, down to the crowd atmosphere, everyone getting a chance to see all those new amenities at Camden Yards, and then, of course, the performance on the field. But your big takeaways from yesterday, or the first thing that comes to mind, because the reason I come in with that Helsley save there is that was my big takeaway from the game, was we've got that closer presence on the mound again. And life without Felix Bautista in the past has been a little tricky for this team. Right. It's not the easiest guy in the world to replace, but I tell you, Helsley hitting triple digits yesterday, that had me feeling all right.
Well, it did, and the thing was, last time he was seen in baseball last year, he had a over 7 ERA in 22 games for the Mets. At the end of the year, he's tipping his pitches, they were hitting his fastball, and so this guy throws 99. That's what he averaged last year. Yesterday, he averaged 100, and of his 19 pitches, 6 were 100 plus. I mean, he was throwing incredible stuff in the ninth. A slider that he got the last strikeout on, he buried that. He's got a splitter now. He buried 1 or 2 of those. I mean, there are some weapons here. He's got 3 above-average weapons with 100, and he's got the experience. So now behind him, Nolan, it drops off dramatically.
Yes, yeah.
So you keep your fingers crossed here that health stays well for this guy. But, for one night, he looked like the 2024 version, which led the major leagues in saves. So, we're going to get into all this, I know, in the show today. But, we could add Kobe Mayo's defense to that list. We could add Samuel Basayo's scamper first to third, so big. Mm-hmm. What I like about close games in baseball, especially low-scoring close games, you have to do a lot right to win them. And I've heard some fans were even telling me last night, well, it wasn't a perfect win. I'm like, well, baseball is not perfect. If you're looking for perfect, you're in the wrong sport, because many games they're going to win and it won't be perfect. But yesterday they did do a lot right, and so fun day.
Right. Would it have been great if Pete Alonso stepped up there after the ovation in his first at-bat and hit the warehouse? Of course. Everyone would have went crazy. It would have been great. If he went 5 for 5 yesterday, Gunnar had hit for the cycle, we would have been over the moon. But I liked that it was some of the lesser-known guys. I mean, Blaze Alexander, huge at-bat with the RBI. Cowser, just doing what's required of you at the time. I mean, for a guy who struggled to make contact and strike outs a ton, just needed a sac fly. Just put it in the air. He did it. Gets you on the board. It was the lesser-known guys, or I should say the not the expected pieces that were contributing yesterday. Mayo's defense, for sure, turning 2 huge double plays. The first one in particular was like actually a tough fielding play where he's doing the spin and the timing. The transition from Blaze over to Alonso at first, who he was fired up. There was an energy in the ballpark yesterday that I think the team, the crowd was wanting to give it. You know, after such a bad year last year, the crowd was like, we just need an excuse to let loose today. And the team responded accordingly.
Exactly. I mean, it would have been a buzzkill to lose opening day and let that lead get away. Oh, my gosh. We'd be having a very different show today. But they did what they needed to do, man. And it was, you're right, Blaze Alexander, he flies under the radar, but he's a high-energy guy. And you could just see in his interviews, man, he's still wired. And I think he's going to be fun. And he really did some nice turns in the middle of those double plays because 5-4-3, you got to do a lot right from here to there. And I love the passion of Alonso after that first double play. He knew Mayo made a great play and that they got 2 outs. And Cal Ripken Sr. used to say, don't make half a great play. You know, like make the great stop and then throw it into right field or something. Mm-hmm. So Mayo did everything right. I think we've been saying of Mayo's defense, just make the routine plays and don't hurt them. Well, yesterday he went above and beyond that. Those were not routine. And he made some outstanding plays. And we were talking about it at Pickles yesterday, which, by the way, what a great day there. I was so excited.
Jealous of you guys.
I was so excited to be part of the fans coverage out there. And we had a great time. And it was just a sea of people. I can still see it in my mind here. But, we were talking about the maturity he seems to be showing this year. He's come far in a year. Just one interview with him Sunday when I went over to his locker before the game with the Nats, I could see he's grown a lot. And he seems to feel like I can do this. Mm-hmm. He knows I'm going to mess some things up. He even said that. I'm going to mess some things up. That's what happens in baseball. But I think he feels, after that spring he had at bat, I think he feels he belongs, and he knows right now he's out there every night. He's not worried looking over his shoulder. Now, at some point, hopefully Jordan Westberg's going to come back, but that's weeks down the road. So this kid's got a lot of runway here, and I'm excited to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the circumstances, like you said, it's not ideal. We didn't want Mayo to be playing every day with the injury to Westberg, for that to be the reason. But what was it, last year, where he actually had a decent spring at the plate, but then, you know, there's no room at the inn. He gets sent down, and he made some comments out of frustration about, you know, a young player, right? He was just frustrated, and people kind of ran with it and everything. We had some fun with it on air, but in hindsight, you look back and it's like, well, how do you blame the guy? You know, I mean, that it's a tough situation when you're surrounded by that much talent and right. You feel like you're proving yourself, but the opportunity isn't there. Now the opportunity is there, and look, you can't say he's not taking the full advantage of it, at least for yesterday.
He's come a long way. Remember his first go-round at the major leagues had like a 400 OPS. I mean, it wasn't just rough. It was really, really rough. And he just looked overmatched like he didn't belong. And if we had said to someone at noon yesterday, Nolan, the Orioles are going to win this game today and Kobe Mayo's defense is going to be one of the biggest factors, they'd have said, okay, yeah, God, I hear you. Yeah. We just don't hope Kobe doesn't botch it up. Well, his defense was a big factor. Mm-hmm. And remember, the Orioles moved this kid off third base because of defense. But yesterday they won in large part because of his defense. So that shows you can make improvements. And one game doesn't mean Kobe's all of a sudden Brooks Robinson over there or he's going to be a plus defender. I still would say you hope over the long haul, average-ish, and make all the plays. And if he occasionally makes a great one like yesterday, all the better. But that was a really good day for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was going to say he doesn't get replaced in the ninth inning in a tight game where you might think, oh, typically let's get a shaky defender off the field. But to be fair, I don't know if Jeremiah Jackson's necessarily the most elite third base defender either.
They had kept Vasquez or one of those really glove first guys. Maybe they make that move.
410-583-1057. If you got some thoughts on yesterday's win, we want to hear from you. What were you most impressed by with the Orioles' 2-1 victory over the Twins? We'll get into all of this stuff throughout the rest of the show today. We are wall-to-wall baseball on 105.7 The Fan today, at least on our portion, 10 to 2. We will briefly talk a little tournament, but other than that, it is mostly Orioles here. 410-583-1057. While we're talking defense real quick, before the break, it wasn't just a Mayo thing, right? I mean, he was the popular guy to point at, like, oh, you gotta fix your defense there. But team-wide defense was in question, at least for me. Yesterday, kind of a mixed bag. O'Neill had the gaff in right field where, they were coming in and didn't get a good read on it. And then the stranger one to me was in that 8th inning where the Twins finally got on the board, the Buxton triple. Now, maybe he reaches third no matter what there because the ball was rocketed into the corner. But maybe Taylor Ward getting his first taste of the unusual dimensions out there, getting fooled a little bit. I don't know. Just watching the replay back, you kind of
I think
moving slow.
Whether he misplayed that or not is in the eye of the beholder. And I've heard people say he misplayed that ball. And like you said, that ball was drilled into the corner. Maybe it's going to get there anyway. Buxton can really run. It didn't seem like he had juice on the throw in. He kind of lobbed the ball in. Did he think he had no shot at all at third? So I think top left fielder maybe makes that play differently, maybe takes a better or different angle and holds him to 2. And so in a close game, yeah, that's a big play, but you're not overlooking it, but you're understanding it better because they won. And again, it's not going to be perfect. 9 innings of baseball, 2.5, 3 hours. There are going to be some things that go wrong for both sides. And so, there were, Trevor Rogers walked 4. That's the most he walked in any game last year is 4 at season high. So that was unexpected, but he made big pitches that it didn't hurt him.
410-583-1057. I see some people trying to get in right now. We will take your calls when we get back from this break. It's Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. Nolan and Steve hanging out with you until noon.
The Fan's Cordell Woodland.
Although I grew up in D.C., I was a huge Orioles fan. It was the only baseball team that we had for most of my life. I remember my grandfather bringing me up to Camden Yards every summer. We'd find at least one Orioles game to come to, so it made it just that much more special for me when I started to cover the team. And I think back to 2023 when the Orioles won the American League East Division and just the excitement and optimism around the team.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Have you ever been over a friend or family member's house and something's falling apart? Leaky roofs happen, so do issues with siding or plumbing or really anything. But you still end up thinking, man, I'm happy that I don't live in that house. Now, let's just say that you're one who needs a major repair, but you got to sell your home. Buyers are going to think the same thing about your home, and that could cost you thousands and thousands of dollars if you don't hire my friend Lee Tessier. Now, Lee wants to sell your home for the most money possible, and that's why he's letting you take advantage of his rehab refresh program. It'll cover all the upfront costs for those expensive upgrades and repairs, and you won't owe a dime until your home sells. But Lee's going to sell your home for so much more money that the repairs, they're going to pay for themselves. So call the only agent I call if I had to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier, and his phone number is 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, Tessier.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live in Fallston. We're super excited for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary on April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities and special guests for an afternoon of fun, food, and drinks. Your ticket gets you light fare and 2 drink tickets for beer, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Play Know Your Show, win tickets to upcoming concerts, and check out all the cool upgrades at Barrel House Live. Get your tickets now before it sells out at odyssey.com/1057 The Fan.
Dreaming of a home makeover but don't know where to start? Ward Home Improvements has you covered. As experts in all things home, we're your one-stop shop for design inspiration for any space. Come check out our brand new showroom today. Vinny and Haynie are broadcasting live from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with your last chance to win Faniversary tickets. We're at 3491 Merchant Boulevard in Abingdon, right behind Wegmans. For expert guidance, visit wardhomeimprovements.com.
What in the world is going on? You didn't hear? You can get iPhone 16e at Cricket Wireless for $0 when you switch.
iPhone 16e for $0.
No way. Yeah, and it has Apple Intelligence so you can clean up your photos. Clean up your photos.
Okay, but what's the hurry? The offer ends soon.
What they said.
Switch to Cricket and get iPhone 16e for $0 with no activation fee. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line and port in on the $60 Supreme Unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Terms and restrictions apply. See store for details.
This inning brought to you by...
Actually, it's brought to you by reality. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we know that car accidents aren't a game, they're real life. When you've been injured and need help, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Welcome back to Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Steve Molesky with you up until noon this afternoon, where Ryan Ripken will come in and replace Steve Molesky, take us the rest of the way to 2 o'clock. We're talking Orioles all day long today. 2-1 winners over the Minnesota Twins yesterday on opening day, and that's a reason to celebrate. And we're celebrating with you right now. Let's get us started here today is Warren in Owings Mills. Good morning, Warren.
Morning, Nolan. Morning, Steve. Yesterday was a great day. I've been to a lot of opening days, but the atmosphere in the stadium was just tremendous. And, you know, after an awful last season for Orioles baseball and an awful Ravens season, it was nice to have that kind of energy locally. A couple of quick points. So you all brought up many of them. I thought that one of the great things about the way the Orioles played yesterday was they did the little things. They took extra bases. They got a sacrifice fly, the kind of stuff that they weren't doing last year. The one thing that really struck me, and we haven't really you talked about it a little bit, Trevor Rogers, you know, it makes me think that last year he was really real. That was a tremendous game, and he did not have his best stuff. But one thing that I noticed in both pitchers, it was a throwback game. I grew up watching baseball in the 60s when guys were pitchers and not throwers. Neither Rogers nor the Twins pitcher threw a pitch that was more than 95 miles an hour. I always look at the scoreboard that has the pitch stats after every pitch. Neither one of them threw a pitch that was more than 95 miles an hour. They were mixing their pitches, and it was just a great, great pitching game. And I have a question for Steve, or maybe for later when Ryan Ripken is on. The stadium, the new scoreboards have not just what the pitch was, but the vertical and horizontal break. And I'd like to hear that explained better, because some of the pitches that the Twins pitcher was throwing had an amount of movement to me that seemed unbelievable, like 19 inches of horizontal break. I'd like to have a better understanding of the camera system and the system that records that. And that would be a great topic to hear you guys discuss. But yesterday was just tremendous. So I'll give up time to other people, but thanks, guys.
Hey, appreciate the call, Warren. Yeah, but some of the nitty-gritty there. You get all the fancy
a
bells
lot
and
of
whistles.
Baseball, man, right now, you can get overwhelmed with numbers if you want to. And so as a media guy covering it, I have to try to keep up with that as best I can. You know, spin rate now, what's that impact? Vertical break, horizontal break. The thing about break, don't always be guided by, he has 20 inches of break. That's unbelievable. Sometimes it's when the break occurs. The late movement that Mariano Rivera got on his cutter was such you couldn't hit it even though you knew exactly what was coming. But the late movement, it was so late, hitters' eyes could not adjust to square that pitch up. So sometimes a pitch that might break a lot again, location is so much important here too. A hanging curveball can be hit 450 feet. A buried curveball can be swung and missed, and you miss it by a foot. So there's a lot of factors in pitching. But yeah, now we're like the soundbite with with Albernaz, 20 inches of vert on that fastball. What a pitch. So they look for that, and so much data in the game, Nolan. If you don't like math, don't follow baseball.
Well, I think that's, at least for me, as a baseball observer, there's something for everybody. And I understand the older generation, you've watched baseball so much, you're used to it. If you don't like the analytics side of things, that's fine. You don't have to consume it. You can watch a baseball game without that stuff. I mean, it's just kind of, it's there additionally. But like you said, when you hear a manager talking about it post-game, that is where the big differences come in. Right. That's something that even 10 years ago wouldn't have heard a manager talk about vertical, horizontal break, or down to a decimal point on the radar gun. It was the 101.9 is what he said.
Yeah.
And
that goes with what the caller just said. He made a great point. Rogers is throwing 93, not 98. But the late movement, having movement on all his pitches, hitting spots, locating, getting ahead. You can win with 93 if you've got his material. Another pitcher with 93 who doesn't have all those pitches or that quality movement or the command of it might have a 6.5 ERA. So it's not all about the radar gun, but the margin for error is better the harder you throw usually. So that's why we're blown away by 102. I mean, holy heck, what Helsley threw.
Yeah, you mentioned Rogers there. I mean, that's big topic out of yesterday because I think everyone was right to be a little tempered expectations to a certain point. You don't want to get burned. Like last year was so great. Regression to some extent is natural, right? But if he ends up being like a 3 ERA, it's a regression, but we love that. We love that regression. We'll take it. But we were kind of wondering, is it going to be the same? And I thought yesterday, all right, you mentioned the 4 walks, but I thought it was still the same Rogers mentally. And remember last year when he was talking about his turnaround, that was the big thing. It was less about mechanical stuff. It was less about maybe new pitches. And he just said it was mental. Like, I just got in such a bad place. I was down on myself. I'd have a bad outing, couldn't let it go. And I think yesterday was the perfect example of where he's at mentally now, is that, all right, I got traffic on the base paths. Who cares? Let's get out of this. Roll a double play. We're good to go. We're back in it. And to maintain that low of a pitch count. That's where when Albernaz says that's what an ace does, I agree 100%. An ace doesn't go out there every time and throw 7, no-hit innings. They go out there and they bulldog their way through when they don't have their best stuff, just as much as they do dominate. That's what truly defines an ace. So when the Orioles were building this rotation and they, didn't go get that big name in free agency, didn't swing the massive flashy trade to get the known commodity, people were a little hesitant saying, can you lean on Trevor Rogers for a full season? Yesterday was just one start, but from my perspective, that was ace. That was exactly what they're looking for.
That was. I mean, seven innings, no runs. I will never find a problem with that outing. You can nitpick it to death. This didn't happen. That didn't happen. 7 innings, no runs. That's all you need to say. Enough said right there. But, if he had given up 6 runs, Nolan, we would be getting calls this morning saying, well, I knew he wasn't this good. And believe me, there's probably going to be a game where he does that at some point soon, and that someone will say that. O's Twitter, within 2 minutes, someone will say, I knew he wasn't going to be good this year. And so we got to see over the long haul. But the 5-pitch mix and the fact that hitters did not hit his breaking balls at all last year, he sinks the ball better than ever. He's got a 2-seamer now. He's so confident. I mean, the Orioles fixed him. I said this at Pickles yesterday. There was skepticism when that trade didn't look good initially and it looked terrible. The Orioles thought they could fix this guy. Well, they did, but he did most of it, of course. They oversaw all of it, but he went to drive line. He got his physical stuff better. He strengthens his legs. He increased his velocity. And he's very big with mental skills coaches. I'm going to talk to him about this year because that is a big thing for Trevor Rogers. Mental skills, mental space means a lot to him.
And he wants to be here. We keep, of course, here on The Fan, we keep citing the interview from about a week or so ago with Cordell and Tim, getting that information out of him where the Orioles haven't had the contract conversation with him yet. Everyone's had an opinion on that. But after yesterday's game, I walk away feeling like, Mike, pick up the phone, man. Let's get him in the office. Let's sit down. Let's at least talk about this.
Yeah.
Because,
well, I mean, maybe the Orioles are waiting to see, too, if he has staying power, even though they believe he does. Mm-hmm. You got to really see it to know. But there's going to come a point where it's going to be too late. So the Orioles are going to have to, maybe in this first half, if he looks like he's good again, and he looks like he is, pick up that phone or reach out to his agent. Because once you get a month or two from free agency, a lot of players are like, why should I do it now? In a month, I can hear from 30 teams. So you don't want that to get too far down the line.
410-583-1057. I see Jim is on hold. We will get you as soon as we come back, as well as anyone else who wants to chime in on yesterday's 2-1 Orioles victory over the Twins. As this show progresses, we'll start to look ahead to the remaining 161 on the schedule. The rest of the series this weekend. Kyle Bradish going to go tomorrow. I know a lot of people are excited to see him in action. But I'm sort of wondering what his workload might look like as he still is looking for a full season post Tommy John, what their strategy with him might be and how it might differ from a Trevor Rogers. We'll get into all of that and more when we come back here on The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. But he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Game day is better at Conrad's. With plenty of high tops, bar seating, and brand new large screen TVs, there's no better place to watch your favorite teams. Plus, enjoy slam dunk food and drink specials. Check out Conrad's in Perry Hall and Abingdon.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Is your child glued to their phone, endlessly scrolling Instagram, watching TikTok, living on Snapchat or YouTube? If so, they may be silently developing a serious addiction to social media platforms. Countries all around the world are banning these highly addictive apps for kids under 16. Go to socialabuse66.com right now to see if you qualify for potential compensation. Lawsuits worth millions now allege major social media companies intentionally design these platforms to addict kids under 18. Research links excessive use to depression, anxiety, eating disorders, inappropriate adult exposure, and even suicidal thoughts. If your child suffered serious emotional or psychological harm tied to social media use, you may qualify for potential compensation. Go to socialabuse66.com for a free case review. That's socialabuse66.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15 just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only. Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously, it's what we do at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon at the Yard. The Birds start the season off with a W.
Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings it a run to make it 2-0.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Blaze Alexander drives in Tyler O'Neill in the bottom of the seventh, a run that would prove to be crucial as the O's beat the Twins 2-1 on opening day, Baltimore's fourth straight opening day dub. Colton Cowser drove in Baltimore's other run, while Trevor Rogers looked sharp on the mound, striking out 5 over 7 scoreless innings, and Ryan Helsley shut the door in the ninth, striking out the side to earn his first save. The Birds have tonight off. They get back in action tomorrow in Game 2 of 3 against Minnesota. And last night on ice in Utah, the Capitals crushed the Mammoth 7-4 behind Alex Ovechkin's 34th career hat trick. Washington's road trip continues tomorrow evening in Las Vegas. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. Rain in the morning, clearing in the late afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home with the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Appreciate you joining us here on a Friday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw and Steve Molesky with you for now. Talking all things Orioles. They're 2-1 winners over the Minnesota Twins yesterday on opening day. Plenty more action coming later this weekend. We're going to get into all of it. Right now, Jim in Ellicott City has been waiting very, very patiently. Jim, good morning. How you feeling, man?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm feeling great. I woke up this morning and found that my Orioles are tied for first. I found that Rogers has as many wins as anybody in the league, and that Helsley is tied for lead in saves. What could be better?
That's right, man. That's right. You know, and it's funny because you get all that typical stuff, like whoever hit a home run yesterday. Oh, he's on pace for 162. You get all the fun little stuff like that. But I'm driving home from the game yesterday, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm just allowing myself, after how bad last year was, to just be excited, right? And if you've heard me on the show last year, at times it got pretty negative because, you know, the team, look, they were a mess. They were a mess from, in my estimation, from, you know, front office down to manager, down to the players. So to see what happened yesterday after a long, cold winter, I'm buying in. I'm willing to buy in. I'm willing to be hurt again. I know that it's going to happen at some point this summer. There will be a slump. I just hope it's not a prolonged one. They will frustrate us. They'll make us scream at the TV this summer. But for now, no reason to be upset, man. Baseball's back,
Absolutely
and
right.
that's a great thing.
Right. I wanted to tip my hat to a couple of people. One, to Rogers, that, man, he had a tough day controlling his adrenaline, for one thing. But, I mean, he was around the plate all the time. When he missed, he didn't miss terribly. But 4 walks is a lot. But you know what? He came out of it with 7 shutout innings. He was gritty. He worked hard. And they played defense behind him for the most part.
No doubt.
I also want to tip my hat to O'Neill, who I think made a kind of an unsung play by tagging up from first going to second. If he hadn't done that, then Blaze's single would not necessarily have scored a run. So we've got to be happy that O'Neill put a little effort into that game too.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for the call, Jim.
Yeah, I may have started all in spring training, with when Alonso and Bassett had them redo drills and these little things that are so meaningful in 9 innings of baseball, like the first to third. Basayo, great point by the caller on O'Neill getting the second. That was very overlooked by all of us, but he did. And he scored the second run. And by the way, they needed that second run a lot.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, we were thrilled when the first one came, because something we haven't talked about yet on the show is they really struggled against Joe Ryan early. Joe Ryan's a great pitcher.
Yeah.
He's an elite pitcher. And just estimation here looks like he's going to be the most coveted guy at this year's trade deadline if the Twins end up being as bad as they appear to be on paper. There's, maybe Sandy Alcantara, if he has a bounce back, he could be in that conversation. But for now, it seems to be firmly Joe Ryan. And talking to Ben Hall yesterday, we were sitting next to each other in the press box. He kept saying, man, I'd love Joe Ryan in an Orioles uniform. I would love to see that. It looked pretty good with the pitching depth we have right now, but you never know how things could look when July rolls around.
Yeah, he was tough. I mean, so basically the Orioles won a game yesterday where Ward, Henderson, and Alonso at the top of the order went a combined 0 for 11, 4 strikeouts. They were 1 for 19 through the first 6 innings, 1 for 19. So that would have been a big storyline if they had lost 2-1, would have been, where's the offense? And so we can't judge one game. Doesn't mean they're not going to hit. Means Joe Ryan was on his game on opening day, and Joe Ryan was an all-star last year and has been a really good pitcher for several seasons. He's unheralded, kind of like Trevor Rogers is a little bit, and both were dealing yesterday.
Let me ask you this about Rogers' start yesterday, because he comes back out for the 7th, and I was happy. It was deserved it, obviously. And I believe it was a leadoff walk there in the 7th. So right back at it, you're like, oh, man, shakiness. This could be a spot where Albernaz tries to pull him. Wells had been warming up for a while in the pen, so he could have come in. He was ready. I like that Albernaz said, no, let him keep going. Let him keep going. Even in a close game like that, even in a narrow game, let's keep it rolling here. I'll go with the hot hand. But let's say that start is a month from now. He's back out for the 8th, for sure, right? 88 pitches there after 7?
Yeah, I mean, and I think we're going to get into this later, Bradish in innings, and Rogers only threw 109 last year. He threw more than that when you add his AAA and all that in, because he didn't make his first major league start to almost Memorial Day. So can he get 200? Maybe. Is 150 or 170 more comfortable? Probably. So there might be times the Orioles pull him an inning or two sooner than you think, because they want him around for 30 starts and then several more, hopefully, in October. But, yeah, innings not a big concern for him. Yesterday, pitch count 88. If you look at the end of spring training, most of the starters were around 70, 75. So a bump to 80, 90 is a natural, meaning 2 or 3 starts in. Finally, now you've got 100 to go if you're that good and you can stay in the game long enough. And then after that, we know we don't see much past 100 in Major League Baseball anymore.
Right. And I think this time of year, too, when you factor in they've got all these off days, at least out the gate, Albernaz is sitting there saying, well, I love this start from Rogers. If he wants to throw a complete game, that'd be fantastic. But I also want to see my relievers. Like, I got to get these guys some work and get some momentum rolling here in the season. That is the unique nature and the difficult nature of being a major league manager to start a season.
Yeah, and it was not a surprise the pitchers we saw him use. He used a guy that he's confident in Tyler Wells. And Tyler Wells, I think we're going to see pitch the 8th sometimes. Sometimes we're going to see him in the 5th because he's that Swiss Army knife Albernaz has talked about. If there's one guy in that bullpen we know can bounce around successfully, it's Tyler Wells. And that's a real strength of him. He not only is he a good pitcher and a quality teammate, he can pitch all different roles. But we also know Helsley's got that 9th inning. Now, I don't think they're going to let him go 3 or 4 days in a row early in the year or 3 out of 4, anything like that. So there might be times when they have 4 save chances in a week, and he might not get all 4. But that's okay. But he's going to get most of them. And with what he showed yesterday, that was really something.
410-583-1057. Thoughts on yesterday's win? We want to hear from you. We'll take more of your calls when we get back from this break. We'll also dive more into this bullpen because, hey, Helsley's great. You know the track record. We like Tyler Wells. Feel like he could be a great back-end guy, but the rest of this bullpen, very much a mystery right now. And we're going to discuss how Craig Albernaz is going to navigate using them in certain roles, as Steve just kind of teased there just a second ago. At 11 o'clock, Zach Kreiser covers Major League Baseball with his own personal Substack, the Bandwagon Newsletter. We'll talk to him about that and everything that happened on opening day yesterday. Whip around at 11:15. We'll talk a little NCAA tournament there and also a nightmare debut or a season debut for Paul Skeens. My God, could not have got off to a worse start, and not his fault either. He was let down by his defense. We'll talk about all that and more coming up next here on The Fan.
Faniversary is coming soon. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston. Don't miss this fun-filled event celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Meet the Fan hosts, win prizes, and we'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet former Raven Femi Ayanbadejo and Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. The party starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. Sponsored by Hello Hartford, Small Town Charm, Big Memories, and by Bel Air Hyundai. Part of Jones Junction with 2 million likes and reviews.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Cleveland Browns need to trade star pass rusher and reigning defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett. The team reworked Garrett's contract earlier this week, making it way more tradable. There is no reason for Garrett to remain on this roster. The team stinks with him breaking the sack record. It can stink without him. The Browns need to supercharge their rebuild. There is no choice here. The Browns need to trade Myles Garrett. I'm Nick Costos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. So please, get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
College hoops is heating up, and baseball is right around the corner. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Oh, it's a slam dunk sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Now you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner's insurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. People are loving what they're seeing at Jones Junction. You get slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. So please, get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
We're talking Orioles all day long here on Vinny and Haynie. Nolan McGraw and for Bob Haynie, Steve Molesky here as well. Get back to some normalcy next week, I think. We'll try to get back on track. It's been a hectic week here, but we close it out on a high note as the Orioles are off to a 1-0 start in the 2026 season, and that is always good reason to celebrate. If you've got thoughts on yesterday's win, 410-583-1057. We were talking bullpen before we took that break, and the praise for Ryan Helsley, the kind of unfortunate first inning for Tyler Wells, gives up the run, but not necessarily, at least in my opinion, entirely his fault. But in the end, no harm, no foul. The way the rest of this bullpen shakes out, though, very much a mystery. You like the back end, but what you get out of the core, out of the bulk of the group, as some key guys are injured to begin the season, Kittredge and Aiken, is very much a mystery. The benefit, as we said before, is that you have a lot of these off days, right? So Craig Albernaz, he's not necessarily in that mode that he'll probably be come August this year, where guys are taxed, guys are tired, and you just got to make it work. You got to get by. You got to get a fresh arm up here every once in a while and just make it work. It's not exactly that yet, but he's trying to balance getting guys as much innings, much of a ramp up, a momentum opportunity here as possible, while also rolling with the hot hand. Trevor Rogers yesterday, he's going to pitch 7 innings. Well, pitch 7 innings. I'm not going to remove you early just to get these bullpen guys some work. I need my starter to go deep. So, Steve, as you look at these first couple weeks of the season that feature what appears to be lighter competition on paper, quite a bit of off days, how do you think Craig Albernaz will strategically use his bullpen, at least to start the year, trying to establish roles for different guys?
Based on his own comments, and I asked him that exact question Sunday before the Nats game in the interview room. I asked him, will you look to get bullpen pitchers in certain roles quickly, Or, for instance, will one day someone pitch the 8th and the next day might pitch the 6th or the next appearance? And he said the goal over the long haul is to develop as many leverage relievers as you can and have a lot of options. And he said his term, high-functioning bullpens, have a lot of guys they can turn to in leverage situations. He said as the year goes on, they tend to pitch their way into specific roles. So the bullpen, based on those comments, is evolving what we'll see, how he manages it in August as opposed to how he manages it in March and April. Right now, they have a lot of lesser experienced guys who have less than 100 major league innings, including Enns, Wolfram, certainly Nunez has no major league innings. Giraldo, these guys don't have a lot of experience, and they're unproven, but they're talented and they're quality, and they like them a lot. So as we know, Nolan, a lot of times guys pitch well in the bullpen you didn't expect, and bullpen is usage and results are vary greatly from year to year. So I like the Orioles have a lot of options, and I like that Albernaz has pledged to use guys in a variety of roles early to kind of see how it shakes out. And so he's not locked in right now to you're the 8th, you're the 7th, you do this. And they only have 2 lefties, and one of them gets right-handed batters out better than he gets left-handed batters out. So they don't have a lot of, quote, situational left right now on this team. That could change over the year. Could be trades, could be acquisitions, could be guys coming up from the minors to get chances.
So I'm still skeptical about the bullpen, as I think a lot of people are, and it's only natural, but it comes from the unknown. And you mentioned the guys that just don't have a lot of experience, or Nunez, who has no experience at the major league level. Even the guys that were here for a pretty decent run at the second half of last year, in the eyes of fans, they're still unknown. A lot of people checked out last year and didn't see the Wolframs or the Ends of the world throw a baseball, even though there was flashes of upside there. What I can say that I like about this bullpen is that they've got options. Not just that they've fielded a group here through multiple injuries in the bullpen, Aiken and Kittredge in particular. I mean, those are expected big pieces on the back end for you. So to replace 2 of them out the gate, that's tough. But the fact that they were also able to keep Suarez, Albert Suarez, that is, and Jackson Kowar, who were, in my opinion, danger of being immediately scooped up right before opening day, other teams that had a vacancy, that they would be very, very attractive names. They get the ability to come back here. They're going to start in AAA, so they're there as depth in this organization. I just like that they have options. So for whatever reason, and look, it's going to happen, at least 1 or 2, 3 of these guys are going to struggle at some point. It's going to be an issue. Navigating options is another tricky facet of this for the Mike Elias side of things. But at the very least, I can say that they've stockpiled some names for themselves. And if something doesn't work out here, well, you're going to get Aiken and Kittredge back at some point. Someone else is struggling. You got Kowar, you got Suarez. They've made themselves a little injury-proof, which is something they didn't do last year. And I think they've created plan Bs and Cs, which is also something that I think was lacking previously in the Elias era.
Yeah, they've added some velocity. Nunez was touching 97 in some of these outings in spring training. Some of these guys can bring it pretty good with their fastball. Obviously, we know the guy in the 9th inning can. So, going to be interesting. You're right. On paper, it's a question mark and maybe a big one. And again, we can't judge anything on one game. We're going to see how the usage goes. But Albernaz, if take him at his word, why wouldn't we? Is going to give a lot of guys shots and a lot of roles here early, see how it sorts out. Also, he said, you're going to protect them. They're still building up. And so using a guy 3 out of 4 days, we're unlikely to see that 3 in a row. He's just not going to. And Hyde did this, and it's all organizations believe in it. You got to protect these guys. And so fans get frustrated. He's a 1-inning guy. Why can't he pitch the next inning? He threw the ball great. It's just not how baseball works much anymore. There are very few 2-inning bullpen guys. There are some, but they're not as many as you would think.
And they've given themselves options there as well. I mean, Aikens can do that. Aiken's done that in the past. I think Tyler Wells can certainly do that.
That's Big Al when he gets his chance, and no doubt it will.
And the other side of it, this was early off-season conversation when they started stockpiling more of the starter names, and you're trying to map out a rotation And you look at names like Cade Povich, Brandon Young, and you're saying, well, where's the space for those guys going to be? And instantly I thought, well, okay, let's convert them to bullpen arms. But they went the route of, we want to maintain them as starters, keep the depth there. They can still pitch every fifth day in AAA, get their innings in there, get their workload. And maybe down the road, years down the road, we'll have that bullpen conversation. But for now, again, that does speak to the fact that they have cultivated this depth where they didn't even need to throw or convert a starter into a reliever just out of necessity.
Could see some of that in the second half. Let's say the Orioles are really good and they're pushing for the division into August and September and they need some bullpen arms. Maybe that's when you see them say, well, Trey Gibson's been starting all year at AAA. He's having a great year. We don't have an opening in the rotation. Maybe we bring him up, let him throw a couple innings twice a week, get his feet wet, and see how that looks. You know, Levi Wells, that might be the best arm we have there, can bring some heat. Let's let him throw some bullpen. It would be using him in a role they're not accustomed to, but that's the old Oriole way. We used to see them bring up guys who would eventually be starters, start them in the bullpen way back in Earl Weaver's day. And so good teams sometimes do that late in the year. When you want your very best arms pitching in October. That's how Trey Savage got into the playoffs, and we'd hardly seen him all year. We didn't see him much all year. Then at the end, the Blue Jays said, we can't have this guy not be pitching some big games, and they called him up like mid-September.
We're going to hit a break here. When we come back, we'll be joined by Zach Kreiser of the Bandwagon newsletter to talk about everything that unfolded on opening day yesterday. Not just what happened in Baltimore, but around the rest of the league. A lot of headlines in Major League Baseball here early in the season. 11:15, we'll hit the whip around, talk about last night's NCAA tournament action. Thrilling victory for Iowa over Nebraska. And now they earn another date with a Big Ten team in the Elite Eight this weekend. We'll talk about that. A little bit later in the 11 o'clock hour, Steve's going to talk to us about some of these guys down on the farm, pitching side of things. Not only could have an impact on the team this year, but really create a tough decision for Mike Elias and this organization about who's going to be sticking around here long term. A lot of Orioles stuff to get into before we're done today. We want you to be a part of it. 410-583-1057.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalase. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all dresses and 50% off all button-downs. Yep, get everyone dressed for spring with half off all dresses and button-downs for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 3/28 and 29. Excludes clearance, maternity, jumpsuits, rompers, active, and bubbles.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Kyle Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the Yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston, 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free beers or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary is sponsored by Hello Hartford. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
All right, welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. A little lineup change for you today. It's all good. Late scratch for our starters. We got the backups in today. Nolan McGraw, Steve Molesky with you here until noon.
You got 2 co-hosts today, buddy.
Hey, we're like the Blue Jays backups last year.
I get pinch hit for in the 5th inning.
Take you all the way to the World Series.
If I'm going to get hit for, at least it's by a guy who played pro ball.
410-583-1057. We'll get your calls as the hour progresses. But for right now, joined by a special guest. It's been a while since we talked to him, but baseball season is back, so it's a good time to talk to him again here. He is Zach Kreiser. Covers Major League Baseball for his own personal venture there with the Bandwagon newsletter. Talk about that in a second. But Zach, how you doing this morning?
Good. How are you guys? Happy day after opening day.
Exactly, man. Opening day, always a good time here in Baltimore and around Major League Baseball. We'll start here with the Dodgers. I got to start with the Dodgers. Get the big one out of the way. When we look at the National League this year and who's competitive, who's coming out of it, there's other great teams, of course. And we've seen the Dodgers actually get tested the last couple of years, even as a supposed juggernaut team. But then they have the offseason that they did. They spend out the rear end like they always do. And everyone's saying, oh, well, the three-peat's inevitable. When you look at this National League and we're talking Dodgers versus the field, are you taking the field? Is there anyone there that's inspiring enough hope this year that can end this reign of terror?
I would still take the field. I mean, obviously that's it's 14 against 1. It's not the craziest bet to take the field, but I think the Dodgers have 2 main weaknesses that could end up being their undoing, other than the randomness of the playoffs. and that's aging and starting pitching depth. They just are not likely to keep getting superstar performance forever from guys like Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, especially. I mean, those guys have been great for a long time, but they are either in or entering their mid-30s. And baseball players get worse. Max Muncy is entering his late 30s. Will Smith is in his 30s. You know, there are going to be breakdowns along the way, and they are such a star-studded lineup that maybe Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Tucker is just enough, and it'll be fine. But there are guys who you could see declines from, and I think especially the past few years, we've seen that they have vulnerabilities in the regular season. They don't always get to their maximum potential. They've been playing to keep these guys ready for October, and at some point it's not going to work. There's going to be an October where either one of them's compromised health-wise or out entirely, and they'll look more like a normal team. The starting pitching, I'd say, is a concern too. I mean, I don't think anyone is convinced that Roki Sasaki is actually a major league starter at this point, and then you're down to, who's the number 3 starter consistently? Emmett Sheehan, he's a very good pitcher, but no one would look at him and say he would be the ace of any other team. So I think there's a chance that they do fall at some point along the line here.
Zach, I think every baseball fan is hoping that the owners and the union doesn't mess this up. I mean, we just had a great WBC. Ratings are great in baseball. Revenue seems to be pouring in. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. But it feels like the industry is incredibly healthy. I mean, do you get that feeling?
Yeah, I think I've given this take to a few people, and there are definitely owners who want to mess this up, who are so bent on a salary cap that they would love to do whatever it takes to get there. But I don't think it's the majority of them. And I think, importantly, the incentive structure, especially for Rob Manfred and the MLB leadership, is to get through this particular negotiation at relative without losing any games, and certainly, and without causing any huge disruption, because the key for them is the structural TV change they want to make ahead of 2028. They need the game to be healthy for that. However much they want to do the salary cap and however much they view a showdown around that as important, I don't think it makes sense for them to actually pursue it to the end of the earth until after they get their TV deal done. And the union knows this. There is a huge bargaining chip on the table to restructure how local television works and bring it into a more centralized system. I think that is going to be the focus of this upcoming negotiation. There will be a lockout, no doubt, but I don't think we'll lose any games. And I feel pretty confident about that, actually. I think there is a fight coming, but it's not the world-ending one that everyone seems to want to talk about.
We're talking Major League Baseball here with Zach Kreiser on 105.7 The Fan. Zach, let me ask you about some of the suspected contenders this year, or at least who was a contender last year that's falling off, right? I mean, who's a prime regression candidate for you as a team this year? I mean, for example, I think a lot of people look at Milwaukee and say, man, when is that lack of investment going to catch up with them? But we see it year over year over year. They just continue to get more results with less.
Yeah, I won't be the one to bet hard against Milwaukee. I think they keep finding ways to put together a good team. I like what the Cubs did in that division, so I'm not necessarily saying Milwaukee will be the best team in baseball again. But if you ask me about the team that has the risk of falling out of contender status, I think the Phillies are walking a tightrope a little bit. I could see them winning the World Series. Obviously, we saw Christopher Sanchez return as an ace yesterday. But they also have this outfield situation where I don't think you can look at any of their outfielders and say, oh, that's definitely a contender caliber player. They're breaking in prospect Justin Crawford in center field, who might be really good, but also might not hit the ball in the air enough to be a productive major league hitter. They got rid of Nick Castellanos in right field, but replaced him with Adolis Garcia, who is kind of a coin flip to be an upgrade. He was really on the downslope of his career in Texas, and they're hoping to revitalize that. So there's just some depth and kind of aging concerns with the Phillies in a really tough division with the Mets and the Braves. And I kind of think the ascendant Marlins. So that's a team that I would view as a risk. And the other one is the Padres. I think their pitching staff has a real, it could be bad. It could go wrong very easily. And so I'd say those two teams are teams that made the playoffs that are at pretty big risk of falling off this year.
Well, the defending American League champions take the field for the first time tonight with Kevin Gausman on the mound. He once started opening day for the Orioles. Tonight he'll pitch for Toronto, Rogers Center, against the Athletics. So, Zach, are you buying that the Blue Jays are going to be that good again? Obviously, they added some key people like Dylan Cease, Kaz Akamoto. They were active even after almost winning the World Series. What is the 2026 season going to hold in Toronto?
Yeah, I buy it as that division is a mess in a good way, in that there's a lot of teams that could win and a lot of teams that could make the playoffs. And so I don't know if they'll actually win the division, but I would definitely buy them as a contender to go back to the World Series. I mean, this is a team that has an identity, and I think they do a really good job finding players who fit and build into that, especially on the offensive side. They make contact. They have some guys who chase power and do it in a really interesting way, and they play really good defense and are athletic. I really like Addison Barger. I think that's a guy who, when you're looking for who's going to replace the production of Bo Bichette, he won't do it in the exact same way, but I think he's a really impressive hitter who gets to maximum bat speed. He's one of the best bat speed guys in baseball, even as a young guy, and so I think they're going to replace that production. You mentioned Okamoto, and I really like what we've seen from him too. He's got a really line drive swing, and I think he's going to not strike out very much. So I think he fits them really well. And the AL East is impossible to predict, but I think they're a top 3 team in the AL.
Always good to hear from Zach Kreiser here when he joins us on 105.7 The Fan. And before we let you go here, Zach, let the people know about the Bandwagon Substack. It's this whole new world in sports journalism, man.
Yeah, I have an independent weekly newsletter kind of focused on helping fans kind of think about the game from a fan perspective and also learn a bit about how it works as you go. It's called The Bandwagon. I've actually moved it over to Ghost now, so it's bandwagon.ghost.io, and people can find it there. It's free to read, but you can support it if you enjoy it and want to keep it going.
We appreciate the time, man, and we'll be catching up throughout the season, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
There he goes. There he goes. All right. When we come back here on 105.7 The Fan, we're going to get you the whip around NCAA tournament action last night and some of the standout performances or lackluster performances from opening day around Major League Baseball, and even a strange story there with the Philadelphia Phillies and their third baseman, Alec Boehm. I don't know if you've heard that headline this morning. It's a doozy. We'll explain when we get back here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Maurice with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. With 27 days remaining until this year's NFL Draft, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson believes that there is no mystery as to where he should be drafted. Speaking to reporters after the Crimson Tide's Pro Day Wednesday, Simpson responded with confidence when asked whether or not he's worthy of a first-round pick, saying, quote, absolutely, while also adding that he's a program-changing quarterback. Speaking of prospects with high expectations, Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love is reaching for the stars as well, telling reporters after his Pro Day Tuesday that he has his sights set on being not only a Pro Bowl player, but also a future Hall of Famer. And get ready for 2 Robinsons in the Falcons' backfield. Former third-round pick Brian Robinson Jr. has signed a 1-year deal to join Atlanta after appearing in all 17 games last year in San Francisco. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Going outside is so in during Spring Fest at Lowe's. For a limited time, get extra big deals on select Holland pavers, 3 for $1. Plus, save $70 on the Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill, now $179. And Chef Up shareables for your whole crew. Picture perfect patios and good food? Yes, please. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Paver offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold.
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
I don't know about you, but life just feels like a lot right now. Time to push pause and join the Y. Join by March 31st while the join fee is just $1. There's no long-term contract, so joining is easy. It's like making a promise to take care of yourself and your family. With great exercise options, pools, pickleball, and a welcoming community, the Y is an essential ingredient of a happy, healthy life. Join the Y today at joinymaryland.org.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, it's time for the Whip Around here. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Steve Molesky with you for the rest of this hour. And when we talk about the NCAA tournament action from last night, we'll race through this as quick as possible here, but there was excitement last night. When you get to the Sweet 16, this is what you want. We're done with the upsets, although there weren't a ton of upsets this year to begin with. You just want the best basketball possible. And last night we got it. Texas, Purdue, thriller. Comes down to the wire. Purdue, right before the buzzer there. Trey Kaufman-Renn with the game winner. They beat Texas 79-77. Almost had a double-digit seed advancing to the Elite Eight, The upset, if you want to call it that, though, was 9-seed Iowa taking down Nebraska, the darling story this year. Nebraska winning their first tournament game in program history. Thought that they might be able to put together a little run here, but it's their conference foe in Iowa that takes them down. Sturtz with a big game for them, played a full 40 minutes, had 20 points. Fulgaris, another signature shot for him down the stretch, had the exclamation point dunk. And even tonight's slate, loaded once again. I'm going to be tapped in as soon as this starts at 7. Duke and St. John's, sign me up. Offensive firepower with Michigan and Alabama, definitely want to see that. Coaching showdown, Michigan State and UConn, you know there's going to be fireworks there. So great stuff coming up tonight on the slate. Baseball world, though, some interesting stories that came out of opening day yesterday, not Baltimore related. Paul Skeens with the Pirates. Pittsburgh loses 11-7 yesterday, and boy, if you saw this coming out of Paul Skeens, I want to know what crystal ball you're looking into. Didn't even finish the first inning. Paul Skeens yesterday, 5 earned runs on his line, 4 hits, 2 walks, just 1 strikeout on 37 pitches. Now, of course, he's to blame here to some extent, but let down big time by his defense. O'Neal Cruz there in center field. It's just an experiment trying to get this guy an everyday spot defensively. He's not doing himself any favors. 2 gaffes in that first inning yesterday. I felt bad for Skeens, the one. It's a routine of all routine pop-ups to shallow center, and he's skipping off the mound like, oh, I'm getting out of here, and he drops it. So, I mean, Steve, when we talk about Paul Skeens and the narrative around him in Pittsburgh, everyone's saying this guy can't wait to get the hell out of there. Well, it's moments like yesterday that are hard to ignore. I'm not saying that he's fed up with his teammates by any means, but what happened yesterday only feeds that side of the narrative.
Yeah, it does. It's strange because you would think guys who are in the WBC are maybe in midseason form early, and then Aaron Judge strikes out 4 times on opening night, and Skeens gets an early exit. I mean, I think it's a blip. We know those 2 players will be exceptional this year, and it won't take long for that to happen. But you might expect Skeens occasionally to have a rough night, but you don't expect a first-round KO. Defense or not.
Oh, yeah, for sure. More action from Major League Baseball yesterday. I mean, it's not often we're talking Brewers versus White Sox, but pitching-wise, this Jacob Mizorowski kid, if you're not familiar yet, get yourself familiar. This guy can really spin it up there on the mound. High-velocity guy from a smaller school as well. He kind of just came out of nowhere when he was drafted and turned into a sensation. Big presence on the mound yesterday for sure. 11 strikeouts in just 5 innings. So when we talk about maybe fringe Cy Young contenders, Paul Skeens going to have something to say about that. But Mizorowski, a guy to keep an eye on this year for sure.
Well, for sure. Big talent. Some really good arms in the game right now, especially younger. And so, a guy who can really bring it and really has a lot of talent and just burst on the scene last year. And I think he's going to be great for them this year.
And the unusual side of things here in the baseball world, Philadelphia Phillies third baseman. This is not a headline I expected to read today. Phillies Alec Bohm sues parents, alleges misuse of money. The details here, he filed a lawsuit Wednesday of this week. Details coming out that his own parents, he's alleging, have siphoned money out of his personal accounts into what looks like up to 4 different accounts that have been established as LLCs that his parents run. He's trying to get control of them. He says that they're freezing him out. Their lawyers denying it. It's this whole back and forth thing. But the part that gets me here, a little bit deeper down in the story, and this would be, just really scummy if it's true, says that alleging here that they even took money from the Alec Bohm Foundation to pay for personal expenses. Come on, man. That really is low of all low, and family of all things, man.
Money makes people do crazy things, my friend, and these are crazy things, and it's unbelievable. I mean, some of these athletes, some of the things they do, to try to spin this in a better direction, when they buy their parents, pay off their mortgage and things like that. It's sort of like you guys supported me all along the way. You drove me all over the country to play baseball, and now I'm going to do this for you. Those are heartwarming stories. This is the other side of that.
No, and I think, this is going to get ugly because it's getting legal. Daniel and Lisa Bohm, the parents there, their lawyer, coming out and saying, well, not only does all this allegation about him not having access to the accounts, not only is that not true, but, oh, by the way, we've been paying out of pocket on our personal credit cards for all of his expenses, even though he's 29 years old. We're still taking care of him. It's like, this
How
is
can
deeper.
that be? The guy plays Major League Baseball.
$10 million.
He's got all the money in the world.
Should be the other way around.
Right.
Man. I don't know. I can't make sense.
Somebody is fibbing there, Nolan.
Well, I got to check my bank account, make sure my parents aren't stealing from me. Mom and Dad, if you're listening, I apologize. 410-583-1057 if you want to get in, talk about the Orioles here. Big opening day win yesterday, 2-1, or how they're looking heading into the rest of this series here. Got a chance to take it tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. When we come back from this break, I'm going to shift our focus to the minor league side of things. Steve's going to tell you about a name that's no longer in the organization, but an intriguing one, no doubt. He will be back in town coming up next week as a member of the Texas Rangers. We'll also talk about some interesting Rule 5 decisions that could be on the horizon here for Mike Elias and company as we try to keep as much talent as possible in the organization. It's easy to stockpile it, but to keep it long term, that's a different story. We'll explain when we get back here on The Fan.
The Fan's Bruce Cunningham.
My greatest moment in Baltimore sports history came in January of 2001 when the Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl. Remember, 1993, when the NFL expanded, Baltimore got the door slammed in its face. And then, just a few years later, they stood on the field in Tampa, hoisting that Lombardi trophy. That is sweet. And it was shared with all of us here in Baltimore. We all felt the same thing.
Join The Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Conrad's, with plenty of high tops, bar seating, and brand new large screen TVs, there's no better place to watch your favorite teams. Plus, enjoy slam dunk food and drink specials. Check out Conrad's in Perry Hall and Abingdon.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Fallston Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Dreaming of a home makeover but don't know where to start? Ward Home Improvements has you covered. We are experts in all things home, making us your ultimate one-stop shop for design inspiration, no matter the project or the space. Kickstart your creativity at our brand new design showroom and hang out with Vinny and Haynie, broadcasting live April 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 3491 Merchant Boulevard in Abingdon, right behind Wegmans. Visit wardhomeimprovements.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in this Tuesday, March 31st, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Kate Hacks. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The O's to encounter their first save situation of the season, which means the bells were ringing at Camden Yards for Ryan Helsley's debut. The flame-throwing righty quickly dismissed Matt Wallner and Josh Bell with a pair of strikeouts before Victor Carantini reached base on a single, but the hope for a Minnesota rally ended just 4 pitches later when Helsley punched out Trevor Larnach.
Throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball. But yeah, that was the best we've seen. We've seen Hells. He threw some really good splits too, so he's right where he needs to be.
There's Craig Albernaz raving about his closer's velocity. Helsley hit triple digits on 6 of his 19 pitches. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, Phillies third baseman Alec Boehm is suing his own parents after accusing them of siphoning large sums of money from his personal accounts to ones that they had controlled for him. The lawsuit filed on Wednesday also claims that the parents even used money from Boehm's charitable foundation to pay for their personal expenses. Boehm declined to comment about the subject following Philadelphia's opening day victory, while the lawyer representing his parents has denied the claims, stating Boehm has always had full access to his financial accounts. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Appreciate you joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. It's Vinny and Haynie on a Friday. Nolan McGraw, Steve Molesky here. We got Steve for just a few more segments. We had to get it in here before we let Steve go. We got to talk at least something from the minor league side of things. That is the expertise, covers it better than anybody. I was going to say as well as anybody, but we all know the real story here. Better than anybody else.
Now you're talking.
All right. I got to butter you up a little bit. Appreciate you coming in. But the conversation here, the genesis of it, to let people, behind the scenes, during one of the breaks, you were informing me that a former Orioles prospect made his major league debut yesterday with a new team. Talking about Carter Balmer here, might be a somewhat recognizable name for the diehard fans out there. Made his debut relief with the Texas Rangers. They lost to the Phillies, but a special moment for him. And this is someone who you've been very familiar with following his journey.
Well, he got drafted by the Orioles, Nolan, out of a high school in Des Moines, Iowa in round 5, 2020. That was the shortened draft due to COVID. Gave him $1.5 million, over slot bonus, mid-90s high school pitcher with smooth mechanics and a vast potential. So the Orioles were very high on this kid from Iowa, Carter Baumler, in 2020. So his odyssey, this will take a minute to go through. A month or two after the 2020 draft, he's pitching an instructional league. He felt something in his right elbow, Tommy John surgery. Before October 2020 was over, he had Tommy John. So that's a major setback. During the 2022 season, when that was behind him, he had shoulder inflammation. That led to surgery that winter ahead of 2023. That impacted his 2023 and 2024. He still had shoulder pain. That surgery didn't work. So he had two major surgeries, the second of which didn't work. And so this touted prospect from back in 2020 was almost forgotten and was almost pitching very little. You look at the number of innings he has in his career, he still has less than 100 minor league innings. It's 2026. He was drafted in 2020. So all these injuries, two major surgeries, setbacks. He shows up last year pitching at Aberdeen healthy, throwing mid-90s, looking good in limited outings because he's been so hurt. They can only throw him an inning here, 2 innings there. And I go interview him, and I found a delightful kid with a great attitude, very religious faith, and that has helped keep him going through all this. And so he went on to make it to AA at the end of the year, was throwing 95, 97, and really looked like things were finally turning his way. And I wrote about him on my Substack last June, and the headline of the story is Carter Baumler is a kid who deserves some good health and good luck. And so he finally got it last year. So then in December, I wrote, you know what? He could be a long shot Rule 5 pick. And he was. He got taken in the Rule 5 draft, I think by the Pirates, who traded him to the Rangers. Imagine my surprise as I'm scrolling Twitter the other night when I see that the manager of the Rangers, I believe, is that Schumacher, I believe, went for a mound meeting with Baumler in a spring game to tell him he made the team during a mound meeting. There's a unique way to do it, and it's really cool. You can find the highlight on social media right now, where he is big smile and the other players are patting him on the back. He's still in the game, by the way. The manager leaves, he's still pitching. So last night he threw a scoreless inning in a major league game, 95 miles an hour. And I just am so delighted for this young man who I sat across from for 40 minutes last summer at Ripken Stadium in Aberdeen, and he was delightful. I said, I can't imagine your attitude so good after all you've been through. You should be bitter about baseball, bitter about life, bitter about everything. Mm-hmm. He was the opposite. And so I'm so excited for this kid. Now he was an Oriole draft pick, so if it doesn't work out, they could send him back. He could be an Oriole again. This is the Rule 5 draft, right? You got to stick in the major leagues all year. Maybe he won't, but I'm not rooting against him, obviously. So Texas will be in Baltimore Monday night. I can't wait to go to their clubhouse and shake hands with Carter Baumler.
Yeah, I mean, and look, when you start talking Rule 5 here, it's an important conversation because we're focused on what happened yesterday. We're focused on the success of the Major League Club this year. But when Mike Elias, his MO has been building, as he says, this elite talent pipeline. He wants it always flowing. At no point in his tenure as GM does he want the conversation around the Orioles farm system to be looking a little light down there. There should always be some sort of stockpile down on the farm. But the problem is that you can't hoard these guys forever. And as a matter of fact, for 2026, the Orioles have quite the crop of guys who are Rule 5 eligible and could be scooped up by other teams. And when we talk about all the intriguing pitching arms that are coming up through the minors, the Trey Gibsons of the world, Nestor Herman, Levi Wells, Luis De Leon, these are all guys in danger of potentially being on the move. So, Steve, when you start thinking about what's going to be required to navigate this, is there an easy fix, or are you just going to have to accept that probably 1, 2, maybe even more of these guys won't be in the organization much longer?
No way they can keep them all. On the position player side, at the end of this year, Rule 5 eligible will be Enrique Bradfield Jr., Aaron Estrada, and Creed Willems. All will be subject to be lost to another team if they're not on the Oriole 40-man. On the pitching side, this is just a partial list. Trey Gibson, who's starting tonight for Norfolk, by the way, and the game will be on Masson. Nestor Herman, Levi Wells, Luis De Leon. That's the cream of their pitchers. They're all Rule 5 eligible. Several of those players, maybe all 4, are going to get added. They're not going to be subjected to be lost, I don't think. But Juwan Watts-Brown, one coveted pitcher they acquired in the trades last year, who apparently is hurt because he's not on a roster right now. We haven't heard final verdict what's going on with Brown. Braxton Bragg, who had Tommy John surgery last year, was the talk of the Oriole farm system in April and May. And Patrick Riley, who had surgery. He got off to an incredible start last year at AA. The guy they traded from the Pirates. So Gibson, Herman, Wells, De Leon, Brown, Bragg, Riley. That is some pitching prospects there. All will be Rule 5 eligible at the end of this year in December.
It's the double-edged sword, right? You cultivate the talent, you got to find a space for it, and that's really been the Orioles' story here. Is even when they've returned to competitiveness and actually being on the radar. Even the more well-known prospects, it hasn't been a clear path. When we talk about Kobe Mayo, a perfect example. Heston Kjerstad. There's another guy who's been sent through the ringer for things off the baseball field that you feel terrible about. Hope to see him back here as soon as possible. Real quick, you mentioned Creed Willems. Not a name that gets talked about a ton here in Orioles circles, but we've been hearing about him for years as a catcher. Does he truly have that major league upside to you? Because
he's probably fringy to make it there. I think his defense, again, I need to do more of my own research on this because I don't want to speak out of turn. I think average-ish is what we've heard. He's got a good bat, and he had a good Arizona Fall League the 2 year, like last year, and he keeps moving up. And I think one reason he got to AAA, and he's playing for the Tides, who, by the way, do start tonight, is so they can see, we're going to need to protect this kid or not. By the way, getting back to Baumler, Nolan, in 2022, he pitched 11 innings. In 2023, 17. In 2024, 20. Last year, he threw 39.2. That's the entirety, 88.2 innings of his minor league career since 2020, and he pitched in the major leagues last night.
It's incredible. Those are the stories you love. That's why we love baseball. It's stuff like that. And, even though you see a guy leave and have success elsewhere, as long as he's not, he comes in here Monday and does it against the Orioles, then I'm going to have a problem with it. But he's facing everyone else. I don't have a problem with it. Even the Kyle Stowers of the world, when he got traded, Connor Norby, it's like, I'm happy for you. You went to the National League. That helps with it too. But you're finally getting your opportunity that just was never going to come here. And it's not even your fault. It's frustrating. Kobe Mayo, we talked about it earlier in the show. He felt like he had shown himself or proven himself to be a major league capable batter in the past, even if the defense was suspect and the opportunity just wasn't there. So at a certain point, the human element as a fan has to take over, and you say, you know what? These guys have busted their rear end for all these years. It's nice to see a payoff.
Well, it's one reason I've always loved covering the minors. There's always some amazing stories, and those guys are not getting the media attention the major league players get. And Baumler's story is so remarkable that even last year, at the beginning of the season, he had a back strain. He wasn't pitching at the beginning of last year. And when I interviewed him in June in Aberdeen, the quote he told me is, he's feeling great. I never want to jinx anything and say everything is finally 100%, but I'm feeling good. We're out here playing baseball. I could not be more grateful. Every day I'm always thinking about how grateful I am to be here, to be playing and having fun. I left that day inspired by this kid, and I said, I hope good things for him. And he made it to AA at the end of last year. He threw like 7 innings. He's got 7 innings in his life above A ball, and he pitched for the Texas Rangers last night. So I find that to be remarkable. And I think it's a great story, and I can't wait, as I said, to say hello to Carter Baumler during this upcoming series when he's a big league pitcher coming to Camden Yards, pitching in a different clubhouse than he envisioned at one point.
410-583-1057. We got one more segment left here with Steve. If you got a question for him about what's going on down on the farm or anything Orioles related, get in here. We'll take your call in the next segment. Also talk about the starting pitcher side of things as Kyle Bradish will make his season debut tomorrow. We'll share our expectations for him, not only in that start, but for 2026 as a whole. It's Vinny and Haynie here. Nolan and Steve filling in on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
March 28th, 1992. Maybe the best college basketball game ever played. Duke 104, Kentucky 103. The Christian Laettner buzzer beater to beat Rick Pitino and Kentucky. Fast forward 34 years later, almost to the day, March 27, 2026, and Rick Pitino gets another crack at Duke tonight, this time with St. John's. I'm Nick Costos.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater D.C. and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex relax at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
We've only got a few moments left here with Steve Molesky. Try to make the most of it for the heads on out. Ryan Ripken comes in here at noon to take us the rest of the way. We look at Kyle Bradish tomorrow. I'm excited for this one. I'll speak personally here. I mean, Kyle Bradish, from a personal side of things, favorite player on the team. I just love his stuff. I love his makeup, love watching him pitch. It's just it's a different level of excitement for me. So when he's trying to put together this first full-length season post Tommy John, it's going to come with some challenges. It's going to come with, we hope good durability, but from the manager side of things, the Orioles side of things, how they try to keep him as fresh as possible, I think it's only natural for them to maybe slow play him a little bit out the gate. Doesn't have to be ridiculous to the point where he's through 4 with a pretty low pitch count and they're saying, you know what, let's just call it today. I mean, there can be a little more discretion than that. But I think to see him do what Trevor Rogers did yesterday, I think that would be a long shot. Even if he's pitching well, even if he's, cruising even better with less traffic on the base paths than Trevor Rogers had yesterday, I still think they might err on the side of caution with him. When you look at what it's going to take to get him through a full, what we assume, 32 starts this year, hopefully 175 innings pitched minimum, is that something that Albernaz is going to have to do? Try to protect him from himself a little bit.
We have a chance for fan frustration here because I think early in the season, this is my guess speculation, the Orioles haven't said this, there will be nights when Bradish is rolling and they get him out of there because Nolan, he pitched 32 innings last year. Mm-hmm. He's the best they got. They got to keep him around, not just into July and August, but hopefully deep into October. So you don't go from 32 innings to 200. And if you pitch him 6 and 7 innings every night, he'll be at 150 in August. So the math just tells you there were going to be nights they're going to bring him out sooner than we need or expect or hope. Because here's why, Nolan. In 240 innings since 2023, his ERA is 2.78. His WHIP is 1.046. His K rate is 10.1. His ERA plus is 1.46. He is an ace that they have to keep healthy. So if that means he throws 5 innings in some April starts, so be it. I think that's the way it's going to have to go. And so maybe I'm going to be proven wrong and he'll throw 7 1/3 on Saturday, but I don't think so. And again, 8 starts in 2024, 6 starts in 2025. Minor league games extended that a little bit, but not a lot. So they cannot pack 200 innings on him. Or maybe if they do, it's got to be they get to the World Series, and when you add it all up, oh, look, Bradish threw 188 innings. So we'll see how that's going to work out.
You mentioned the fan side of it. Tough to stomach, tough to accept. I think that would really only be the case if, all right, he's out of there after 5 really good innings, and then the first reliever out of there just gets blown up.
Well, and that could happen, right?
And it is, yeah.
Because you're not going to a high leverage guy in the 6th, probably.
Mm-hmm. It's the cliche that winning cures all. But if his starts are meaningful in the sense that maybe they're not long, but they still contribute to wins, nobody's really going to bat an eye. I think people will see the long-term vision there. But yeah, in the short term, you will get some frustration. My question is, where does the idea of 6-man rotation or piggybacking come into play here? More so piggybacking for someone like Bradish. If you're going to cap him at 5 innings, let's say, and it's not a hard rule, 5 innings every time, but we'll say that for the sake of argument. Would that be a scenario there where instead of going with the mysterious or more shaky, lower leverage reliever arm that you could have, I don't know, we'll do the Cade Povich thing again, where he comes in and takes 3 innings, or takes you the rest of the way, and we save the bullpen. I mean, is this getting a little too radical here? Are we getting too in the weeds? Or
I think piggybacking in the major leagues is a real challenge. Could you do it on rare nights? Yes. Could you consistently do it for weeks and weeks? That seems difficult because those two pitchers now are both out for a couple nights after that. And so sometimes if you piece it together with 3 or 4 bullpen guys, all 3 of them could pitch the next night if they only throw an inning or an inning and a third. So that's sometimes why they use the bullpen the way they do, because they want that pitcher to be available the next night. So how they handle Bradish is going to be interesting. Elias has said a couple times, they've obviously given that a lot of thought. They've had all winter to think it through. And, he has said there are ways we can get him through the season. And that's what they're going to need to do. I mean, to get where they want to go, man, just think about it. If they get a healthy Bradish with what we saw yesterday from Trevor Rogers, then the Orioles will have 2 unheralded aces. No one's calling them Crochet or Max Fried, but guess what? They can pitch as well as those guys. And maybe they will.
We'll be saying their names. Their names will be in the Cy Young conversation. Framber Valdez, who? We don't need that. Yeah. We don't need Ranger Suarez. Who are these guys?
And by the way, Bradish was 4th for the Cy Young Award in 2023. He's already been at that level. And that Nolan, I've heard from people in baseball who say can you take a pitcher from 30 innings to 150? Sometimes that's more doable if he's done it in his past. And in 2023, Bradish threw 168.2 innings. He had a full season, 30 starts. So asking him to make 30 starts this year is not unprecedented in his career. He hasn't done it in a couple years, but you're not asking him to do something he hasn't done at the major league level. And by the way, that year was 4th for the Cy Young Award.
Before we let you go here, one last thing. Jackson Holliday makes his season debut tonight with AAA Norfolk, the rehab assignment beginning. Started to swing there late in spring training, but obviously not major league ready because he didn't have a spring training at all. Expectations for him to return. I think a lot of people are hoping to see the Gunnar Henderson type of timeline last year where Gunnar missed the majority of spring but was there, a week later, 2 weeks later.
Right.
You think that this is same thing, that he just...
Could be fast. There's no need to rush this because Blaze Alexander is going to be a pretty good second baseman for in the short term for the Orioles. I mean, defensively, he's probably ahead of Jackson now. Offensively, I don't know about that. I'm intrigued to see what Jackson can do with a full year, and obviously he's not going to get a completely full year, but it shouldn't be long before we see him in the big leagues. And, I mean, the guy has pop. We saw that last year. He was drawing a ton of walks over the final 2 months. That's the Jackson I think can hit at the top of the order. I think this could be one day a 350 on-base guy in the big leagues because he was that on the farm. And I mean, he was taken 1-1 for a reason. All that talent is still there. And he's a great kid, by the way, with a great family where he learned the ropes of baseball. So there's a lot to still like about Jackson Holliday. Some fans are disappointed because he didn't become a phenom right out of the box. But so much attention was on this kid. What a white-hot spotlight he was under for a while. Remember when he made his debut? Yeah. It was like there's nothing anybody else could talk about for like a week.
And for on the road, too. The buzz in an opposing state. Even Red Sox fans, I think, are like, oh, here's the top prospect. Let's go.
I'm just so impressed with Jackson that he has no ego. A kid who's been told how great he is since he was, 8 probably, with a famous dad, a famous family. And he is a down-to-earth kid. And so he's a great kid. Wish good things for him. Excited to see him play tonight. And it shouldn't be long before we see him in Camden Yards.
Well, hey, this was great stuff today, Steve. Always
fantastic,
a pleasure.
Nolan. Great job. I've worked with 3 hosts in the last 24 hours.
Little musical chairs here.
You guys are pretty good around here.
We try.
You did a great job. You've been doing a great job here at the Fan for a long time. I'm glad to see you getting the run on the air you're getting because you're showing what you can really do.
I appreciate that. And hopefully this is not the last time that we work together.
No, we need to do this again.
Absolutely. I would love that. Coming up at noon, Ryan Ripken's going to maybe need a little help getting in here, but we'll get him in here. He's going to join us at noon, take us the rest of the way up until 2 o'clock. When Inside Access takes over. Then more Orioles talk coming your way next. Get in here, 410-583-1057.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Guys, let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. We're introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. You want to be ready for the game when it's time to perform, and Blue Chew Gold takes it to another level. Go to BlueChew.com, get all the information you need, and be a star.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all dresses and 50% off all button-downs. Yep, get everyone dressed for spring with half off all dresses and button-downs for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 3/28 and 29. Excludes clearance, maternity, jumpsuits, rompers, active, and bubbles.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in present Maryland. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of one per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. Right now, during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, you can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers. Built to perform day after day, so you can deliver the results your clients expect. Work hard, mow with Gravely. It's the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, March 19th through the 29th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kobe Mayo earned a spot on the Orioles opening day roster with an impressive spring at the plate, though his defense was still considered a work in progress, if not a liability. Time will tell how he handles a full starter's workload at the hot corner, but for one day, he certainly looked the part. He was the catalyst for a pair of key 5-4-3 double plays that helped Trevor Rogers escape some traffic on the base paths and extend his outing through 7 frames. Here's what Mayo had to say following the 2-1 win over the Twins.
Probably never thought about mechanics. I think it's probably more just getting the repetition out there every day. You know, it's a tough position. Ball's coming at you hard, or got some tough slow rollers or whatnot. Just being confident in yourself and trying to go out there as prepared as possible.
And later on tonight, the NCAA tournament continues with 4 more matchups in the Sweet 16. Duke and St. John's will get things started a little after 7, marking the first time the two programs have crossed paths in the tourney since 1991. Then at 7:30, 2 of the nation's top offensive teams will go at it when Michigan and Alabama meet. The best coaching showdown of the night will take place at 9:45 in the East region, where Tom Izzo and Michigan State will match up against Dan Hurley and UConn. And finally, at 10 o'clock, Tennessee and Iowa State will try to claim the final spot in this year's Elite Eight. The Fan will have live coverage of all the tournament action, courtesy of Westwood One, starting at 7 this evening. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
The crowd was awesome. Before, we were kind of waiting in the back to kind of run down the orange carpet. A few of us kind of like snuck in, like to the side of when the garage door was open, and feel the vibe, feel the crowd. With KB announcing and kind of like getting everyone going with the festivities, it was so cool. And then running down the orange carpet, I didn't think that carpet was going to stop. It just felt like it was a long run, but the whole day was awesome.
There's Orioles manager Craig Albernaz speaking after yesterday's opening day victory over the Minnesota Twins. 2-1 your final score. And Ryan Ripken is here to join us in studio, taking over for Steve Molesky. And you better get used to it, folks, because Ripping It with Ryan is back for 2026, an expanded edition, not just Fridays noon to 2, Thursdays as well.
Yeah, stop traffic, Nolan. Here we go. And with me being back for this 2-hour period, means baseball's back. And you heard Albie there, opening day. It's always electric. It's going to be a fun 6 months. I'm hoping for a lot more W's like we saw yesterday, Nolan. Mm-hmm. There will be some tough moments because it's a baseball season, but I'm excited. And this is the first time you and I get to have this little ripping session.
It's a little unusual. I mean, I'm actually in a positive mood when it comes to the Orioles.
Very different.
Not the case last year. That was not the case last year. People that listen to the show know it well. Not very fond of what happened with the Orioles last year. Not really a hot take by any means. Nobody liked what they saw. But for yesterday, just being in the stadium, being around, there was a different energy. And the way I looked at it is that this fan base wanted a reason to believe, right? They saw all the hype. They saw the Alonso signing. They saw all the additions in the offseason. They said, you know what? This could be what we think it could be, but we're hesitant to go there. You know, we don't want to assign like all these expectations we did with the Ravens, for example, and we saw what happened there, even the Orioles last year. Things can crumble on you quickly, but they wanted to buy in. And for one day only, the team gave them a reason to.
And opening day is special in Baltimore. It's special across all of Major League Baseball. And actually, I don't think this is a hot take. I think it's just a fact, in my opinion. I think baseball is the only sport where opening day is more valuable than opening night. So like Netflix, the Yankees, Giants, it's a singular thing. Baseball opening day means something for every single fan base out there. But in Baltimore, it is important because the Orioles have been that long-standing presence here for decades. And this fan base, Nolan, they love the Orioles through thick and thin, even though they might have some strong opinions and emotions when things haven't gone right. And since they won the World Series in 1983, there's only been few instances where they've had success, meaning going to the postseason. And then you get that tease the last few years, 2023 and 24, back-to-back appearances. Then you have the setback in 25. And now people are excited, but yeah, there's a cautious optimism to the group. And I think a lot of people want to say this team should be contending for a World Series. But because of what happened last year and only having 75 victories, you're a little bit worried. But at least for the one day that you said, and maybe you've seen if Trevor Rogers is going to be the real deal. He looked pretty darn good yesterday. There is a lot to like here, and I truly do believe, Nolan, that this is going to be a very exciting year for Birdland.
410-583-1057. If you've got thoughts on yesterday's win, get in here. We want to hear from you. If you've got a question for Ryan, we've got him for the next 2 hours. Do not be shy. Get on in here. We will make time for you. Plenty of Orioles talk coming your way, but just for yesterday's game, what was your big takeaway from that win? Because just me and Steve talking about it the last couple hours, we went a whole bunch of different directions where I think what I like the most is that it was some of the lesser expected guys contributing. It wasn't Pete Alonso going 3 for 4 with 2 homers yesterday. It wasn't Gunnar setting an MVP pace out the gate. It was Blaze Alexander with a timely at-bat. It was Colton Cowser just doing what's asked of him in that individual moment with the sac fly. It was Kobe Mayo showing up on defense. It was stuff like that kind of added to the excitement. Whereas, look, I would have been thrilled if Alonso got up there, did the curtain call, waved to the crowd, and then immediately hit the warehouse. I mean, we'd all love that. But it's going to have to be a full team effort this year. And I think yesterday was case in point of that.
And this is the main phrase for me for the Orioles this year. You have to win by any means necessary. And a 2-1 pitcher's duel where you're scratching and clawing. Trevor Rogers is shutting down the Twins. Joe Ryan is in control. 1 or 2 runs might get the job done, and it did. And you mentioned about doing the little things. How about this for the little things? You get the guy on base. You get Sammy Basayo on. Then you get a base it up the middle. How about Sammy Basayo going first to third on a ball right in front of Byron Buxton, right? It's taking the extra base to give Colton Cowser then the opportunity. Can Colton cash in? Well, yes, he did. And then Blaze Alexander with an opportunity, not trying to do too much, get the bat on the ball, pull your hands in, get a base hit up the middle, and that got the job done. It wasn't a 3-run home run. It wasn't this barrage of 5 runs in an inning. It was an instance of just getting on for the next guy and getting the job done. That's what you need to do. That's something last year, Nolan, that the Orioles didn't do enough of. It felt like if there was a 3-game series in 2025, usually the opposing team, they might have taken it to the Birds in one of those games where it was uncompetitive, the Orioles fell behind, and they couldn't get back into it. Then maybe the second game the Orioles took. Maybe they were right there and even the series. And in that third game, it came down to those moments where it could be in the 8th inning, 7th inning, 5th, you name it, where each team had their shot to make a play happen. And usually it wasn't the Orioles, it was the opposing team. Yesterday it was. More of that, Nolan. That recipe is going to help that team in the long term because the big bats will come alive and there will be a lot of home runs. But that was, honestly, to me, that was a great win I like to see to start the season.
Got the close in the end. I mean, that's another thing on opening day. I'll speak personally. I always kind of like that, win by any means necessary on opening day. I don't care. If they won 10-0 yesterday, that's great. But I like that first opportunity right out the gate for your closer. A true save situation. And boy, you want to talk about gassed up. Helsley, triple digits. I mean, he can hit that pretty routinely. Fastball's usually around 99. But I think there was a little something extra yesterday with the crowd and a little extra adrenaline.
I'm telling everyone right now, and when the Orioles signed Helsley, and I got a chance to talk to Ryan Helsley earlier this offseason, and his excitement to be given the ball in the 9th to close out a game, he relishes it. And he relishes this chance because also, on a value standpoint, he could be the best closer, and you didn't pay the top money to get him. Not saying he's going to do that, but you saw yesterday of why he can be good and why he can be dominant. You have a fastball that hits triple digits. You have a wipeout slider that can finish off a game, which was the final pitch, I believe. But guess what? He also mixed in that nasty splitter that he just started throwing in spring training to then complement his fastball and his slider as well. So when you look at this, Nolan, and Ryan Helsley getting that chance, and you're able to get that out of the way too. Mm-hmm. Also for Ryan, it's a way in the back of his mind, he knows he's good. But how the year ended last year, it's a bad taste in your mouth. You want to rewrite it, and also you want to get that confidence of, I'm back to who I am. Nothing better than game one, game on the line, and you get the job done.
It's one of my bold predictions for the season is that he would lead the American League in saves.
I love it, Nolan.
Off to a pretty good start after yesterday. More Orioles talk coming your way over the course of the next 2 hours. We've got Ryan Ripken here in studio until 2 o'clock this afternoon. I see Joe is on hold. We will get him as soon as we come back. If you want to get in, we also want to hear from you. 410-583-1057.
The Fan's Cordell Woodland.
Although I grew up in D.C., I was a huge Orioles fan. It was the only baseball team that we had for most of my life. I remember my grandfather bringing me up to Camden Yards every summer. We'd find at least one Orioles game to come to, so it made it just that much more special for me when I started to cover the team. And I think back to 2023 when the Orioles won the American League East Division and just the excitement and optimism around the team.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live in Fallston. We're super excited for 1057 The Fan's Faniversary on April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities and special guests for an afternoon of fun, food, and drinks. Your ticket gets you light fare and 2-drink tickets for beer, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Play Know Your Show, win tickets to upcoming concerts, and check out all the cool upgrades at Barrel House Live. Get your tickets now before it sells out at Odyssey.com/1057thefan.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, it's a slam dunk sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Now you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval? Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner's insurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. People are loving what they're seeing at Jones Junction. You get slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Hey, Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Kyle Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the Yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Ryan Ripken with you until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The backups are in. It's all good. Taking you all the way to the World Series. If you got thoughts on the Orioles' 2-1 opening day victory, get on in here. 410-583-1057. We'll get the phone calls rolling right now with Joe in Ellicott City. What's going on, Joe?
What's up, guys?
You're doing great.
Yeah, man. I was there yesterday. Pretty electric atmosphere, man. It was really cool. That screen they had, that new jumbo screen, it kind of blew me away. I was really stunned to see how big that was. But it was just great. I don't know. The day it was, how nice it was outside. It just made me have hope for the Oilers, even if it's just one day. Just positives I saw that I really liked, and just one thing I was a little worried about. Positive, Adley looked great, man. There's that bats he had. It was one game again, but he kind of showed me like the old Adley again, like working counts, going opposite field. Looked really sound, and I know you had a tough year last year, but only concern I had was the corner outfield defense. And, O'Neill, like that drop he had, I don't know how that happened. Maybe it was the sun or what have you, but and then Ward with that, I didn't see it because I was in left field, but it looked like he had trouble getting the ball that Brian Bucks ended up getting a triple on. I don't know how he is in left field, but it's a little concerning seeing some of those routine plays, I guess you could say, that just weren't they looked pretty ugly in my opinion. But other than that, it was a great day and I was really excited. So
yeah, good thoughts. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, Joe, to follow up with that, there was a lot of positives. And when you win, you sometimes can push off to the side. So I'll talk about the outfield position since you're saying of the concern. So I'll start with Taylor Ward. Going to left, and especially the ballpark dimensions have changed there over the last, if we're going to say the last 5-6 years. I forget when they moved the wall initially, and then they're moving it back in, right? So you're getting used to a new ballpark, how that plays. So maybe you don't understand the ricochet. So it looked like to me, Buxton hit the ball down the line. Ward thought it was going to bounce up more, and it just didn't have that bounce. And Byron's a 5-tool player, and he's a burner. So he's watching it all, and he's in unique New York instincts. He's got instincts in the game of baseball. So he's watching it, and he made the read, and that cost the Orioles because the Twins were able to get him in. Now, in right field, it didn't cost the Orioles because Trevor Rogers worked out of it with a runner on second and no outs. But that whole situation, that's Tyler O'Neill's ball. He called it late, so if you're watching the play, Tyler's running in. Blaze Alexander is running from second. He's going as long as he possibly can until he gets called off. And if he doesn't hear it, he's going for the ball, which it seemed to me, Nolan, that call was late because Blaze was right there. And then Tyler looked like said, I got it. And he overran it a little bit, hit the glove and bounced out. But is that a fair validation of having some concerns? I'm not going to jump to that conclusion yet, but it is something that the Orioles as a whole are going to have to look at. And I think Nolan going into this year, the outfield defense was just going to be curious to see how it would play out because even, Cowser or Beavers or whoever plays center, it's the first time having a everyday center fielder that hasn't been Cedric Mullins in years. Mm-hmm. So there is some things to monitor there. But other than that, overall, the Orioles played a clean game. And I'll tell you a guy that played really clean, Kobe Mayo third.
Yeah.
Really made some great plays. And obviously his defense has been talked about a lot during this spring training.
Well, that was just kind of the mixed bag, I think, that might end up being a microcosm of the entire season, where even Kobe Mayo, everyone's talking down on his defense, goes out there and turns two absolutely necessary double plays, by the way, clutch double plays to help Trevor Rogers extend his outing as long as it did. Traffic on the base pass all day long. We'll talk about Rogers a little bit later. The corner outfield stuff, the Ward one, I can give the benefit of the doubt a little bit just because it is new. But he was moving slow. And ultimately, is this a thing where we say Buxton with his wheels probably makes it to third either way? Even if it's a competitive throw, he's probably still in there and safe instead of just a stand-up triple. In that moment, you don't like to see it because you just gathered this 2-run lead and then all of a sudden there's a guy on third base with no outs. But no harm, no foul in the long run. The O'Neill one, the frustration to me is that, okay, communication aside, it was in the glove.
Yep.
So you did all this other stuff wrong, but in the moment, in that split second, it was in your glove. Squeeze it. Let's get out of here. It looks ugly. Nobody's going to remember it in 24 hours, but he dropped it. So I think ultimately that'll end up being the story of the Orioles defense this year is that, we could even see it tomorrow. Kobe Mayo could have an error on what could reappear to be a routine play. That's just going to be life with him at third base. You got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, I mean, the infield part, right? And let me backtrack that. Defense in general, and it's cliche and it's corny, but it will win you games and it can cost you games. Yesterday, the Orioles won, but that error with O'Neill could cost them in the future. Mm-hmm. Because good teams, it just takes one mistake for them to capitalize on a situation, on a moment. You getting an extra base, you can capitalize on a situation, and that can be the difference of getting a guy in or falling 1 run short. And I had a chance earlier, knowing I was catching up with Derek Sheldon, the manager of the Twins, this morning. And we were just going over, because even in his mind, he thought there was an instance where the Twins, on even their cutoff or relay and their opportunity, he felt that the Orioles were maybe given an extra base or opportunity, and the Orioles cashed in. So you see how that is. It's not something that will always go down the scorebook. Like Taylor Ward, it's not going to go down the scorebook. But those are things that you have to consider moving forward, because the great teams, that's how they continue to take advantage of days when pitchers are on. You look for the cracks, and the team that cracks more typically is the one that loses that day.
Let me ask you this, since we're on the defense subject, and Mike just texted this in here. It's a good point. Says they didn't make any defensive substitutions late in the game, and it's a 1-run game. Think typically, I said it to Steve earlier, that would be a scenario if you've got more of a sure-handed bench third baseman sitting there. Kobe Mayo is probably out for the 9th inning. Just a hunch. But a day like yesterday, he was playing so well, maybe you say, just let him keep going for confidence purposes. Mike here texts in and says, no consideration to move Cowser to left for the 9th, bring Tavares in to play center.
So I think down the road in the season, you can look at more of defensive replacements. But early on, I don't really like doing that. And this is my reason. You want to instill confidence in players, you play them the whole game. Mm-hmm. And I know that you could say, well, Ryan, you got to play to win the game. I also think last year at times, or in the years, even when Hyder was the manager, I think when a guy gets pulled because of defense, you're saying, hey, great job, but we like someone else out there more than you. So what does that do to a young player? That goes, I made some good plays, but they're not good enough for us to win the game. You see what I mean? And baseball players are fragile. And that's how I think early on. I love that Albie didn't sub anyone in. You're winning the game. People are doing things well overall. Build off of that. I think for all the good, since you mentioned Kobe, if you took Kobe out of the game after the good plays he made earlier on this game, all that leaves is a young player frustrated. And I thought Kobe had some good at-bats. He ran the bases well, had that stolen base as well. So that's where I go with that, Nolan. Down the road in the season, and you've identified a little bit more, sure. Early on, build up these guys' confidence so they can show you what they're capable of.
And that could be another instance of, all right, like you said, maybe it's just an early season thing, but also could be an Albernaz thing, right? Everyone loves to say the stuff about, well, Mike Elias has his fingerprints on the lineup. That's fine. But once the game starts, it's Albernaz, decision-wise. Everything, pinch hitting, bullpen, that's him. So, when we start talking about or trying to look at what may be different about him compared to the Brandon Hyde era, this could be one of those differences where I think Hyde was a little more quick with the defensive substitutions, lived and died by the lefty-righty matchups. That's another thing I'm interested to see out of Craig Albernaz with his bullpen decisions. We're going to get a break here, but when we come back, we'll keep talking about what our caller Joe brought up. Adley Rutschman, 2 hits yesterday. Is this just another case of opening day Adley, or is this a sign that things are actually changing? What do you think? 410-583-1057. We'll talk about all that and more next here on The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
We've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato, and I got to tell you, Town Appliance is officially my new go-to spot for appliances. Their showroom, it's right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I promise, Mayor, they're going to take good care of you. Right now is the perfect time to shop because Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means up to 50% savings on select appliances, plus additional Town Perk savings on qualifying purchases. Not only that, but Town Appliance is having a giveaway that you don't want to miss out on. Go to the website for more details. With decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. As for my friends Mayor for service that you can trust. Celebrate 47 years with Town Appliance. Visit the showroom, call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
Dreaming of a home makeover but don't know where to start? Ward Home Improvements has you covered. As experts in all things home, we're your one-stop shop for design inspiration for any space. Come check out our brand new showroom today. Vinny and Haynie are broadcasting live from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with your last chance to win Faniversary tickets. We're at 3491 Merchant Boulevard in Abingdon, right behind Wegmans. For expert guidance, visit wardhomeimprovements.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Free trial of 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are off and rolling following yesterday's 2-1 win over the Twins on opening day. Trevor Rogers picked up right where he left off in 2025 by working his way through 7 scoreless frames on just 88 pitches. He navigated traffic on the base paths for most of the afternoon, but managed to induce some timely ground balls, which turned into clutch double plays. Craig Albernaz says he saw everything he could have possibly wanted out of his ace.
He goes out there and sets the tone. He got himself in some little bit of traffic, a little bit of hairy situations, but he got himself out of it with the ground ball. And Raj had to. I mean, Joe Ryan was on today.
The Birds are off today before resuming the series tomorrow afternoon at 4. Kyle Bradish will start for Baltimore, while Minnesota will send out Taj Bradley. And last night in Sweet 16 action, 9-seed Iowa got the best of Big Ten foe Nebraska, 77-71. Senior guard Bennett Sturtz led the way with 20 points in a full 40 minutes, while junior forward Alvaro Fulgaris delivered yet another statement bucket in crunch time. The Hawkeyes will now be marching on to the Elite Eight for the first time since 1987. They've earned a date with 3-seed Illinois coming up tomorrow night. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
105.7 The Fan. We're Bob Haynie today. He'll be back next week. Got the normal crew, the normal setup. We'll be just fine here. Nolan McGraw, Ryan Ripken with you for today. We'll make do. We're doing just fine so far. A lot of people excited about yesterday's Orioles win over the Minnesota Twins. If you've got thoughts, we'll get them here shortly. Chris is on hold. We'll take your call in a second. But first, last caller made a good point about Adley Rutschman. The 2 hits yesterday. Mm-hmm. Good to see on the surface, right? Another rough year for him last year, and it wasn't just performance. You know, the injury bug started to finally bite Adley, which is something that didn't happen previously in his career. And his stock at an all-time low heading into this offseason, to the point where I was even coming on these airwaves saying that the Orioles don't need Adley Rutschman to get to where they're going. Anything he gives them is a bonus, but maybe you should start preparing for what life post-Adley Rutschman or life without Adley Rutschman might look like with this lineup on a daily basis. So yesterday he goes out there, 2 hits, looked really good, looked confident at the plate. But I'm wondering, because we did see this last year on opening day, where he had the home run. It was part of the big barrage, Orioles against the Blue Jays. Is this just opening day Adley? Or are you seeing enough out of yesterday and spring training, for that matter, to suggest that this will be different for him?
I think it will be different just because, and when I mean different, I think we're going to see more of the Adley that we saw the All-Star version. But the number one thing, Nolan, is he's got to be healthy, has to be healthy. Last year, when you're banged up and it felt like he was going to come out of that slump, I think he went to the West Coast. They're playing in Seattle. He's swinging the bat well. You go, there it is. It's rolling. Then what happens? He's hurt again. You got to be on the field. And then you can go back to 2024, where I believe he was banged up. Now, he battled through. But if you're battling through, let's talk about not the physical side, but the mental. You know, Adley, no doubt, by the results, something wasn't working right. And it's not because his talent is gone. You see it. You watched it yesterday. You saw it even last opening day, and you've seen it sprayed throughout the last year and a half. It's all there. So for me, the talent doesn't get zapped. It's just, can you find a way to reinvent yourself when you go through some hard times? And Adley's gone through some hard times. But even on his downslope, Nolan, in 2024, that second half was rough. Still finished with an OPS that would put him in the top 9 of all catchers in baseball. So he was still in the top 10 for catchers getting on base and making things happen for the season. Yes, I know, down the stretch, it's skewed compared to earlier on. But yeah, I think it's there. And let's just face it. When Adley swings the bat well, the Orioles usually win. When he is playing well offensively, the lineup's different. So I think there's less pressure on him. I think that he is in a better frame of mind. And if we get 80% of what Adley was, Nolan, then the Orioles are going to, it's going to be great. Then the Orioles are going to win a lot of games because of him.
Now, this lineup overall, no home runs yesterday. Small ball was the key to their success. Was it Blaze earlier in the game that looked like he might get a charge into one out in right field? But I don't remember who it was, but that was really the only loud out of the day. But when we look at the way this lineup is constructed on paper, there's a lot of guys that you would say, oh, that's a big power bat. Pete Alonso at the top of the list. I mean, in my opinion, you've got with him, Gunnar, Ward, and maybe even by the end of the year, if Basayo ends up being, what he presents himself as in terms of power, then you could have all those guys be 35 home run type of guys, which, compared to last year where power was non-existent for this team, you didn't even have a 20 home run hitter, that this could be a drastic step back in the other direction. It's a tricky conversation. We love the long ball. Fans love it. Chicks dig it, right? It's great. But we've seen in the past with the Orioles, not the Elias era, but you go back to the 2012 through 16, some lineups there almost home run or bust at the time, like softball lineups, beer league softball. We hit home runs and we strike out. That's it. Is this year's lineup balanced enough to have that success with the power, but not be entirely reliant on it?
I would like to believe they can. And I think they have all the capabilities to do that, Nolan, and be that balanced attack. Because that's how they're going to win more games. You're going to have an identity as a ball club, and that's great. I hope it's because the identity becomes you are one of the most fearsome offensive units in baseball. I hope that that's what the 2026 Baltimore Orioles can be. But to go and have success throughout the course of a year and go to the postseason isn't to be the most feared. It's the one that can get it done when they don't have it, or guys go into a slump and somebody else steps up. Last year, the Toronto Blue Jays, they were 19th in team ERA in pitching. That doesn't sound too good when you say it out loud, and yet they were the team in the World Series, so close to winning the whole thing for many different reasons. The slide, the couple outs in the ninth inning. But you know what they were unbelievable at? They were an unbelievable hitting team. Not power, hitting. Because they were great in comebacks. They were great with putting the ball in play, two-strike approach, situational hitting. That is going to win you more games. They jumped up 20 victories, just like that. And so the Orioles in the past, we've seen the streaks. When they're swinging the bat well, feels like everybody is. And it's 10-run games, 12-run games. But when they're not, it feels like it's 0, 1, 2. And they can't have that to have the consistency. So the lineup of how it's constructed, you have guys that are capable of doing extraordinary things. But your hope is when some guys are going through that lull, Nolan, the rest of the team picks them up. In the past, it's all been one thing. And that's something that I would like to be different. But time's going to have to tell here. But yesterday was a good start. They didn't swing the bat as well. They find a way to win. That can play throughout the year, but it's one of 162.
Yeah, the conversation could have easily been totally different today. And as positive as I had been and as excited as I am about the Orioles, the way I was talking to Ben Hall there in the press box yesterday after about 5 or 6 innings watching Joe Ryan mow down this lineup, I was saying jokingly, like, I waited 6 months for this. They were right back where we were last year where they can't hit a lick to save their life. This is what I waited for when it was snowing and I was shoveling my car out. I kept saying, opening day, it's almost here. Opening day, this is what I wanted. This is what I asked for. But it's all good. No harm, no foul in the end. Chris is on hold. We'll get you when we come back here. We'll also get any other calls that happen to file in. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the Orioles beating the Twins on opening day and how the rest of the series will progress. We got Kyle Bradish going tomorrow. Very excited to see him. And then Shane Baz. Debut for him in an Orioles uniform at Camden Yards on Sunday. All good things to talk about here. Conversation continues next. 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I'm sick of watching the Houston Cougars in the NCAA tournament. Every single season for Houston ends exactly the same way. At least they made it to the national championship game last year before not getting a shot off on the final possession against Florida. Last night, only 55 points against Illinois. Illinois, not a great defensive team. Yet another offensive failure in a big tournament game for Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars. I'm Nick Costos.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories.
Did you hear that? That's what it feels like after an accident. The world stops, and you need someone to fight for you. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law. And when you've been injured in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation. And let us fight for you.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold. Because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on 105.7 The Fan. We've got a little over an hour left in today's show. I want you to be a part of it. 410-583-1057. Get a call here in just a second. We're talking about Adley Rutschman and his turnaround. I mean, how do you think they handle splitting that time behind the plate, right? And that, all right, even if it's not a starting catcher day for Adley Rutschman, is he automatically DHing that day and you just put Basayo in there? They've got good problems here, I think is the best way to put it. These are good problems to have where, one, they're healthy, that we can have this conversation. And two, you've got so many guys that you're actually intrigued in that you want to see. You know, it's one thing to have depth, but the guys are, well, we only want to go to them in an emergency. But when you've got Basayo and you got Adley and they're both swinging the hot bat at the same time, how do we make this work?
I mean, I love the fact that both of them are in on opening day. Mm-hmm. I don't want to worry so much about, well, what does that mean if we got to pinch run somebody or take someone out of the game or there's an injury? Yeah, those are the what-ifs that you will handle accordingly. And also, by the way, Taylor Ward is your emergency third catcher. He's caught before in his playing career. But I love the fact that the Orioles and Albie's understanding and realizing that while people want to look at it from the outside of the two catchers being a problem or how are you going to handle it, the headache, why don't you look at it as that this could be the best catching tandem throughout all of Major League Baseball, and it's not going to be close. It's an asset to have a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark in Sam Basayo and be this upstart that we don't know what he could fully be, and also the veteran now in Adley that understands himself, can switch hit, and also both of them behind the plate, you can go there and feel comfortable being able to command a pitching staff. I think it's great. Great problem to have, and again, not a problem. I think it's just a way to find a way to get these guys consistently at bats because that's the best way to keep them fresh and engaged.
Let's get out to the phone lines here. We got Chris in Parkville. What's going on, Chris?
Now, gentlemen, how's it going?
Hey, we're doing good.
Good to hear you talking about baseball. Just wanted to piggyback on what Ryan was saying as far as the bring personnel on and everything, new personnel. Before there was the youth movement, now we have complementary pieces, and I think even with the pitching room, the starting pitching, that will help the bats. I believe, like last year when we got banged up, pitchers got banged up. That's when I think this guy started overreaching and there was more pressure on the bats. And I'm hoping on the Adley conversation that he was recompensating and playing through injury or injuries. And hopefully he's good and healed up. But you guys, you and yours have a great weekend. Yeah. And let's play ball.
Same to you, man. Baseball's back. It's never a bad thing.
It's never a bad thing. Appreciate the call, Chris. And I want to touch on that veteran movement part here because I think that is very important. Every ball club needs this stability and structure. And typically that's why they say veteran presence. It's meaning guys that have been there and done that, have gone through the good, bad, and ugly, but also have a way to command a locker room and a place that can be respected, but also can help people learn as they go. And also it's the accountability factor in this. So Chris Bassett, Pete Alonso, start with Pete Alonso actually. Decorated career so far in New York, playing in a big market, under pressure, had success in the postseason. You want to go back to that series against the Brewers in the playoffs, down to the end. Devin Williams on the mound, having an unbelievable year. Who takes him big ball to right? Pete Alonso. And then en route, they go to the NLCS. And then obviously they fell to the Dodgers. Everyone fell to the Dodgers. But Pete's taking on that role of, I will be Mr. Oriole for this team. I will be that front face. I will take that pressure off of guys. You focus on doing what you have to do. And then Chris Bassett, one of my favorite things that I heard from this spring from Chris Bassett, besides Nolan, you heard about the fundamentals in the backfields where Chris said, this is awful. This isn't the standard. We're not going to win games. I love that part. You know what I also loved was that they were asking Chris Bassett, some media members, about the World Series because he was on the Toronto Blue Jays last year. And Chris, first off, went to the bullpen to help his team. And then secondly, they said, you're right there and paraphrasing the language, but it was around, well, it was a great run and it was an unbelievable year. And then Chris looked and said, well, but we failed. We failed. Yeah. We didn't win the World Series. And I say this because no one was the Toronto Blue Jays World Series favorites or contenders going into 2025.
No, people were calling, myself included, calling them frauds.
And from the beginning, everyone else thought they shouldn't be there. But hearing Chris talk, you know how I took that as? He does not care what anyone else thinks. He doesn't care what is going to happen. They had one goal as a team. They believed they should win the World Series, and they didn't accomplish it. So to me, when you're talking about setting a standard, that is helping to set a standard. And though people can debate on the national stage or here in Baltimore whether the Orioles are going to be World Series contenders, it don't matter really what anyone else thinks, but it does matter that those guys in that locker room should have that mentality. They should. And I think that Chris Bassett, that's one of the many pieces that I think he brings, is a mentality, approach. And Chris understands the urgency it takes to get the job done.
So this whole offseason, it's been mostly, at least for us here, because we're not down in Sarasota, didn't see all this stuff unfold firsthand. You hear the stories like that with Bassett, and it's, okay, great, perfect. You know the track record with Pete Alonso being the face of a team in New York in any pro sport is never easy. What the extra responsibilities that come with that, handling the media market up there, that's legit. I mean, it's real stuff. So for him to come to Baltimore, get that ovation from the crowd, it's one thing. But what I liked is that it showed on the field. And it's fine if it's behind the scenes too. I think that's where maybe it's a little more impactful. But the first double play yesterday, where Mayo does that 360, the spin, the snag it, great relay from second over to first by Blaze. And you saw Pete's reaction as he's still mid-split, trying to reach out and grab that, pumping his fist, screaming that we got out of this jam. And it's game one of 162, and we're the third, fourth inning when that happened? That's what I like to see, is that it's not just talk. It's not just behind the scenes. It shows on the field. There's emotion there. And it goes back to my point about how the crowd showed up to the ballpark yesterday wanting to believe, wanting to see something that got them excited, that wasn't just upgrades to the stadium itself. And the team, and Alonso in particular, responded, even if it was something small like tipping the helmet when the ovation happened, just a brief moment, just an acknowledgement like, hey, I'm happy to be here. I wanted to be here. It's stuff like that. And then the on-the-field stuff, maybe it seems cheesy for some, maybe it's corny, the rah-rah type of thing. But when Alonso does it, I think there's an authenticity to it.
He loves being here. He loves being a part of Baltimore. And that might seem from the outside as not as valuable, but being in Baltimore, do you know how good it makes the community feel when you see someone love being a Baltimore Oriole?
Mm-hmm.
It matters. And when you see it the first day and you see the moments and how he describes it, of saying it feels like a movie, chills, he means every word that he says. Now, we're going to see how this goes, because when I said it was a great start, they're going to have some bad moments. Buckle up. It's not a if, it's when the Orioles have struggles, because Nolan, baseball is hard. It's going to test your limits, and then maybe in 2 weeks you're going to say, I'm worried about this team. But you know what? That comes with the territory. But in those moments, they will be asked to continue to ride that out. And I think in previous years, the motto last year was, for me, with all the issues, the young core goes as far as the team goes as far as the young core takes them. And you knew that the pitching staff was going to be the weakness to start with the injuries. And when the pitching struggled, the offense didn't answer the call. They didn't handle the expectation and pressure well for many different reasons. And this is not me blaming anyone. It was tough. But now with guys like Pete and Chris, yeah, let these young guys settle into who they can be at the big league level, because they are good players, but not everyone has to be the leader. Some just have to figure out what they need to do to help be one of the pieces in the puzzle to win a World Series.
One clear, defined voice. And it does work out ideally that you have one for the pitching side of things, one for the position player side of things. It didn't have to be that way, but it just naturally works out. To be fair here, still a little bit of a honeymoon phase with Pete. I mentioned that. Because, it shows you the difference in fan base, too. You mentioned the Baltimore fans. We talked about the New York fans. I mean, he gets a standing ovation yesterday. Everyone's loving it. Today, nobody has a bad thing to say about Alonso. Went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. He does that and shows up first day in New York, radio the next day, even if they won in a blowout. Who's this bum? Get this guy out of here. Mm-hmm. We don't want him, So it is a big difference. And I think from his side of things, there's no animosity from his end towards New York, but probably a sense of relief. Like, you know what? This is just a lot lighter and slower here. Oh, yeah. That I can actually breathe.
He feels fully welcomed. And, that was the one part for him. There's the Mets gave him the chance, the opportunity. He loved playing there. But it meant a lot that the Orioles gave the commitment. It does. And it was stability. And knowing that he's going to fail and the city's going to support him, it's going to be great. Yeah, slightly different market, yes. New York to Baltimore, to say the least.
When we come back, we'll be joined by Paul Valley of Pressbox, host of the Bat Around for Pressbox, as a matter of fact. Always good opinions from him, strong opinions. We'll get his thoughts on what unfolded yesterday, the good and the bad of it, and how the Orioles look moving forward. After that, we got the AL East report. We'll let you know what the rest of the division was up to on opening day, and the Blue Jays have yet to play. They'll make their debut tonight. And a little bit later in the 1 o'clock hour, Ryan and I will go through the MLB season award favorites as it stands right now. Things have changed just a little bit in the betting market after what happened on opening day. We'll make some of our picks as to who we think will bring home some hardware when it's all said and done. It's Nolan and Ryan hanging out with you here until 2 on The Fan.
Faniversary is coming soon. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Don't miss this fun-filled event celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Meet the fan hosts, win prizes, and we'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet former Raven Femi Ayanbadejo and Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. The party starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. Sponsored by Hello Hartford, Small Town Charm, Big Memories, and by Bel Air Hyundai. Part of Jones Junction with 2 million likes and reviews.
Oh, it's a slam dunk sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Now you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. Got banks on site for instant credit approval? Now, Kelvin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner's insurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. People are loving what they're seeing at Jones Junction. You get slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an art support store. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment today.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Talon Appliances celebrating their 47th anniversary right now, and that means big savings on select appliances for your home. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Professional, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just upgrading, now's the time. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop their beautiful showroom or online. And when you stop in, ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop today at townappliance.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15 just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are off and rolling following yesterday's 2-1 win over the Twins on opening day. Trevor Rogers picked up right where he left off in 2025 by working his way through 7 scoreless frames on just 88 pitches. He navigated traffic on the base paths for most of the afternoon, but managed to induce some timely ground balls, which turned into clutch double plays. Craig Albernaz says he saw everything he could have possibly wanted out of his ace.
He goes out there and sets the tone. He got himself in some little bit of traffic, a little bit of hairy situations, but he got himself out of it with the ground ball. And Raj had to. I mean, Joe Ryan was on today.
The Birds are off today before resuming the series tomorrow afternoon at 4. Kyle Bradish will start for Baltimore, while Minnesota will send out Taj Bradley. And last night in Sweet 16 action, 9-seed Iowa got the best of Big Ten foe Nebraska 77-71. Senior guard Bennett Sturtz led the way with 20 points in a full 40 minutes, while junior forward Alvaro Fulgaris delivered yet another statement bucket in crunch time. The Hawkeyes will now be marching on to the Elite Eight for the first time since 1987. They've earned a date with 3-seed Illinois coming up tomorrow night. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
No Bob Haynie today. That's all right. He'll be back with us on Monday. Normal show setup then, I promise. But for the rest of today, Nolan McGraw, Ryan Ripken hanging out with you here up until 2 o'clock. We're now joined by special guest, friend of the show, Paul Valley from the Bat Around, Press Box Sports. How you doing, Paul? How you doing today, man?
Nolan and Brian, great to talk with you guys. Always a pleasure, man. I'm doing pretty well. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing just fine over here. All things good when baseball is back on the menu, and the Orioles are in the win column, of course. Wanted to start with the lineup because I know we've talked about this quite a bit in the past. I'm sure you loved seeing Gunnar and Alonso back-to-back yesterday, but Ward as your leadoff hitter. Bit of a surprise for me. They kind of floated it out there, or maybe some people toyed with the idea of that against the left-handed starter, but they faced the righty and Joe Ryan yesterday. What did you make of that lineup and Ward as a leadoff option?
Well, I kind of understood it because Ward led off most of the last 2 years for the Angels. And, you know, when you look at it, his chase rate is elite. It's like the 99th percentile for chase rate, which means he's got a really good eye. And I think he had something like 75 walks last year. If it weren't for the lower batting average, the on-base percentage would have been much more impressive than it looked at first glimpse. So batting him leadoff, I didn't really have an issue with it. As long as you've got Gunnar and Alonso back-to-back, wherever they're in the order, I think that's the best recipe for success for this lineup moving forward.
Yeah, the offense definitely can have a lot of firepower, Paul, and I think everyone will be excited when Pete hits his first jack and Gunnar gets going. But there's going to be days like there were yesterday where you just got to find a way. And Nolan and I were talking about this earlier. I love the way the game ended up going because it was close. It came down to making some fundamental plays and scratching across runs in the ways that aren't sexy, but they get the job done, right? Sacrifice fly, a little jam shot up the middle. And that's something that we hadn't seen a lot of last year. So I just want your kind of take on the Orioles. Finding that way to get it done is a welcoming sight for us to start this new year.
Well, yeah, Ryan, and I'm glad you brought that up because, you know, a good baseball team, they have to win games like this sometimes, right? You're going up against an ace in Joe Ryan, who was he was on yesterday. And so you've got to find a way to scratch out some runs. It took getting into their bullpen to do it. But, you know, you're talking about a 2-1 game, a one-run ball game. You got to win one-run ball games. You got to win games when your offense isn't going to be providing that firepower that you're used to. And the thing that I like the most is that sacrifice fly by Colton Cowser. We know about his struggles against off speed, against breaking balls. He took a breaking ball. I think it was either a curveball or a changeup. I can't remember. I think it was a curveball, and he hits it to the opposite field for a long sacrifice fly to drive that run in. If that's what Colton Cowser is going to do when he's got big opportunities with runners in scoring position, I'm here for it because that was something he really struggled with last year.
Well, speaking of guys that struggled last year, I mean, it was 90% of the team, but now you head into this year, that just means you've got a bunch of people that can take a pretty big step forward. Is there anyone in particular on this roster, it could even pitching side of things, lineup for sure, that you're really high on having a huge step forward this year?
A huge step forward this year, I think, is going to be Kobe Mayo. One, you saw the defense that he had yesterday. And look, he's going to have his struggles over there, but to see him make that really nice double play turn to get Rogers out of a jam, and then the next inning get another one on a little ground ball to his left that he fielded cleanly and turned the other double play, probably helps him take a little bit of a sigh of relief. 2 big moments there, and he's able to help get his pitcher get out of that jam. And then you look in Grapefruit League action, I think he only struck out 2 times in 37 at-bats, 3 times for the entire spring. It looks like he fixed that little bit of a hitch in his swing. He looks more polished at the plate, a lot more comfortable, and like he's ready to do damage. I think Kobe Mayo is going to surprise a lot of people this year. I think it's going to be a breakout season for him.
I think he's going to really take this opportunity and run with it, Paul. I'm with you. And the confidence. When I got to talk to him down in camp, he seemed like a guy that was a lot more comfortable with the situation, being more comfortable with the unknowns. And above all, he's made so many strides on proving to people that he can be a defensive player over there. Not saying he's going to be a Gold Glover, but he can make plays when it counts. And that was a question mark for some. But talking about question marks, Paul, I'm curious, and I think maybe we have a little bit of an answer. This is in the bullpen. So we knew who was going to close the game yesterday. It was Ryan Helsley. But the first one out of the pen in a close game was Tyler Wells. So it seems like Tyler Wells would be a high leverage guy. Ryan Helsley, do you have an idea, maybe a feeling of who the Orioles would go in other cases? Because there is a little bit more uncertainty behind those specific guys in big moments.
Well, and those are the guys that you're going to trust, right? Tyler Wells has proven that he can do it out of the bullpen. He can do it in the starting rotation. For him, it's all about health, and that's been the issue for his entire career. And I think that you're optimizing Tyler Wells by having him in the bullpen. I'm not surprised that he was the 8th inning guy with Kittredge on the IL. I think when Kittredge gets back, it's going to be that 3-headed monster. We used to have Brock, O'Day, Britton. We had Bob in the back of the end of the bullpen, and I think you're going to see that those are going to be the 3 guys leaned on the most, with the most experience and the most firepower in Wells, Kittredge, and Helsley moving forward. And I mean, when you've got Ryan Helsley throwing 101.9 to blow somebody away yesterday, hitting triple digits with every fastball, just about every fastball but one, that's a huge thing. And then when he adds that splitter, which looks pretty lethal too, I think they've got a really formidable back end of the bullpen. I was a little surprised. I thought that letting Tyler Wells, having him let it eat with 1 inning appearances, that the fastball velocity would be up a little bit. But there's also the idea that it's the beginning of the year. He's coming off of a Tommy John type of surgery. So maybe he's slow playing a little bit, but I think that you're going to see him touch 95, 96 as the season wears on. I'm very comfortable with the 2 of them, and then when Kittredge gets back, the 3 of them at the back end of the bullpen.
Always good to talk Orioles with Paul Valley, host of the Bat Around on Press Box. And as a matter of fact here, Paul, before we let you run, let the people know about the Bat Around. Where can they tune in this season?
You guys can tune in to the Bat Around every Sunday night at 8:30. During the baseball season, we air 8:30 every Sunday night. It's going to be me and Zach Moore, former Orioles farmhand, our friend over at Pigtown Sports. He's with me on every show just about. And you can find us at PressBoxOnline.com/radio, Facebook.com/PressBoxSports, or you can find us on YouTube at YouTube.com/PressBoxOnline. You're going to be able to tune into every show. We air live, and then we post it wherever you get podcasts after the fact. So really looking forward to getting a lot more viewership, a lot more listeners, and talk about what I think is going to be a really good Orioles season this year.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, appreciate the time, and we'll catch up again soon for sure.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there he goes. We got a couple more segments left in today's show. When we come back, take a look at the AL East. What is the rest of the division up to right about now, and where do the Orioles stack up? Talk to Ryan about that. And then 1:30, MLB Season Awards. Who do we think is going to bring home American League, National League MVP, Cy Young Awards, and maybe one area where the Orioles could get some hardware, Rookie of the Year? We'll dive into that. They got 2 potential candidates. All that and more coming up next here, 105.7 The Fan.
Baseball is back on The Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on The Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalase, your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, a couple more segments here in today's show. We're talking AL East right now. Let's go around here. We'll be as quick as possible to try to hit as much as we can. We'll start with the Red Sox and the Reds from yesterday. 3-0 shutout win for Boston. Of course, Garrett Crochet, your opening day starter there. He looked as sharp can be and probably still had something left in the tank to go. If this was a start a month from now, maybe he's got a complete game on his hands or close to it. 6 innings on 80 pitches, 8 strikeouts for him. Picking up where he left off, huh?
Yeah, I'd say so, Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
Pitching also earlier, I'd like to say it should dominate early in the season. Guys like that, probably going to see that continued on. But, yeah, a lot of great pitching, no doubt about it.
Well, and for the Orioles side of things, you're going to be seeing Garrett Crochet at least a few times this year. And one of the issues for the Orioles, not just last year, last couple of years, is trying to hit left-handed pitching consistently, especially elite left-handed pitching like Garrett Crochet, and then they go ahead and add Ranger Suarez on top of that. You're a division opponent. All of a sudden, you're saying, "Oh my God, do you imagine a short wild card series there?" I mean, there's no room for error. So Orioles are going to have to get that fixed this year, but never an easy task against Crochet. Lineup wise for them, 3 for 4 day for Roman Anthony was a big contributor in the WBC. He's expected to have a huge season for them, and Duran, who a year ago had trade speculation surrounding his name. I never understood it. To me, he's the best player in their lineup. Yes, including Roman Anthony. I think Duran's a gamer, man. If he was an Oriole, I'd love it.
He is one of the most talented players. I think people didn't like some of the inconsistencies or then, some of the other storylines that, happens on the field and then it's brought out into the media and then there's scrutiny. So it's bringing the attention. And when you're not playing as well at times, right, then that's where people get more frustrated. You play well all the time. Really, no one seems to talk about it. But for Duran, I'm with you. I don't like trading away really great players unless you're getting an unbelievable value back. For the Red Sox, though, one thing you touched on about the left-handed pitching I wanted to add. It's not just with Boston that the Orioles are going to have to face this with. Crochet and Ronner Suarez are two really, really good left-handed options. But don't forget about Max Fried up in New York with the Yankees. And don't forget about, if we're going to stay in the American League, you got to go against Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers and Framber Valdez as well. So for the Orioles, not just in their division, there's a lot of great lefties that if you're going to make a run in the postseason, you're going to have to be comfortable facing these arms. And the one knock for Boston to rope them around was, could this lineup be sustainable? Because it felt like their pitching staff would be able to do what they need them to do. And if Duran is going to hit the way that he did to open up the season, if he has a bounce back year and Roman Anthony takes that jump, I do think that other parts of their team, with Contreras playing at first, you traded for Durbin, which I really like that move from the Brewers. This Red Sox team, their lineup, I believe, is going to do enough. And their anchor is going to be that pitching staff.
Over to the Rays, a very unfortunate opening day for them. They thought they were going to cruise to a dominant victory over the Cardinals. They were up 7-1 after the sixth, put up a 6 spot there in that inning. But then in the bottom half, just a casual 8-run inning for the Cardinals to come all the way back, win that one 9-7. Pitching-wise here, Drew Rasmussen, not bad. 5 innings, just 1 run allowed. The issue there, Seymour. Out of the pen, Ian Seymour, Cardinals said, "Feed me, Seymour," and he did. Served up a ton of meatballs.
How about that? 14 runs in the 6th inning from both teams. 6. if you're the Rays, think about that. You put up 6, and you are winning 7-1, and like, you know what? We are in a great spot. Just to have the Cardinals answer with their own crooked number and 8 runs to win that game. For the Rays, that hurts to start. The Rays are going to be one of these teams, though, that they're going to compete constantly. And when you look at their team and roster, they actually have some starters here that are really intriguing. Obviously, Rasmussen, Shane McClanahan coming back, Pepio, they got a group that's going to cause problems. The other problem for them, just like the Orioles, you're in a division that is ruthless. So games like this hurt even more when it's not against your own division, because that's a game for Tampa that, you need to win that one.
The only team in the AL East that is yet to play is the Toronto Blue Jays. They will have their debut tonight against the Athletics, the Nomadic Athletics, playing tonight in Toronto. Very banged up is Toronto to start this season as they try to get all the way back to the World Series. Pitching side of things, they're going to be shorthanded, at least to start the year. But they do have Kevin Gausman. He goes tonight.
Yeah, Gausman's proven. He's gotten in a rhythm. He's been durable. He's been successful. It's a good guy to have on the mound. And outside of the pitching side, which I think when they are all healthy, Nolan, I think I mentioned in the last segment that the Blue Jays were the 19th best team in baseball with team ERA in 2025. I think they're going to positively regress when people get healthy this year. But I'm really just curious how their offense is going to play out, because you lose Bo Bichette. Okamoto is coming over from Japan, which very decorated. And if you looked at his numbers, it's just averaging 30 home runs a year for the last 5 or so seasons. But how do you replicate what you did last year? And Bo Bichette is one of the best hitters in the game. Addison Barger, I love his talent. He had a fantastic postseason and really solid 2025. But can you put that part together? That's where it starts tonight. So I am really curious. Toronto is a team, they should have high hopes, but they have a lot of question marks as well.
And lastly here, the Yankees got the entire season schedule started on Wednesday night. Convincing win over the Giants, 7-0 in that one. Max Fried, who you were talking about just a little bit earlier, he looked like he should as a true ace of that team. And lineup-wise, getting all sorts of offensive contributions from literally everyone not named Aaron Judge. There you go. All you guys, 4 strikeouts in one game, 0 for 5, and you still win 7-0.
Yeah, a little sombrero action is what we call that, Nolan. And if you're a Yankees fan, you are delighted with that result, because what's been the narrative for the Yankees? They don't have an offense behind Aaron Judge. It's not sustainable. They did it without Aaron Judge having a good game. And I think that people want to knock the Yankees because they're the Yankees. Nolan, this team won 94 games last year. This is a good team. When Aaron Judge is swinging the bat well, they're very dangerous. They have an underrated lineup, in my opinion. And as far as their starting pitching, which is also a little banged up, I would argue that they have the most upside, and that's the staff in the American League, both in the starting rotation and pen, that I think is the most complete. So, Yankees are off to a start. I'd love for the Giants to answer back. That'd be great. Mm-hmm. Why don't they pitch a shutout here? Wouldn't mind that here.
It just so happens that Brandon Hyde's favorite pitcher, Robbie Ray, is on the mound tonight.
There we go.
Giants.
Perfect guy for the job.
Going up against Cam Schlittler. Do not forget the L. But when we talk about him, you got to get used to hearing about him. Breakout rookie campaign, and he's looking to take that next step.
Oh, and that's what the Yankees do so well. So they obviously signed some big guys in Fried and Garrett Cole going back, but they develop pitchers extremely well. And don't forget about Luis Gil. So you got Cam, Luis Gil. They traded for Ryan Weathers, which Nolan, when I say when I saw that move, I went, wow, damn, the Yankees, I'm really upset he went there because a 97, a lefty, and how the Yankees help guys get on track. He could be a huge, huge option for them. If you're looking for a Yankee downfall, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we're going to see it this year. I think they're going to be right in the mix till the end.
Prayers never hurt. I'll keep praying.
Yep. You know what?
I'll do my part.
Do your part.
410-583-1057. If you want to get in here before we're done at 2 o'clock, we'd be happy to have you. But when we come back from this next break, we're going to talk about some MLB season awards. Ryan and I will make our picks for Cy Young, MVP, Rookie of the Year, and if there's time, Manager of the Year. Stay tuned here. Vinny and Haynie continues.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all dresses and 50% off all button-downs. Yep, get everyone dressed for spring with half off all dresses and button-downs for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 3/28 and 29. Excludes clearance, maternity, jumpsuits, rompers, active, and bubbles.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Go
Going outside is so in during Springfest at Lowe's. For a limited time, get extra big deals on select Holland pavers, 3 for $1. Plus, save $70 on the Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill, now $179. And Chef Up shareables for your whole crew. Picture perfect patios and good food? Yes, please. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Paver offer exclusive Alaska and Hawaii.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. Experience the middle jewel of the Triple Crown outside of Pimlico for the first time in more than 100 years for the most intimate viewing experience in Preakness history. Seating is extremely limited for this once-in-a-lifetime showcase of the best horses and jockeys in thoroughbred racing. Purchase your tickets today at Preakness.com. This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Earned a spot on the Orioles opening day roster with an impressive spring at the plate, though his defense was still considered a work in progress, if not a liability. Time will tell how he handles a full starter's workload at the hot corner, but for one day, he certainly looked the part. He was the catalyst for a pair of key 5-4-3 double plays that helped Trevor Rogers escape some traffic on the base paths and extend his outing through 7 frames. Here's what Mayo had to say following the 2-1 win over the Twins.
Probably never thought about mechanics. I think it's probably more just getting the repetition out there every day. You know, it's a tough position. Ball's coming at you hard, or got some tough slow rollers or whatnot. Just being confident in yourself and trying to go out there as prepared as possible.
And later on tonight, the NCAA tournament continues with 4 more matchups in the Sweet 16. Duke and St. John's will get things started a little after 7, marking the first time the two programs have crossed paths in the tourney since 1991. Then at 7:30, 2 of the nation's top offensive teams will go at it when Michigan and Alabama meet. The best coaching showdown of the night will take place at 9:45 in the East region, where Tom Izzo and Michigan State will match up against Dan Hurley and UConn. And finally, at 10 o'clock, Tennessee and Iowa State will try to claim the final spot in this year's Elite Eight. The Fan will have live coverage of all the tournament action, courtesy of Westwood One, starting at 7 this evening. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Welcome back. 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Ryan Ripken with you for just a few more moments. We want to talk to you. Got a caller on hold right now. Let's go get Ray in Baltimore. What's going on, Ray?
Hey, man. How y'all doing? Good afternoon. I'm definitely a Ryan Ripken guy. I've been a long-time subscriber to his YouTube channel, so I'm happy to see his growth, man. I've been there for the ride, man. Been there for the ride.
I appreciate you. I actually, right after this, I'm going right over to do the show. And might be breaking down and talking about a little Ryan Helsley action.
Absolutely.
He looked good. He looked great yesterday.
Absolutely. I will have my notifications on. But speaking of which, real quick, Nolan, you know how I felt about the other guy that used to be a manager, so I'm not going to really go there with that. I want to talk about the man that's the current manager. I'll tell you this, and y'all can, respond off air. When Craig Albanese first got hired, I went to go dig up some videos on YouTube. And one of the videos that got me was the one where he was with the Giants and he was working with the catchers and he was giving instructions. He was going with the back and forth banter. And I said, I like this guy. I like this guy. So my question to you, Ryan, as well as you, Nolan, how has Albie added to the juice? Because he seems to get it. And, I think the rest of Baltimore is going to catch on later on in the spring and summer. But from your vantage point, how has he added to the juice of the Orioles, and where do you see it going from there? Y'all have a good weekend.
Thanks, Ray. You too.
Appreciate you, Ray. Have a great weekend, and see you in an hour. when I'm going live again. Noah, would you like to start with this? Would you like me?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
With Albie, we're talking about the juice. You're talking about trying to change a culture, change a mindset, instill your own way of how not only you want to manage, but what this brand of Orioles baseball should be moving forward. And I think what you've seen so far is that there's an intensity, there is a level of purpose when they go out there, and you got to play with energy to go out there and have success. I also see a manager, Nolan, that wants to instill confidence in his players, in his young players specifically. Kobe Mayo is the guy that I still look at. I look back to spring training, throw him at shortstop. And when he asked Kobe after, how'd you feel? And what did you do? And he said, well, I just kind of threw the ball over there. He said, great. You didn't think, you just reacted. And that's all I want you to do. I want you to just go and play ball. I think that's what I'm seeing is what a manager's job, besides managing a bullpen, managing to win the game on the day-to-day, you got to manage your people. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something for Albie off the bat is something that has really jumped out to me, is trying to manage each individual to get the most out of them.
What I like the most about him so far is the way he speaks. He's just a straight shooter. You know, you ask him a question, if he thinks it's a silly question, he'll even give you a little chuckle and kind of rib you a little bit, but it's not like a talking down type of way. It's all in good fun. But I kind of wonder, as he's still learning the trade here as a major league manager, there naturally be some growing pains along the way, is that as he, I don't know, early indication, it sounds like he might be what they like the stereotypical players manager, where he kind of lets the guys police themselves a little bit until it's necessary for him to step in. And another thing I picked up on this spring as it relates to Alonso. Now, he's a little bit different, where he's clearly a player leader, that Albie's going to be leaning on him and vice versa. That has to be an important player-manager relationship there. But like when Alonso comes in and says, well, I want to play every day. That's great. And even spring training, well, I want to go on the road trips. I want to be sitting on that bus going and playing the road games. You can't say that about every star player. Fan side of it, I love it. Manager side of it, well, okay, it isn't really necessary for you to play every day of spring training. Where can he step in and maybe tell the guys no in a case like that? Because, like, again, if it's Alonso, I don't have a problem with it because he's an important leadership piece as well. But, like, when it comes to maybe, there will be a point this season where Alonso needs a day. Mm-hmm. He's not going to want to take it. And I appreciate that side of it. But it might be to his benefit, dude, just sit a day. Or just DH today. Is that too much to ask? Like, I'm taking you off first base. I know you want to play there. You're a prideful guy. But it's better for the team if we keep you fresh. Is he going to be able to lay down the law like that? Or are the players running the show at a certain point?
Yeah, I think it's going to be his ability to read what his players need. That's essentially what you're saying, is read what they need, because sometimes players don't always go out there and accept what is best for them. And look, I want a guy that wants to go out and play every day. I want a guy you have to drag him off the field. I'm with you. But I also want to read of, if a guy's struggling, is it better to let him stay in there and try to work through it? Or should I give him a day to reset? If he's banged up, should I give him a day to reset? Or can he keep going? Same with your bullpen when you're trying to build up confidence for players. Do I throw this guy out in a situation? Or is it best that I let him work on something and get his mind back on track, and let's talk about mechanics, right? All of those parts go into becoming a great manager. You know, so I'm with you, Nolan, on you want to be loved by your players. That you want your players to want to go to battle for you each and every day. But also there will be tough times where they might hear something that they don't want to hear, but that's okay, and then they can move past it. I think that's the hardest thing, is it not getting personal when that time comes. And so someone told me recently is I would rather someone be mad at me temporarily and be honest than someone feel that I'm not having their best interest and kind of moving to the side. That's what Albie's going to have to continue to monitor. But so far, it's easy when it's the honeymoon phase. So far, everything's good. And I guess we're going to find out more as the season goes on.
Until that first failed bullpen decision, which even then, hard to say, was it even the right call or not the right call? Is it on the player? Is it on the manager? It's coming. It's coming. But even he has the humor to admit that. I think he said that at like the Birdland Caravan. He's like, well, everyone still loves me because I haven't managed a game yet. I haven't screwed up yet. So he's honest about it. Let's get some of these awards in here, starting with MVP. And after the past couple years, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani just absolutely dominating their respective leagues. They are your betting favorites again here nationally. Do you see this just being them running the show again? I mean, if they're healthy, it's hard to see someone else really swooping in and being that much more dominant. Last year, case in point, Cal Raleigh doing historic things at the catcher position, hitting 60-some home runs. And then even then, it's not even a close vote in the end, as it shouldn't have been. Like, he hit all those home runs. He was great. Cal Raleigh was incredible. Still wasn't sniffing what Aaron Judge did.
Aaron Judge had an historic season that he was following up an historic season, right? So Aaron Judge is the best hitter in the game. That's not a debate. That's a fact. He's the best hitter in baseball. He hits for average. He hits for power. He is one of the greatest players the game has seen. Ohtani, you pitch and you throw, and you do it at a high level. That you can't really compete with that. But I will say if there's one of those two players that could get overthrown, it's more of Judge than Ohtani, because I do think the firepower that is in the American League with guys like Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt Jr., if you saw on display, I think their abilities as shortstops could make a push. If Aaron Judge simmers down and only has 35 home runs this year and hits 300, and Bobby Witt puts up similar numbers but better defensive metrics, I think that was the case, because last year Raleigh did so many things as a catcher and as a hitter, but the problem was that Aaron Judge did something that no one was doing. And I think that's what's going to keep Aaron Judge from winning it again. But sure, somebody else can come up and be right there to challenge.
Yeah, Bobby Witt's second best odds, followed by Cal Raleigh third. Julio Rodriguez actually fourth. He's getting some love. Henderson all the way at eighth as it stands right now, plus 1,700. I've been hesitant to say it just from a jinx standpoint, but I really do think Gunnar will finish top three in MVP this year and have a legit shot to win it. I mean, if Judge ends up missing a lot of time, maybe that could open the door. That's been the case for him in the past, but I really think Gunnar's going to light it up this year.
If Gunnar hits 30-plus home runs and makes that continued jump that he has at shortstop and the Orioles win, Gunnar's going to be right there in that mix, no doubt in my mind.
Cy Young side of things here. American League, Tarek Skubal, no surprise, although it is close. Garrett Crochet, who we talked about a few segments ago, right behind him. The odds are close, and Max Fried is third right now. Actually interesting, I mentioned this to you during the break, Cole Reagans of Kansas City tied with Hunter Brown of the Astros for the fourth best odds right now, but that is a much more of a long shot compared to Skubal and Crochet.
Yes. I love Cole Reagans' makeup. I think he's got a lot of upside, but those guys you mentioned, those donkeys, man, those guys are beasts. Skubal's trying to go for the unprecedented of just mowing down to another Cy Young, but I think Garrett Crochet. I was going to say Garrett Crochet, but Max Fried, all those guys. What I mentioned, not only the phrase for me of saying for donkey, by the way, that those guys they're in it for the long run. They continue to go.
Thank
right?
you for clarifying.
Yeah, well, I was realizing when I
my mind was wandering, but
yeah. So what I mean by that is that they can continue to go. They saddle up and they go, but they're also at the top of their game with what they do. And if those three guys stay healthy, I don't see if Crochet, Fried, and Skubal are there. I don't see how they aren't the top three. But there is one guy or two in Baltimore that could make a run at that. I'll say that. Rogers and Bradish, are they on that list?
Rogers, your highest rated here, but that's what, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 14th best odds according to FanDuel right now. And this is live even after yesterday's performance. So,
really?
Yeah. He's behind the CC. He's behind Joe Ryan still after yesterday. What the hell? Fix your stuff here, FanDuel. National League side of things here. After yesterday, well, this is evidence as to live lines here. Christopher Sanchez, better odds than Paul Skeens now, although it is close. We were talking with Steve earlier about that very unfortunate start for Paul Skeens yesterday. This is the first time I've ever seen him get shelled, whether it was his fault or not. O'Neal Cruz didn't help him at all in the outfield, but it was also on him a good bit. I've never seen him that bad.
And you know what? I think he deserves a little grace because he's going to have outings like that. And yes, the O'Neal Cruz play that you're referencing. O'Neal's in center, line drive that was hit. His first move was a hair in. And if it's a line drive and you're confused, it can never be a hair in unless you're 1,000% sure. Ball goes over his head and that gets it going. But I also am curious where Skeens was revving up the intensity early on in the World Baseball Classic. And he goes out there, and I think if there's one pitcher I'm not concerned about, it's going to be Paul Skeens turning it around. But it is ironic that the Pirates get some runs, Nolan, right? And everyone says that Paul never can pitch with a lead and with runs. And then when he finally does in this case, the Mets have a good approach, and they got to him pretty good.
We'll take a break here. When we come back, we're going to have just a few minutes to wrap up the show here, but we'll take a trip through the funhouse if there's time. Put a bow on the show, get you ready for Inside Access at 2.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Baltimore sports fans, it's time to celebrate you. Join 105.7 The Fan for our massive Faniversary celebration. We're taking over Barrel House Live in Falston on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities, talk shop, and enjoy the best atmosphere in Maryland. It's an all-ages event, so bring the whole crew for a day of prizes, sports talk, and pure Baltimore pride. Tickets are moving fast. Head over to 1057thefan.com/events right now to grab yours.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Last segment of the day. We did it again. Another show in the books, man. Another excellent show.
Hey, you know what? This is my first with you on this side. Usually I'm staring at you through the glass. Now I'm still, is that Mike over there now too? Whoa! But Mike and Alex has been great. Alex, appreciate you. And Nolan, it's been a pleasure, man. I'm excited about this baseball season with you.
Yeah, we got to let the people know this is not a one-off thing. Every Thursday and Friday for the rest of baseball season, we're ripping it with Ryan. He'll be in here from noon to 2, both Thursdays and Fridays, with Bob Haynie and myself, talking all things Orioles every time. Before we wrap up here, no need for a fun house. Just wanted to continue this end-of-season award conversation. Rookie of the Year, because this is the one that is relevant in Orioles circles. Of course, Gunnar, we mentioned MVP candidate for sure, but Samuel Basallo, Dylan Beavers. And the reason I bring this up is because I was one of the most prominent people ranting and raving last year about how, screw the Rookie of the Year eligibility, get these guys up here as soon as possible and let them take their lumps and figure this out for when the games will actually matter for 2026. They both played roughly 30 games. They waited to call them up well after the trade deadline to preserve that rookie eligibility. The thought being that if one of them wins it this year, you get a compensatory draft pick. Now, I said I want no parts of that. I'm not, I want to, prioritize the now over something 2 years down the road, the potential 2 years down the road when, hey, if things don't turn around, Mike Elias might not even be here 2 years down the road to reap the benefits of a potential compensatory draft pick. But odds as they stand right now, live lines after yesterday, I can't imagine they've changed way too much. American League, Kevin McGonigal of the, if I'm pronouncing that, McGonigal of the Detroit Tigers, he's your betting favorite. Chase DeLauder, better get used to these names because they are not. Akamoto, we're familiar with him with Toronto, newcomer, not your typical rookie, but he is a rookie nonetheless. Trey Savage, still rookie eligibility for Toronto as well. And Samuel Basallo comes in here 8th best odds. Dylan Beavers 10th best odds. So this is one of those awards where, unlike Cy Young, things are pretty set in stone. You've got your crop of like 5 or 6 guys that could win it. Rookie of the Year is wide open. This stuff will be moving all season long. A guy who we're not even talking about right now could be, finishing top 5 when it's all said and done.
That's the beauty of it. It is wide open. We could go on for days and hours, and maybe next week, Nolan, we can really go into it. But Sammy Basallo, with those odds and where he is, I'm going to be eyeing his progress because I do think Sammy, once he gets rolling, his name's going to continue to just climb right up that list.
So between him and Beavers, you think he's got the better shot?
I think Sammy B does, yeah.
Playing time, because Beavers going to split with O'Neal in the outfield.
But Basallo's still that guy I'm going to ride with. There's just something about him that's got that it for the bat, and I've had that feeling a few times. Gunnar Henderson, Juan Soto, 2 of the guys I've seen up close, and Sammy's giving me that same feeling at the plate.
And they're here, too. I mean, they're here from day one. I mean, some of these guys that are candidates a little farther down in the odds, they haven't even made their MLB debut yet in some cases, or they haven't made their season debut. That's going to do it for us here today. Inside Access is coming up next. Appreciate Ryan Ripken. Appreciate Steve Molesky for getting us through the first half of the show. Normal C will return next week. I promise you, Bob, Vinny, and myself will all be back on Monday. Breathe a sigh of relief. Less Nolan. I'm sure everyone's going to be relieved about that as well. But for Ryan, for Steve, for all of our guests here today, appreciate you listening. Same time, same place on Monday. We'll talk to you then.
The Fan's Bruce Cunningham.
My greatest moment in Baltimore sports history came in January of 2001 when the Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl. Remember, 1993, when the NFL expanded, Baltimore got the door slammed in its face. And then, just a few years later, they stood on the field in Tampa, hoisting that Lombardi trophy. That is sweet. And it was shared with all of us here in Baltimore. We all felt the same thing.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
"Daddy, I'm cold,"
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem, and I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational, and that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches. Visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are off and rolling following yesterday's 2-1 win over the Twins on opening day. Trevor Rogers picked up right where he left off in 2025 by working his way through 7 scoreless frames on just 88 pitches. He navigated traffic on the base paths for most of the afternoon, but managed to induce some timely ground balls which turned into clutch double plays. Craig Albernaz says he saw everything he could have possibly wanted out of his ace.
He goes out there and sets the tone. He got himself in some little bit of traffic, a little bit of hairy situations, but he got himself out of it with the ground ball. And Raj had to. I mean, Joe Ryan was on today.
The Birds are off today before resuming the series tomorrow afternoon at 4. Kyle Bradish will start for Baltimore, while Minnesota will send out Taj Bradley. And last night in Sweet 16 action, 9-seed Iowa got the best of Big Ten foe Nebraska 77-71. senior guard Bennett Sturtz led the way with 20 points in a full 40 minutes, while junior forward Alvaro Fulgaris delivered yet another statement bucket in crunch time. The Hawkeyes will now be marching on to the Elite Eight for the first time since 1987. They've earned a date with 3-seed Illinois coming up tomorrow night. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Conrad's. Game day is better at Conrad's with plenty of high tops, bar seating, and brand new large screen TVs. Plus, enjoy slam dunk food and drink specials. Visit Conrad's in Perry Hall and Abingdon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Inside Access with Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
So Rogers trying to get through 7 in the opener. And Brooks Lee with a ground ball to short. Henderson again. Trevor Rogers right where he left off. 7 dazzling shutout innings on opening day.
And Kauser hits a fly ball to left field. Martin ranging into the corner, makes the catch in fair territory. Basayo will come in to score. And the Orioles strike first in 2026 on a Colton Kauser 7th inning sacrifice fly. Alexander punches it up the middle for a base hit. O'Neill rounds third to score. And Blaze Alexander's first Oriole hit brings in a run to make it 2-0. There we go.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley, and they win on opening day again. It's just what they do. 2-1 the final. Craig Albertez in his first game as a big league manager gets a victory on a 2-run 7th Trevor Rogers gem. And a glorious day at the ballpark turns into an Oriole victory to kick off the 2026 season.
Kevin Brown, I missed you. That's Masson with the call. Yesterday's 2-1 Orioles win over the Minnesota Twins. Orioles 1-0 as he said, that's what they do. They win on opening day, and you heard some of the highlights. And we're going to focus here on Trevor Rogers. And we were at Pickles yesterday, and thanks for the whole world coming out and being among us at Pickles yesterday for opening day. And it's amazing. The game started and nobody left Pickles.
It's a party, man.
It was a good time.
It is the spot.
Yeah. Trevor Rogers did not have his best stuff. He walked 4, he hit another guy. So that's 5 base runners he put on, not via hit. Yet 7 scoreless. So again, another example of Trevor Rogers showing the ace potential, because when you don't have your ace stuff, you still put up zeros.
Really, really impressive start to the season for Trevor Rogers. You said it, Ken. He didn't have his best stuff. It was far from an A game, but you blank the opposing team for 7 innings in your first outing. Just a great, great job. And he pulled a couple Houdini acts yesterday. The Twins had runners in scoring position in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th innings against Rogers. Minnesota went 1 for 11 hitting with runners in scoring position. That's crazy stuff. Now, his defense helped him out. Kobe Mayo making a great play. Kobe Mayo started 2 double plays. Gunnar Henderson had the 3rd double play. But this wasn't an instance of the Twins just hammering Trevor Rogers. They only had 5 hard hit balls off Rogers in 7 innings, and a hard hit ball is 95 miles per hour exit velocity. Something that was really impressive and a weapon for him yesterday, not that he used it a lot, was the curveball. He had a 50% whiff rate and had 3 strikeouts with that pitch. And he also got a strikeout in a critical moment in that game where the 2nd inning, Twins had runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out. He was able to get a strikeout to get out number 1 there and obviously get out of that inning unscathed.
It's amazing because not only does he give up the 5 base runners on walks and a hit by pitch, but Tyler O'Neill dropped a pop-up, which could have been like that. That was a 2-base error, and that could have been a problem. And Tyler and Trevor Rogers is like, nah, I'm good. I'll take care of business from here. Now, the Twins lineup is probably not one of the best in baseball.
No.
But still, you had guys on base almost every inning, and every inning he was able to shut it down.
Guys on base almost every inning, and guys in scoring position pretty much every inning with Trevor Rogers, and he was able to work his way out of it. And that's the sign of a good pitcher. Someone that, hey, you're figuring it out. Clearly his command is way off. You're not used to that many walks from Trevor Rogers going back to last year when he had that fantastic run, but he was able to bear down and give the Orioles a chance to win, and they did.
It's interesting. It reminded me a little bit of that Dodgers game a year ago. And the Dodgers obviously have a much better lineup than the Minnesota Twins, but they were only able to scratch out 2 runs, I think 2 runs in that game, even though they had guys on it seemingly all the time. But he kept the game close enough that once they got Yamamoto out of the game, remember Yamamoto's an out away from a no-hitter, Jackson Holliday hits the home run, they pull him. The Orioles are able to win the game against the bullpen because Rogers kept the game close enough.
Well, and similarly, and granted not to the extent because Yamamoto was this close to getting no hit, the Orioles had 1 hit going into the 7th inning, and they were able to push 2 runs across in the 7th inning after Joe Ryan got out of the game, and Joe Ryan was filthy. He only gave up 1 hit. And Big Sam got it going with the single. Then Tyler O'Neill, he hit a single through the infield. And how about Samuel Basallo going first to third there? And then Colton Cowser was able to get the sac fly to drive in the game's first run.
Aggressive base running by Basallo, who scores on the sac fly. But how about Tyler O'Neill going to second when Basallo scored on the sac fly? He then scores on the Blaze Alexander base hit. He does not score from first base on the base hit.
No shot, because Blaze Alexander just hit it straight through the middle. And Blaze in a big-time spot there where the count was 1-2, and he was able to come through. So there was a lot to feel good about with that Orioles win yesterday, just grinding it out. And another cherry on top of the opening day win, Ryan Helsley, man, he was jacked up by that sold-out crowd. That is for sure. Him hitting over 100 miles per hour 6 times, Ken. Got 3 punch-outs.
Yeah, the Jake Rill had a stat about an hour ago, covers the O's for MLB.com, said the Orioles have already thrown 6 100-plus mile-an-hour pitches, exceeding their total from 2024 and 25 combined. They had 5 in those 2 seasons combined. Helsley had 6 yesterday.
And the velo was never an issue for him last year. He averaged over 99 miles per hour on his fastball last year, and the issue was he didn't have the movement, like the vertical drop that he was getting from that fastball. His fastball last year got hammered. It was one of the worst pitches in all of baseball. But something that we've continued to say, like New York's a different animal, and the pitch tipping of it all.
That's
we expected a Ryan Helsley bounce back. This is only one performance. We're not saying that this guy's going to an all-star game. I know especially a lot of fans can get in that football mentality early on in the baseball season, but it's just one of 162, but it was a good first impression by Helsley.
Big Friday show, guest-wise. We'll talk to Matt Wyrick, covers the O's. He's our guy, Jacob Calvin-Meyer's partner at the Baltimore Sun, covering the Orioles. Get his thoughts on what he saw yesterday and what he can glean moving forward from yesterday, because you don't want to overreact to one baseball game. But Matt Wyrick joins us at 3. We'll get our best bets, March Madness, a couple of great games, a couple of not-so-great games last night. The second half of the Sweet 16 tonight. We'll get Tim Murray's thoughts as far as where to put the money on that. Maybe a couple plays for tomorrow. He joins us at 3:30. Scott Braun, Foul Territory. Get his thoughts on the Orioles and Major League Baseball as we are a couple days in. Opening day for everybody else. Yesterday, Yankees and Giants were 2 days ago. And Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD, fresh off an appearance at Camden Yards yesterday, teaching the young lads, Nolan and Cordell and Ben, pro moves as far as food and drink in the press box.
Speaking of food and drink, I'm sure Jerry will have thoughts on the Orioles having the media out Tuesday to sample the new menu items. We'll got to get Jerry's thoughts there, but it's pretty much wall-to-wall baseball the day after opening day. Birdland's fired up from a win, and we're going to take your calls at 2:45.
Coming up next, though, Craig Albernaz gets his first win as a major league manager. What did he have to say after the game? We will hear it next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances celebrating 47 years in business. And they're marking the occasion with great savings on select appliances. Discover over 70 brands, including Bosch and more. So if you've been thinking about upgrading your kitchen or laundry, this is your moment. With nationwide delivery and a beautiful showroom off Reisterstown Road, they make the entire process simple. Be sure to ask for Mayor & Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop in, call, text, or shop online today at townappliance.com.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Falston Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, it was a great adjustment, a great approach by him. This first couple of bats, you can tell he's a little bit jumpy. And then with Topo, it's like his sinker's tough. Like, it just bars in on you on the righty with that late movement. So he did a great job of seeing it deep, staying inside the ball, and giving himself a chance, and that's exactly what happened.
Craig Albernaz after the game talking about Blaze Alexander getting that huge RBI hit in the 7th inning. It became the difference. Orioles win 2-1, giving Craig Albernaz his first win as a manager.
That 7th inning, what we saw, we just didn't see nearly enough last year. The little things in that inning, and you pointed it out, Ken. So Sam, he got it started with the single. Then O'Neill with a single through the infield. Sam goes first to third. Colton Cowser with a sac fly. The Orioles were near the bottom of baseball last year in sac flies, so you were able to push that initial run. O'Neill moving up on the sac fly, and then Blaze Alexander coming up big in a 2-strike, 2-out situation to drive in a valuable insurance run there, and it ended up being the difference.
More from Craig Albernaz. Obviously, we talked about it. It's his first win. I heard he got a beer bath and a
beer shower in the cart, the shopping cart.
Yeah, shopping cart. So Albernaz talks about celebrating his first win with the team. Cut number 6, Mike. While we
what do you think the beer shower would be like? You think you'd be about it? I saw he kind of got off easy. Some of the beat guys were talking about Brandon Hyde. They were putting mustard and ketchup on him in addition to the beer. So I think that would be nasty. But if it's just beer, and Craig Albernaz in the cut, he was talking about, hey, it's for the boys, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I would be so. I'm not someone that likes beer dumped on my head, but
after first win in the majors, man.
But on the flip side, I am someone that likes to celebrate with my guys. So, yeah, I think I'd be about it if I just got my first major league win. And it seems like, at least for right now, it seems like the players really like Craig Albernaz and they want to celebrate with him.
It seems like Craig has been able to make a connection with these young guys in this clubhouse. And I think that was probably a point of emphasis with Mike Elias on hiring this next skipper, where it's not to say that Brandon Hyde didn't, but this clubhouse needed a shakeup. And I think Craig Albernaz, where he's obviously a player's manager, but I think that he'll light up someone's ass if they're not doing the right thing. So I think it's a nice blend there of manager.
So now we got the computer fixed. Let's hear Craig Albernaz talking about celebrating his first win with the team.
It was fun. Right away, Tyler Wells came in. He asked, how big of a vibes guy are you? I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm always down for the boys. So next thing I know, I'm thrown into the laundry cart, going into the shower, getting dosed. So it was a great time.
One for the boys. That's Jordan Lyles.
Yeah, Jordan Lyles. I'm here for it. Vibes guy, Tyler Wells coming in saying, hey, you going to be cool if we're going to throw you in a shopping cart and dump a ton of beer on you? Craig Albernaz, he's down to clown, Ken.
He definitely is.
He's down to clown.
And good for him. And it's a fun day. Obviously, the Orioles, they win on opening day, so it's just one, but that was a fun day at the Yard.
Oh, totally. The weather was great. The Pete Alonso, the standing ovation before he even took a at-bat. Like, the vibes were high in Baltimore.
Mike, let's, in a second, we'll go to cut number 8. Cut 8 from Craig Albernaz. Ryan Helsley, we talked about him in the open. 6 pitches over 100 miles an hour. Albernaz talks about his closer in the 9th inning.
Yeah, that was different hells in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102, was a 101.9 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball. But yeah, that was the best we've seen. We've seen Hells. He threw some really good splits too, so he's right where he needs to be.
They play Hell's Bells when he came in. I think they did. Yeah,
they did.
That's going to be so. Obviously, we were not able to attend yesterday, and because we were pickles, the atmosphere had to be awesome. But I'm looking forward to being at the Yard. And Hell's Bells comes on, and that guy comes out with the new scoreboard and the new sound system and all that stuff, and he comes in to get a save.
Especially during night games, Ken, because of the lights,
different.
and they have the light shows, and we know how electric it was when Felix came out, and unfortunately he's sidelined with the shoulder injury. But Oh, yeah. That'll definitely be really cool to see.
So the Orioles win 2-1, but they were not having much success against Twins starter Joe Ryan. Cut number 9, Albie talks about the lineup having a slow start against Joe Ryan.
Yeah, they didn't waver. There was no confidence. Everyone was still into the game. Everyone was still talking about their at-bats, what they're seeing, what he's going to throw them. And there was no waver from any of our guys, which is great to see. Also, it was a 0-0 game too. So and those guys were locked in and engaged from pitch 1 to the last out. So that's all you can ask for, especially how hard this game is and how tough the pitching is at this level. And that's something where that culture is set in there by the players, and that's something that we have to, as coaching staff, just keep the guardrails on them.
The cool thing about baseball is no matter how the game's going, you still will get 27 outs. It's not a clocked game. You get 27 outs. And I will admit, it was starting to seep in. I don't know if I mentioned it off the air to you or not, because everything's a blur. And it seemed like every other person was smoking something illegal out of a vape pen at Pickles. And so
it's legal.
But, well, yes, that's true. But it's mind-altering. Alas, I was starting to get vibes of last year. Like, how many times did it feel like the Orioles got no hit through like the first 5 innings of a game? And yesterday, I'm like, like I felt a little bit of that early with Joe Ryan.
It's funny, through the first 6 innings of this ball game, it felt like all Twins, and it was still scoreless.
Yes.
Because every time you look up, the Twins had base runners, and Joe Ryan was filthy. He had 15 whiffs. Which is 5 more than Trevor Rogers had, and obviously Rogers went deeper into the game than Joe Ryan did. The offense wasn't able to get anything going until that 7th inning, where they were able to, spring together a couple of quality at-bats.
Let's hear one more from Craig Albanese. Cut 11, Mike. Kobe Mayo, who we've been, quite frankly, a little concerned about the defense, made a great play starting a double play for Trevor Rogers. Albie talks about Mayo's defense.
Oh, that was awesome. Like, to me, that just changed the complexity of the game. It was a great read by him, seeing it through, seeing where Buxton was in center field and making that long run, and allowed us to set up Cowser to kind of get the sac fly. That was a huge play.
I'll say this. The play at third base, and then he has the base running, but the play at third base, and it reminded me, we were talking to Jacob Calvin-Meyer the other day, and Jacob's like, the glove is actually pretty good. It's the arm that you're concerned about. Now, he made all the throws, but man, he picked that. That was not an easy play.
I play beer league softball, Ken, and I'm always afraid to play in the infield because they call it the hot corner because the ball comes at you fast.
Yes, it does.
That 5-4-3 double play, it was a 107 mile per hour exit velocity. That was a hell of a play by Kobe Mayo, and that had to make him feel good, Ken. And not just that one, but he also started a second double play in that game as well. And how about him stealing a base in the 5th inning, where I kind of like Albanese, hey, your offense is doing nothing. You have a base runner. Let's try and get aggressive there. And then it was a terrible throw, ended up being a throwing error, and Mayo was able to get the third. That was an all-around really, really solid afternoon for Kobe Mayo.
A good throw, I think, gets him, but it was a terrible throw.
But I like the aggressiveness.
Yeah, in a scoreless game, sure, try to steal a run. I'm all for that. Yeah. Hey, coming up next, Orioles only had 5 hits yesterday, and only one guy had a multi-hit game. That was Adley Rutschman. So coming up next here on the program, we had Greg Amsinger from MLB Network on the other day, and he was dropping heat bombs left and right, one of which, could Adley Rutschman be traded before the trade deadline? We'll recap what Greg said and discuss next here on The Fan.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It only took one game for the O's to encounter their first save situation of the season, which means the bells were ringing at Camden Yards for Ryan Helsley's debut. The flame-throwing righty quickly dismissed Matt Wallner and Josh Bell with a pair of strikeouts before Victor Carantini reached base on a single, but the hope for a Minnesota rally ended just 4 pitches later when Helsley punched out Trevor Larnach.
Throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball. But yeah, that was the best we've seen. We've seen Hells. He threw some really good splits too, so he's right where he needs to be.
There's Craig Albernaz raving about his closer's velocity. Helsley hit triple digits on 6 of his 19 pitches. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, Phillies third baseman Alec Boehm is suing his own parents after accusing them of siphoning large sums of money from his personal accounts to ones that they had controlled for him. The lawsuit filed on Wednesday also claims that the parents even used money from Boehm's charitable foundation to pay for their personal expenses. Boehm declined to comment about the subject following Philadelphia's opening day victory, while the lawyer representing his parents has denied the claims, stating Boehm has always had full access to his financial accounts. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly cloudy with temps peaking in the upper 40s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We mentioned yesterday, as the game was about to start, that Adley Rutschman likes opening day. He hit 2 homers a year ago. Well, he was the only guy to have a multi-hit game for the Orioles yesterday, 2 for 4 with a double. Orioles win 2-1. A couple days prior, Greg Amsinger, MLB Network, was on the show. And he had this to say, Mike, concerning one Adley Rutschman.
I think it's an audition. He's going to be auditioned for 2-3 months, and at some point he's going to get traded this year.
Wow.
I've been saying that from jump. I don't see why in the world you would hold on to him. Basayo can't be a young man that you're going to only let catch 30 games, 40 games, DH, play first base. That's not what you want to do to develop a young catcher. So to me, I think this is a long-term audition for Adley Rutschman. And he's not the only one. There are other teams that have a depth at the catcher position. The St. Louis Cardinals are a great example. Ivan Herrera is going to be catching periodically because they want to show the other 29 teams that he can catch. Even though he's not strong defensively, they just want to continue to add value to him. So I think Adley's going to play a lot because the Orioles want to show the world that he's a really terrific catcher, but they're going to try to move him at some point. And you don't draft 2 catchers in the first round if you think Adley's the catcher for the next 15 years in Baltimore.
Well, Greg, just to clarify, do you think he's moved at the deadline or following the season?
To me, this reminds me of Luis Ariz of the Marlins. We thought for sure at some point he would get traded before the season started. And the second Peter Bendix found the deal that he liked, he moved him well before the trade deadline. But you had to assume that they would hold on to him until the trade deadline. But if a deal comes, if there's an injury, a significant injury to a starting catcher on a team that's in win-now mode right now, then yeah, they make the knee-jerk reaction to give Baltimore what they want. So I just, in my opinion, at some point, mid-May to the trade deadline, Adley Rutschman will be traded.
So a couple things here, and we love Greg.
We love Greg.
The two drafting 2 catchers things, just a point of clarification. They did. One of them's Ike Irish. He's never going to catch in the major leagues. The other one they traded in the Shane Boss deal.
Caden Bodine.
Yeah, so they those guys aren't here anymore. And I think Basayo is going to play a lot at DH and then be the backup catcher. I also don't think, and we've talked a lot this offseason about Mike Elias changing his spots. I just can't see them trading Adley Rutschman.
I would be stunned if they trade Adley Rutschman, with the caveat being this, Ken. If the bottom falls out this year, injuries happen, inefficient play, whatever the heck you want to call it, if they're out of it and they're sellers at the deadline, yeah, all bets are off. They could absolutely trade Adley Rutschman at that point. But if this is a competitive ball club, it doesn't make any sense to me to trade Adley Rutschman because you're really throwing Samuel Basayo into the deep end while he's still learning the catcher position.
And you'd have to expect if they're a successful ball club, he's a big part of why they're a successful ball club. I'll take it a step further, Bone. I think there's a better chance we have an Adley Rutschman extension than an Adley Rutschman trade. Not that either's going to happen, but
I'll say this. Would it surprise me if they traded him next offseason? No. It really would.
I'm talking about.
But during the season, it would shock me. Yes. With that premise.
Greg's parameters.
Yes. With that premise, yeah, I'm 100% with you. It would be an extension over him being traded. But this is a massive year for Adley Rutschman. Not just for his career in Baltimore, but his MLB career. Adley was really, really good to start his career. 2022, he finished second or third in Rookie of the Year voting, second in 2022. And he didn't even start the season with the club because he was dealing with a nagging injury, came up in mid-May. He was an all-star in 2023. He got MVP votes.
In the home run derby.
Was a Silver Slugger. And then 2024, he was really, really good in the first half. But for the last year and a half, he has not been a good baseball player, and the numbers bear it out. Since June 21st, 2024, Adley Rutschman ranks 38th in OPS among catchers with 200 plate appearances. He has a 640 OPS in that time. So this is sort of the season, Ken, where he can change that narrative, or it remains the same. You either prove that you're more like that guy for the first 2.5 years of your career, or are you the guy that you've been the last year and a half? And then you head into next year where you only have 1 year of control left.
I want to remind people that one of the discussions we had with Jacob Calvin-Meyer the other day, and that is about extending Oriole players. And it seems pretty clear they don't want to extend a pitcher. They haven't even talked to Trevor Rogers. All of their position players are represented by Scott Boras, except
for Adley
Rutschman.
And Colton Cowser.
Yeah. But like Westberg, maybe you'd go to him now and try to get a team, but he's Boras, so he probably still wouldn't do it.
No.
Jackson Holiday doesn't need the money. He's not going to just sign an early deal. And Gunnar Henderson at this point is probably going to play it out. That's why you hire Scott Boras. So yes, it's Adley. If Adley starts showing signs of being a little better, maybe you get a deal done with Adley. Now, I don't believe that's going to happen, but he's the one guy where I could see an extension.
Well, you're not saying right now, though. You wouldn't approach him right now.
But I'm waiting to see what he does.
Yeah, that's right.
Based on what I've seen the last year and a half, I'm not trying to extend.
Yeah, why?
But if you're asking me what happens by the trade deadline, a trade or an extension, I think there's a better chance of an extension than a trade.
Definitely an extension. Adley Rutschman is going to catch way more than Samuel Basayo is going to catch.
I would think Basayo's a true backup catcher / DH. So he catches like twice out every 7 games, that kind of thing.
That's sort of where I'm at as well, where trading that guy, and whatever you think of Adley defensively, he's a much better defensive catcher than Samuel Basayo right now. Basayo's got the bigger arm, but Adley's a better defender right now than Samuel Basayo, and you're already a little sketchy defensively as a whole, Adley included. I don't know why you would compromise that more by trading Adley.
By the way, Adley did have a chance to throw out a base runner yesterday, and the throw was not great. Good. Now it's day one, but it was not a good throw.
The other part of this, Ken, is Adley's got to stay healthy this year.
Yeah.
And Ryan Ripken was on with us at the beginning of our show yesterday at Pickles, and Adley was dealing with something in 2024. It's such a weird situation.
Seems pretty clear.
Guys didn't really talk about it, and a lot of people pointing to a hand injury. And then last year, you have a left oblique strain, you have a right oblique strain, and that really compromised his season. He's got to stay healthy this year, man. Like, he's got to stay healthy.
Orioles win 2-1 yesterday. They're off today, back in action Saturday, Sunday. Then the Rangers come down. Isn't it usually when the Orioles open at home? I feel like in years past they play 3 games. It's usually Thursday, then Saturday, Sunday. Then they go on the road. I don't remember usually them having a second series.
Well, it's funny. I could be wrong. I feel like this was their first home opener, opening day home opener in a while. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they've been opening on the road a lot.
Yeah, it always felt like to me when they opened at home, they'd just play that first series and they'd be on the road. Alas, they have the Rangers coming in on Monday. But coming up next, we want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Are you buying that Adley Rutschman could be dealt before the trade deadline? Did you go to the game yesterday? What did you think of Camden Yards with all the new amenities, the scoreboard, all the sounds, the banners on the walls, no more dull-looking advertisements. You've got modern stuff in that stadium. Bone and I haven't seen it in person yet, so what did you think? 410-583-1057. You get to talk to Mike as well. You hear from the people next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Last night, Arizona beat Arkansas 109-88 to advance to the Elite Eight. The Wildcats shot 63.8% from the field, which is the best mark in the Sweet 16 since 2005. Arizona moves on to face off against Purdue Saturday night. I'm Chris Fleck.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Today, cloudy, high of 72. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 41. Tomorrow, high near 46.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid for
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, Restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
410-583-1057. Orioles win 2-1. They always win on opening day. What'd you think of yesterday's? What do you think of Trevor Rogers? What'd you think of the stadium? If you went to the game, we'd love to hear from you. 410-583-1057. Before we go to the calls, I do want to recount, and it's funny, I was telling my wife about this. I haven't told you about this off the air, but I have to recount a story, and it's sports fans sometimes. So after we left Pickles, a buddy of mine took the light rail down and asked me if I could give him a ride home. So I did. But to thank me for giving him a ride home, he's like, can I buy you a beer before we go? So yeah, we went to a place to have a drink. And there's a person sitting at the bar. And at first I think he's joking because the bartender's like, because he's wearing Orioles stuff. I think he went to the game.
Yeah.
And so he's like, so the bartender's like, what'd you think of the game? He's like, yeah, Orioles won. It was great. He goes, Pete Alonso did nothing. And I thought he was joking at first. And then he's like, yeah, $155 million. He goes, he 0 for 3 with a walk.
Come on.
And I'm like, and I look and I'm like, I think he's serious. And then he goes on a little bit. And he was serious. And it reminds me, and this is something, and it's a public service announcement for people. Baseball's really hard. And I like to call it a failure sport.
It is.
So it's the only sport where nobody succeeds more than they fail. Like, you bet 300. That means you're failing 7 out of every 10 times you come to the plate. And yet, if you do that for a prolonged period of time, you're going to the Hall of Fame. So to take one game, first of all, there's no world where Pete Alonso's hitting 162 home runs. That's just like, let's take that off the table for a moment.
Can't even do that on MLB The Show.
No, you cannot. So you're disappointed, legitimately disappointed, because they paid him all this money and he did not homer on opening day. I was fascinated by this line of thinking.
But that's where I think I mentioned in the open, Ken, and everyone can be guilty of this from time to time, where you have that football mentality where you have only 17 games compared to 162 in MLB. Like, there's ebbs and flows to the seasons. You're going to have winning streaks. You're going to have losing streaks. You're going to have prolonged slumps. You're going to have stretches where you're a great hitter and you're completely mashing. Pete's going to be just fine. Pete's going to hit over 40 home runs.
And again, they play 162. He's going to hit over 40 home runs. Yeah. So guess what that means? There are going to be a lot of games where he doesn't homer.
120.
I'll just put a little bit in perspective. If your quarterback is completing 30% of his passes, how's that going to look?
He's cut.
If you're a shooting guard hitting 30% of your shots, how's that going to
be
look?
Riding pine.
So, you got to have a little perspective here. 410-583-1057. Let's grab our buddy Trippy. Trippy, you're on the fan.
Trippy! Man, we missed you at Pickles yesterday.
Friday, man. Hey, man, y'all know I missed opening day. I was at work yesterday, man. But
I got you.
Hey, man, if the Orioles listen on MLB it's not Buzz City. Who the commissioner again? Damn.
It's Rob Manfred.
Rob Manfred, whatever his name is, man.
It's Rob Manfred.
Man, for the people of Baltimore, man, just have opening day on a Friday next year, man. But
well, part of it,
man,
Trippy, is they keep this day open in case yesterday got rained out, and then they can play it today. That's why they do it that way.
Oh, that's why. Because I was just saying to myself, like, dang, I wish it was an Orioles game today, but it's not. But hey, I'll probably be out the next Friday y'all at Pickles. Y'all definitely see me there. But hey, man, The Orioles look good, man. It's always good to see the people out there, and everybody keep talking about how the stadium look good, and also the sound system, because I always was complaining about the sound system.
It was horrible
last year. So other than that, but hey, man, it's great talking to y'all, man. Hey, Orioles, keep it up, get the dub, get these 2 dubs this weekend, and then Monday, all I want to hear on Inside Access is, well, the Orioles started off 3-0. Can they keep it going?
I love it.
Y'all have a great weekend, okay?
Thanks, Trippy. You too.
Positive Trippy.
We love Trippy. Trippy, for the most part, is always positive, I would say.
You know what? I should have mentioned Marlon, and then he might have got
yeah, that's true.
That might have
Marlon,
changed. Yeah.
Rashad Bateman, I think,
Bateman,
as well.
yeah.
He is not a fan of Rashad Bateman.
He does love Monk.
Well, remember he got into it with Jorge Mateo?
Yeah,
which
that
I'm
was
sure that might have been like
yeah.
a lost in translation type of thing, maybe.
Yeah, he did. He did get that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they got into it.
Yeah, him and Jorge Mateo had words.
Don't have to worry about that anymore, though.
No, he's a Brave, right?
Yes.
Maybe when he comes, are the Braves coming here or are we going there? That's the one thing with baseball now. I can't just assume they're not playing them. They're playing everybody. It's just whether it's here or there.
They come here. I feel like I remember the Orioles playing in Atlanta last year.
Just maybe, we can get those 2 crazy kids together before the game.
Yeah, they come here.
Oh.
They come here in July.
A Mateo reunion with Trippy.
I just can't wait till the Ravens play the Browns, man. I can't wait till
Monk.
Trippy and Monk interact. The Browns come to Baltimore, and that pregame interaction with Monk and Trippy.
Looked like Jesse Mentor did a good job as Mr. Splash.
Yeah, guest splasher out there.
Yeah.
He was there. I saw a picture of him and Zay together.
Zay got roped in by the Orioles doing a quick video.
Yeah.
He was there with his extended family.
Extended family.
Yeah. 410-583-1057. Let's go to Ernie. Ernie, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. I was just doing some number searching after hearing about that Alonso clown. I'm looking at how many pitches were thrown yesterday between 2 pitchers. 200, 210, 5 challenges, 3 incorrect. That comes down to about 98.5% correct rate by these umpires. They're pretty damn good when you look at it. I know we bitched forever, but I think they're pretty amazing.
They do a good job for the most. You're absolutely right, Ernie. They do a great job for the most part. The point is to get the calls right in crucial situations.
Ernie, you're 100% right. And Buck Showalter, when he was on the show a couple days ago, he said that this ABS is going to show how good the umpiring in MLB.
Thanks, Jess.
I appreciate the call.
And we didn't bring up that point. The Twins, their first couple challenges that they had were early on, and they won both of them. And that's what the challenges are for, because both of those instances, it was a strike call when it should have been a ball, and it seemed pretty obvious, and it was obvious when you go to replay. But yeah, it's a great point by the texter. Umpires, referees, they always catch a lot of crap because
you got like Laz Diaz and guys like that are bad umpires.
Yes, absolutely, but it's very easy after the fact when you're watching things in slow-mo saying, oh, my God, how did you miss this? How did you miss that? But, dude, for a perfect example, can you imagine being an umpire and Ryan Helsley's throwing 102 and you're like, I guess that's a strike? Like that happened in the blink of an eye.
Coming up next, Matt Wyrick was in the house yesterday. The brand new Camden Yards Orioles beat the Twins 2-1. What were his major takeaways? He covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun, and he joins us next.
The Fan's Cordell Woodland.
Although I grew up in D.C., I was a huge Orioles fan. It was the only baseball team that we had for most of my life. I remember my grandfather bringing me up to Camden Yards. Every summer we'd find at least one Orioles game to come to, so it made it just that much more special for me when I started to cover the team. And I think back to 2023 when the Orioles won the American League East Division and just the excitement and optimism around the team.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here for Blue Chew. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes, and that means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Handle the business you need to get handled and make the action parts as actionable as they possibly can with Blue Chew Gold. Go to BlueChew.com and get all the information you need.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dreaming of a home makeover but don't know where to start? Ward Home Improvements has you covered. We are experts in all things home, making us your ultimate one-stop shop for design inspiration, no matter the project or the space. Kickstart your creativity at our brand new design showroom and hang out with Vinny and Haynie, broadcasting live April 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 3491 Merchant Boulevard in Abingdon, right behind Wegmans. Visit wardhomeimprovements.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston, 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free beers or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary is sponsored by Hello Harford. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles won, and Craig Albernaz's first game as manager. He enjoyed a nice celebration in the clubhouse following the W.
It was fun. Right away, Tyler Wells came in. He asked, how big of a vibes guy are you? I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm always down for the boys. So next thing I know, I'm thrown into the laundry cart, going into the shower, getting dosed. So it was it was a great time.
Baltimore is off today before resuming their series against the Twins tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. The Sweet 16 wraps up tonight with Duke and St. John's tipping off the action at 7:10. At 7:35, Michigan plays Alabama. UConn faces Michigan State at 9:45. And at 10:10, Tennessee squares off against Iowa State. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 48. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles are 1-0. They beat the Twins yesterday 2-1. Off tomorrow and then play Saturday and Sunday against the Twins before the Texas Rangers come to town. Let's talk some Orioles now as Matt Wyrick covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun, and he joins us now. And Matt, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So let's get started with the Trevor Rogers of it all. And you were there, but just watching it, didn't seem like he had his best stuff. 4 walks, hit a guy. Yet 7 scoreless. What's that say about Trevor Rogers to you?
You know, I think the big question coming out of last year for Rogers was what he did repeatable. You know, there was no big strikeout rate, no pitch that stood out from his repertoire. He wasn't a massive ground ball pitcher, fly ball pitcher. Everything was kind of just middling in terms of the exact results of what made him an elite pitcher, and yet he just kept getting outs. And that's exactly what he did in this start through 7 innings. We're working out of several jams, getting a couple of big double plays from his defense, notably from Kobe Mayo. So, you know, is this necessarily sustainable throughout the course of the full season? We will see, but certainly producing outs in really similar fashion the way he did last year at almost a methodical pace.
Matt, you brought up Kobe Mayo, and he started turning 2 double plays yesterday, and one where the exit velocity was 107 miles per hour off the bat. He also walked and then got a stolen base and went to third on a throwing error. What did you think of Kobe Mayo's season debut and your expectations for him in this interim until Jackson Holliday comes back? He's going to be the everyday third baseman.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's about as good a debut defensively as the Orioles or Mayo could have hoped for, turning both those plays, you know, making good throws, which is the big question for him, is whether or not he can make those throws across the diamond consistently. So, you know, maybe not necessarily needing to be as flashy on that first double play as he was, but a great play nonetheless. And, you know, for Mayo, it's just about whether or not he can hold his own there. He doesn't need to necessarily make a bunch of highlight reel plays to warrant his spot in the lineup, considering what the expectations are for his bat. If he can be at least around league average of a fielder, there's going to be a place for Kobe Mayo on this team. And with Jackson Holliday already beginning a rehab assignment tonight, you know, he's kind of competing with Blaze Alexander right now, who had the go-ahead hit in this game, or game-winning hit, I should say. So, you know, it's really going to come down to, with both of them being right-handed, who gets off to the better start as to who sees more time at third base once Holliday returns. So we could see here a competition unfold quickly between the two of them.
Talking to Matt Wyrick, it's Inside Access here on The Fan. Matt, we were curious about Ryan Helsley coming into the season. Again, just one game, but so don't want to overreact. But, 6 pitches over 100 miles an hour, looked absolutely filthy. What'd you think of Helsley?
Yeah, he threw credit to Jake Roll from MLB.com for figuring this out, but he threw the hardest pitches of any Orioles pitcher since Felix Bautista in 2023. So that is elite company right there in terms of velocity. And, you know, Ryan Helsley is not that far removed from being one of the 3 inner circle best closers in Major League Baseball. And the Orioles got him at a bit of a discount, a 1-year deal with a player option for 2027 to be their closer this year. And if he is that guy again, if that second half that he had with New York turns out to be a fluke, or it was a pitch tipping problem that he was able to solve, you know, they just might have a true elite closer for the first time since Felix Bautista won the AL Reliever of the Year award in 23.
Matt, because Trevor Rogers was able to complete 7 innings, they didn't have to use the bullpen all that much. Tyler Wells was the setup man and Ryan Helsley the closer yesterday. But with that being said, with Andrew Kittredge, Keegan Aiken both sidelined due to injury, who are the guys that Craig Albernaz is going to use in high-leverage situations?
We've been trying to figure that out throughout spring training and here over the last week from Albernaz, and he has kept the cards close to the vest so far, not giving up much. It does seem like they're going to be doing a lot of mixing and matching. I mean, it's honestly, you look up and down this bullpen without those two guys you mentioned, Aiken and Andrew Kittredge, available to start the year. In terms of proven arms in this bullpen, there aren't much. I mean, Tyler Wells has done it as a starter and is now appears going to be able to be in that mix as a high leverage reliever. But, he's kind of settling into this role for the first time. Ynier Cano is trying to bounce back from a disastrous 2025 season. You've got Dietrich Enns and Rico Garcia, two guys who were cast-offs last year. Anthony Nunez, his first appearance will be his MLB debut. Grant Wolfram, had an ERA over 5 last year. So, this isn't a group of proven relievers. It's certainly the biggest question about this team is just what this bullpen can be relied on this year. So I expect to kind of, Brian Baker this out, I would say, as we saw last year, a guy who, was in the middle relief and kind of worked his way up to the late innings. I think we're going to have to see that from a few guys until this picture kind of becomes more settled.
Matt, Tyler Wells gave up a run yesterday, but I thought he was let down by Taylor Ward in left field. It looked like he just didn't judge just how vast, and I'm watching on TV outside, but did he misjudge just how big left field was? What did you see on that double that became a triple?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I tweeted out that video, and a lot of people talking about how he took a lazy path to the ball. I feel like he thought the ball was going to carry him off of that corner a lot more than it actually did. It kind of deadened there in the corner, and that's kind of the way it's designed. When the ball will hit both sides of the wall, it'll lose kind of its momentum there as it hits both sides. And so that's just something that comes with playing the position here. This is one of the weirdest left fields in all of baseball, maybe second weirdest, behind the Green Monster in Fenway. So it's going to take an adjustment period for Taylor Ward to get used to it out there. They don't have the same dimensions down at Ed Smith Stadium in Sarasota. So it's not something he was able to work on in spring. It's not really something you can prepare for by watching film. You kind of just have to feel out how balls bounce off the wall out there and, how much space you have to work with. Austin Hayes once called it, a second center field, and I think that's very true. Even though it's not as deep as it used to be, there's still a lot of room behind you when you kind of duck back and run, which is not a normal first step for outfielders. You kind of have to be aware of where the warning track is, but when you're playing at Camden Yards, you have a lot of space to go before you get there. So it's just something that I think he's going to have to feel out, and, you're probably going to have a little bit of patience with as he gets more comfortable out there.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, Matt, Kyle Bradish is taking the mound, and this is going to be his first full season following Tommy John surgery. What are your expectations for Bradish, and how do you expect the club to handle him, especially early on? Is there going to be an innings limit? Is there going to be a pitch count limit?
Yeah, I mean, my expectations for him is being one of the best pitchers in baseball. I don't think there is a ceiling for Kyle Bradish. His stuff is absolutely nasty. His velocity looks like it's in a great spot to start the year. So I do expect there to be some kind of innings limit, and certainly earlier in the year, I think they're going to be, maybe setting a bit of a lower pitch count for him just to get settled in. I think that's going to be the case for a lot of their starters, several of which have injury histories. So I don't think that's super surprising. But honestly, I think that with the Dean Kramer element of it all, being in AAA Norfolk and potentially going to a 6-man rotation at some point this year, I think that the innings limit is going to be reached naturally that way. I don't suspect there's going to be, Bradish could go out for the 7th and he's not going to. It's going to be more of a throughout the year, taking a start here or start there, using an extra rest day, things like that, just to control his innings that way. So I wouldn't expect it to be something that limits his ability to help the Orioles win a ball game on a given day.
Matt, before I let you go, I do want to ask you one thing. The other day, Craig Albernaz was asked about guys who were hurt, and he said he's not going to be in the business of giving timelines on injuries, sort of trying to shut that whole thing down. I'm just curious your thoughts on that, because it's a long season.
It's a long season, and certainly, right now we don't really know exactly how long Keegan Aiken and Heston Kjerstad are going to be out. That was the context in which he answered that question. So, it's something that I think that both sides are going to have to feel out, both the media and Craig Albernaz, I understand that not wanting to set a specific timeline on guys and, maybe they try to rush themselves back to meet that timeline, whatever that may be. But, it is common practice across Major League Baseball for there to be some kind of semblance of understanding of how long a guy is going to be out. So whether the range gets wider or they give us more specifics on the type of injuries that guys have, grade 1, grade 2, that kind of thing, we don't know. But, it's just something I think as the season goes on and, more guys get hurt and we kind of go through this process over and over again, we'll see how the club decides to handle it.
Matt Wire covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. Matt, thanks so much for your time. Great stuff. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Hey, coming up at 3:30, we'll get our best bets for March Madness from Tim Murray from VSiN. And coming up next, we will recap an interesting night in college basketball. Sweet 16 got started last night. We had early games, fantastic. Late games, not so much. That's next here on The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. Bob, he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in present Maryland. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, oh yeah, what can
Marcus Lawrence, you put all that, look at this pass, oh my goodness. Fulguris! What happened?
Well, that was a major defensive breakdown there.
Dreams are a reality right now. Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaking. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No! The foul! It's good! With .7 left. Trey Kaufman-Wren has given Purdue the lead. A chance at the last shot. It's up. No good! Purdue advances. The Boilermakers survive.
Couple of highlights from last night. The early games were fantastic. Iowa went on a run late to beat Nebraska, two Big Ten teams. Iowa advances. Purdue, with the Kaufman-Wren tip-in, they beat Texas. That game, watching that game was crazy, the Texas-Purdue game, because you're sitting there and the kid, Tremont Mark, just couldn't miss. And he was taking like these wild jumpers, and everything seemed to go in. He finished 11 for 15. At one point, I think he was 10 for 12. And I thought Texas might steal that game, and they did tie it late. But an incredible night all in all for the Big Ten, because Illinois wins as well. That's 3 Big Ten teams advancing to the Elite Eight.
Well, starting with Purdue, there's been a lot of talk, especially in recent years with the portal, NIL. When you talk about continuity, I think Purdue, in terms of minutes played, in terms of points year over year,
they got vets.
They were way up. Braden Smith, it feels like, has been playing for
Kaufman-Wren's been there
years.
for a minute.
Yeah, Kaufman-Wren's been there for a while. But you're right, Ken. The Longhorns, you look, they killed Purdue from deep. They were 11 for 25. But the difference was the free throw line and second chance points. Texas, they only had 8 made free throws. They shot 53% from the line. Purdue was 15 of 20. Purdue had 22 second chance points, and it's only fitting because the Kaufman-Wren tip-in, second chance points, getting another opportunity, getting that offensive board and the push-in right there. So Purdue, they're moving on to the Elite Eight.
It's wild. It's about a perfect tip-in. I don't even get ball touched the net.
It did not touch the net.
I wasn't 100% sure it went in at first. Nothing moved.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So Purdue advances, and to your point, veteran club, like a lot of continuity there.
Makes a huge difference in March.
They are in the Elite Eight in the West region. So they're going to play Arizona. Arizona looks like an absolute just wagon. I don't think they won by 21. Is it fair to say it wasn't that close?
It wasn't. And I found it very interesting hearing John Calipari after the game. He was very open, saying, I told my staff I did not want to see Arizona. That was the one team that I did not want to see in this region because we don't match up well with them. And he was trying to get into the lab to figure out a way to steal it. But Arizona is a wagon, Ken. And I think a big difference for them in this game, they're a really bad three-point shooting team. They made their first threes. They ended up shooting 5 of 8. Like, if they're making some threes in addition to what they're able to do defensively.
Yeah, they don't shoot a lot of them either.
Yeah, good luck when they're making them at that clip, even with that small amount of attempts.
So Arizona, Purdue, that should be a fun elite game.
It should be.
The other region is obviously Iowa. It's a Big Ten matchup. It's Iowa against Illinois. Illinois, I had Houston going all the way to the finals. And
I had Illinois to Final Four.
Yeah. Man, I thought that Houston, when they closed the first half, they're only down 2, and it was a low-scoring, ugly first half. I'm like, Houston's gonna assert their will in the second half, but it was just the opposite. Illinois was the team asserting their will, and they took over that basketball game early in the second half.
They went on a 17-0 run. That ended up being the difference in the game, and they just put the clamps down on Houston. They held them to 34% shooting from the floor. Illinois is a really, really talented team, and now, like you said, a Big Ten matchup in the Elite Eight, so at least one of those Big Ten teams going to the Final Four.
It'll be the 3-seed Illinois against the 9-seed Iowa. I do want to touch on Nebraska for a second. They had never won a tournament game until this year, and I thought, I'm trying to think of it, like with at least maybe halfway through the second half, I thought they were winning this basketball game against Iowa. And then at the end of the game,
what is going on?
And I like Fred Hoiberg. He's got 4 guys on the court.
That can't happen. That's on the Fulcaris dunk. He just got behind the defense, easy inbound pass, and that ended up being the difference because it wasn't even just giving up the dunk. He was fouled, Ken. So a 3-point play right there. That can't happen with less than a minute to go in a one-possession game. That total coaching malpractice.
A reminder that Maryland beat Iowa, and we're doing a pretty good job against Iowa in the Big Ten tournament for the first 30 minutes of that basketball game. And here's Iowa 40 minutes away from the Final Four.
Oh, they're just lucky that they're not facing Maryland in the Elite Eight.
They don't want any parts of Diggy Coit.
They
do not want any part of Diggy Coit right now. What happened, Ben McCollum, once he got past that Maryland Terrapin team, took a deep breath and said, now
they're not in the tournament. There's no way. We prevented them from winning the Big Ten tournament. They're not going to make it. We're safe, man.
The locker room speech, like, we don't have to worry about Maryland. Now we can go just play basketball.
Well, I was hearing some rumors that they were popping some champagne after they knocked off Maryland. Like, whew.
Well, God. Maryland was up big in that Big Ten game in the first half.
They were.
But yeah, great story. Potentially, remember last year we had 4 1 seeds, and we're like, is it going to be chalk forever? And while there aren't mid majors, we have the opportunity to have a 9 seed in the Final Four.
Yeah, and look, Ken, today this is the flip side to not having the Cinderellas. This is the flip side to not having the mid majors. Where look at the slate tonight, man. I can't wait to talk to Tim Murray in a few. It's St. John's Duke, and I think we're both in agreement that. I think Duke's on upset alert. I think St. John's is going to win that game.
So I was dead wrong yesterday, but I like St. John's to win outright tonight. I think Michigan's going to kill Alabama.
Yeah. That's what P.J. Glass was saying about his alma mater. He said, no, I'm not taking them.
I like Michigan State to beat UConn, and I think Iowa State is going to handle Tennessee. I think Iowa State's really good.
I would like to see Tennessee win just because Jacoby Gillespie, friend of the show, and he's having a really, really good tournament so far. Absolutely. Clutch. But, yeah, I think their run ends tonight.
What stunk, though, and again, they give you these times of these games, but the second games never start on time because it's 25 minutes after the first one ends.
Both games, what was it, 10-15?
So we got late-night basketball, and you're getting comfortable on the couch, and then both games stunk.
Yeah. You kind of would have liked the inverse, or at least have one good game.
Yeah,
in the
have the early games, the late games, because you have the great games late. You want that because that'll keep you awake. I'm fading.
Yeah.
I'm hanging on the couch with Barkley, and Barkley's at my feet, and like he's being great. We got to
much different pup, right?
Oh,
demeanor.
Man,
how's the demeanor now?
Demeanor's great. We still can't use the collar because he's got a vet appointment on Monday. So hopefully it'll be healed by then because the stem collar helps. But he is not the lunatic that came back.
What's wrong with his neck?
He got like a rash from the collar, so we can't put the collar on him. But his behavior has gotten so. Dogs are the best, and Bruce just sort of tolerates.
And the crate's fine.
Crate is great.
That's good.
Crate is great.
Crate is great. Sling isn't a thing.
And he was just chilling with me in the basement watching basketball last night, which was wonderful. We will come back and talk more basketball from a betting perspective. Where's Tim Murray putting his money tonight? He's from VSiN, and he joins us next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Bracket season is on. Slam dunk savings at Bob Bell Kia. Score a new Kia Sportage for $26,995 or a new Kia K4 for $21,375, over $3,000 off. We pay up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, O's fans, kick off your weekend with Party at the Yard, presented by Coors Light. Every Friday home game. Hit the Coors Light Roof Deck and Legends Park for happy hour featuring $5 12-ounce Coors Lights when gates open until 1 hour after first pitch. Enjoy live music, photo ops, and entertainment all night long. And welcome a special guest splasher who will keep the good vibes going in the bird bath. Party with the O's on Fridays. Visit Orioles.com/party at the yard.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Faniversary is coming soon. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Don't miss this fun-filled event celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Meet the fan hosts, win prizes, and we'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet former Raven Femi Ayanbadejo and Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. The party starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. Sponsored by Hello Harford, Small Town Charm, Big Memories, and by Bel Air Hyundai. Part of Jones Junction with 2 million likes and reviews. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Ryan Helsley brought the heat in his Orioles debut. He recorded 6 pitches over 100 miles per hour and had 3 strikeouts. Manager Craig Albernaz loved what he saw from his veteran closer.
Yeah, that was different hells in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102, was a 101.9 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball.
Baltimore is off today before resuming their series against the Twins tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. The Sweet 16 wraps up tonight with Duke and St. John's tipping off the action at 7:10. At 7:35, Michigan plays Alabama. UConn faces Michigan State at 9:45. And at 10:10, Tennessee squares off against Iowa State. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 48. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sweet 16 started last night. 2 really good games. 2 games not that good. And we got 4 more tonight. Let's talk some college basketball. Now, from the gambling perspective with our buddy Tim Murray from VSiN. And Tim, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Before we get looking ahead, just your thoughts looking back. Just the tournament so far, second year in a row, no mid-majors in the Sweet 16. But we've had much better games, I think, than we had a year ago. I think Derek Queen was the only buzzer beater a year ago. We've had multiple this year.
Yeah, I think, it's funny. Someone asked me on last Monday, how would I grade the first weekend? And I gave it a 4 out of 10. And the more I think back on it, I'm like, it was probably pretty harsh. I know we didn't get a ton of upsets, but it did set us up for what we have in store tonight and what we had in store last night. And to your point, I understand it's a major program, but I think Iowa can be this year's Cinderella. I mean, Ben McCollum was the head coach of a Division II program 2 years ago, and his best player, Bennett Sturts, was on that team, Northwest Missouri State. They were at Drake last year. So it's not like this has been a Iowa program that has been here on regularity. This is the first time they've reached the Elite Eight since 1987. So Iowa, look, Iowa's a team. I remember talking to you guys on a Wednesday. Iowa was in town. They're like, I don't know about this. And Maryland went out and beat them, right?
They don't want to see Maryland.
Iowa lost to Maryland and Penn State, and they're in the Elite Eight, baby. So let's do some transitive property. Everyone's saying that Buzz Williams had such a bad year. They're in the Elite Eight team. Come on now, folks. I really could not be more excited about tonight, man. Like St. John's Duke, even if it was Kansas Duke, Michigan State, UConn, there is something that I missed a little bit. Akron, you look at Hofstra, teams like that, it would have been great to see them win a game. But I think the reality is, and maybe I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth a little bit here, because when FAU made their run, it was cool.
Yeah.
But we didn't really want them in the Final Four. When Loyola made their run, it was cool. But do we really want them in the Final Four? George Mason, my mom went to George Mason. That was an amazing run. And then they ran into Florida.
Tim, is it fair if they win it all? It makes it even cooler. But if they get to the Final Four and then they get their doors blown off, it's like, eh.
It's almost like we like them, and then we're like, okay, cool, get out of my face. I don't want you anymore. So I think there would have been nice to have a little bit of flavor in this, Sweet 16, if you will. But I still think Iowa's a really cool story. Nebraska had never been here before. They're major programs, but I think, for an Iowa to beat Florida as a double-digit underdog, that's a big upset, right? I mean, I'm not going to say Texas is an underdog because they're the most, probably spend more money than Oh, well, outside of LSU, apparently.
Yeah. How about that group of coaches they got?
Oh, good Lord, man. I mean, it's just like we don't give a bleep down there. Like, what are you going to do? We got Kim Mulkey, we got Lane, and now let's bring back the cheater Will Wade. Got to love it. But I'm fine with where we're at because I think the game's in store tonight. There's no spread over 10. I know that's cherry picking because Alabama-Michigan's 9.5, but it's where I like looking at it. Yes, I would have liked a little bit more flavor, but, High Point was a cool story. And, Miami, Ohio, yes, they got blown out by Tennessee, but they beat a major program in the first four. I give them a ton of credit. I would have loved to see a couple of those teams fight a little bit more, but I'm still very, good on this tournament. I thought the first two games, as you alluded to, Ken, were great. And look, the game I thought was going to be the best was not all that entertaining, which was Houston and Tennessee. Yeah. Like Arizona, Arkansas wasn't competitive, but man, was it fun to watch. I mean, whew, buddy, like the talent that was on the floor and on display from Arizona. So you just never know. And we got two really good games last night, and I anticipate, I would say at minimum 3 really good games tonight. I think tonight has a chance to be really, really special.
Well, let's get into tonight's slate. Tim, Ken and I both think that Duke might be on upset alert tonight. Do you agree?
Now, is that wishful thinking?
Probably, partly. But I got to be honest.
I haven't loved the way Duke has looked.
I agree. No, I agree with that. But I will say, have you heard many people make the case for Duke? Laying the points, it does feel, and look, I've fallen into traps all the time. Like I think the under is now. I live in a gambling world.
Yeah, I'm a horrible gambler, so I'll admit that.
But I just like, I think what you guys are talking about makes a ton of sense, right? Duke has not played their best hoop since getting to the ACC tournament, since dealing with these injuries. Caleb Foster apparently is going to play, which is stunning to me. That's the report from Tracy Wolfson and others. How effective he'll be, TBD. The worry I have about St. John's is they're just not a good offensive team. And Zuby Ejiofor is a man, and him versus Cameron Boozer, give me that matchup all day and every day and twice on Sunday. I mean, that is going to be a spectacular matchup down low. And this isn't a Duke team that you've seen in the past. They don't have a Con Knippel. They don't have like that dead-eye, incredible three-point shooter. Duke's 34% from three. So it's, they're not a bad three-point shooting team, but their best three-point shooter, statistically speaking, is Caleb Foster, and he's going to play maybe tonight. So, I played under in this game. I think it's a grinder. I certainly am not going to push back on anyone who says St. John's is going to cover and make this thing competitive. But yeah, I think the way that I look at this game and is more of a lower scoring game. So ultimately, that's the way I would look at this one. But look, would I be stunned if you guys were right? Absolutely not. I have talked to a couple odds makers who said they're going to need Duke tonight, which is very rare, especially as a 1 seed, the number 1 overall seed. So St. John's is definitely getting some support in the betting market. But sometimes those. The public gets their way. We'll see how it plays out, but it is interesting to hear that this is a very popular underdog in this St. John's Duke game in D.C.
Tim, call me crazy. I like Michigan State over UConn in the nightcap in D.C.
So of these 4 games, Ken, I have a bet on 3 of them. This is the only one I do not have a bet on. I don't know what to do with this game. I lean ever so slightly UConn, but you got Tom Izzo, you got an elite point guard and Jeremy Fears. UConn has had, at times, they've looked really great. And at times, I've kind of like shrugged my shoulders and like, St. John's has certainly exposed them a couple of times. I need more from Solo Ball. He was, scoreless against UCLA. Alex Caravan was out of his mind from long range in that game. So, man, what a great matchup of coaches, 2 national championship winning coaches. Not going to call you crazy for liking Michigan State because I have really no feel on this game whatsoever. I've heard people that I trust, Ken, on both sides of the aisle here. So I'm going to sit back and enjoy this one. Do not have anything prior to the start of it.
Well, you do have money on both of the Midwest games, Tim.
Yes,
where are you betting?
So let's go with the late night game. Very curious to see how this one plays out. And you've got Rick Barnes on one side, who certainly is a coach who has not been ultra profitable in the NCAA tournament. I believe entering this year, I want to say he was 27-39 against the spread, but they've covered both games they've played so far. Nate Ament, their best player, their freshman star, still a little bit nicked up. I know Maryland fans, you might want to earmuff it here.
Yeah.
Jacoby Gillespie's been awesome.
He has.
He's really been playing well. Maybe played his best game as a volunteer in the second round against UVA. And the question you got to ask here, guys, is the health of Joshua Jefferson for Iowa State. He didn't play against Kentucky. And what's interesting to me is the point spread. So right now we're at 4. It was 4.5 in favor of Iowa State. This is either telling us Joshua Jefferson's going to play, or we were so impressed by how Iowa State played against Kentucky without Jefferson that he doesn't matter to the point spread. I just don't believe that. He's the second best player in college basketball this year. Look at Ken Pom. He ranks him number 2 only behind Cameron Boozer. He is very important. Now, they have Taman Lipsey. They have Milan Momcilovic. They have a damn good basketball team and a great system. But I took the points of Tennessee here. I think Tennessee wins this game outright. I like the way Tennessee is playing. As for the early game, because I know we're up against it on time, I say of the 3 bets I have today, this would be the one that I don't feel the best about. But I played Michigan team total over 91.5. It's a ton of points, but I see this similar to what we saw in last night's Arizona-Arkansas game. Like, you want to run with Michigan, fine. How are you stopping them down low? I just don't know. I mean, the size that they have, you guys have seen it up close and personal with Yaxel Lendenborg, with Ade Mara, Mo Johnson. I mean, they're just enormous, and Alabama doesn't really have that size. Now, the reason I'm not laying it with Michigan is Alabama has the capabilities of going nuclear from 3, as we saw in the second round when they hit 19 3-pointers against Texas Tech, as we saw last year in the Sweet 16 when they hit 25 threes against BYU. So Alabama, I've always had, just this year, had a really tough read on them. Every time I feel like I'm on them, they don't cover. I go against them, they do cover. I think we get a lot of points from Michigan, so that would be the way I would look at it. Michigan team total over in Michigan-Bama. By the way, of the 12 teams remaining, these are the 2 most up-tempo teams left in Alabama and Michigan. Alabama top 5 in tempo, Michigan top 25 in tempo.
Tim Murray, let the people know what's going on in VSiN.
Yeah, catch me tomorrow morning on Masson, 9 a.m. We'll be recapping what we see tonight, getting you ready for the 2 games in the Elite 8 on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. So check us out 9 to noon. If you're driving around town, Sirius XM channel 158, the VSiN app as well. So wherever you turn, I'll be there. YouTube TV. So check me out 9 a.m. tomorrow, the VSiN Weekend Morning Line.
Thanks, buddy. We'll chat next week. Enjoy the hoops.
All right, boys. See ya.
Coming up next, let's get back to the Orioles, and they got a couple guys who cleared waivers down in Norfolk. They got a bunch of dudes at Norfolk that we think could be making an appearance in Baltimore in the very near future. Sounds like that Norfolk shuttle is going to be very active. Just how active, we discuss next here on The Fan.
Baseball is back on The Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on The Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Iowa Hawkeyes beat Nebraska 77-71 last night to move on to the Elite 8. Iowa didn't take their first lead until 2:10 left in the second half. The Cornhuskers shot 9 for 32, 28% in the second half. Iowa has become the darling of this year's NCAA tournament, beating Clemson and Florida before now taking down Nebraska last night. I'm Chris Fleck.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This week at Patriot and Old Glory Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. With access to the country's largest Harley inventory, Patriot and Old Glory Harley has hundreds of Harleys on site. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Patriot and Old Glory Harley. Finance specialists on site to get you approved. 100% of credit applications considered. Get a $1,500 gift card when you purchase any pre-owned Harley at Patriot and Old Glory Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 41. Tomorrow, high near 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle, ultra-fine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's biggest moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles off today, but the Norfolk Tides are playing, and that game will be on Masson if you care to watch it. I think they're going to carry 19 Norfolk games this year. Jackson Holliday batting second, playing second base, so his return is probably 2 weeks away. Brian Ramos and Jackson Coe are now in Norfolk as they cleared waivers and are here. Two guys that I guess were interesting. And Coe especially, I thought had a chance to make the team. But that adds to a long list of guys at Norfolk that I think are going to be making appearances in Baltimore.
Before we go any further, breaking news. This is Jeff Passan. Shane Baz and the Orioles are finalizing a 5-year, $68 million contract extension.
Oh, I'm seeing it right now. And this is real Jeff Passan.
This is real Jeff. I had to double check. Yeah. It's the correct number of S's, the correct spelling.
Wow, an extension to a pitcher.
Yes, that is before he even throws a pitch as an Oriole, Ken.
Oh, you get him out of Steinbrenner Field.
Now,
you're buying out the arbitration year.
Well, yeah. So Shane Baz, he has 3 years of control, including this year. So you get an extra 2 years there.
It's similar to the Basayo trade.
It is. And what is that? $16 million per year. If I'm trying to do the quick math, I'm here for it, Ken. We were wondering, and we had Jacob Calvin-Meyer in.
Jacob's head's going to explode and give a pitcher to an extension.
We were wondering who that next guy could be to get an extension.
I did not have him on my bingo card.
Yeah, this Jeff Passan, they are finalizing a 5-year, $68 million contract extension with Shane Baz, who is going to make his debut Sunday, Orioles debut.
Spending some of that Truist Club money already.
Truist Club, Under Armour money. Yeah. They've slapped a lot of sponsors in that stadium. But look, this is another difference in how Mike Elias has been operating. We have yet to see Mike Elias give out a multi-year deal to a pitcher. Well, this is it, and it's an extension, where we haven't even seen Shane Baz throw a pitch as an Oriole. And Ken, I think we're all very excited and interested in seeing Shane Baz, but there's risk in this move because if you look at the overall numbers last year, and that was Shane Baz's first year coming off Tommy John surgery, the numbers weren't great, but it was in large part because at Steinbrenner Field, the numbers were horrible. So I'm happy to see Mike continue to take swings.
He's the one guy in this rotation, and correct me if I'm wrong, that doesn't have a Cy Young vote on his resume. Yeah, because Bassett does, Eflin does, Bradish does, and Trevor Rogers got one Cy Young vote a year ago. So of the 5 current starters, he's the one guy without a Cy Young vote. But he's also the guy who his own manager said has Cy Young upside.
Where I was going to go. Everyone raves about Shane Baz's stuff, and there's the advanced metric, the Stuff Plus, and that grades out really, really well. Shane Baz had a really fine spring training for the Orioles, and he along with Eflin, for me, are the two X factors in this rotation. We know what Eflin is, but Shane Baz, it's been, can he realize that top of the rotation potential that he had in Tampa, where if he's able to put it together, you're looking at a really strong 1, 2, 3.
I'm feeling pretty confident that Shane Baz is not represented by Scott Boras.
I feel pretty confident too. To be honest, I have no idea who his reputation is.
But he's not Scott Boras.
It is Excel Sports Management. That is according to
they're my
Spot
guys.
Track. Yeah.
I'm cool. They
with
represented my last deal here.
Yeah, really?
Yeah,
No
that's
way.
why I signed early
and you
too.
did really well.
Yes, I signed early. No, but
bought out the arbitration.
My reaction, and we've completely derailed this segment about the Norfolk Shuttle. But it's Sam Basayo, but a pitcher. You're buying out the ARB years, getting a couple extra years. The pitcher is taking a chance. The team is taking a chance. He gets some security.
I think it makes a lot of sense for both sides. Where Shane Baz, you get that money up front. You're making a heck of a lot more money than you would have made in the 3 years of arbitration control in Baltimore. But if you were able to put it together, the Tommy John's behind you, there would be more upside potential in what you could earn. The Orioles, you're hoping he realizes that potential, and then boom, you have him on a steal of a contract long term. This is 5 years for a pitcher.
Orioles extend Shane Baz. Norfolk Shuttle can wait. But reminder, Jackson Holliday in the lineup, batting second, playing second base. It seems clear to me in 2 weeks, as long as there's no setbacks, he's probably here.
Yeah, this is going to be a short IL stint for Jackson. Come mid-April at the latest, he'll be up with the club.
So Trevor Rogers pitches 7 scoreless yesterday. Kyle Bradish on the bump tomorrow for the Orioles. What are our expectations for Bradish, and how are they going to manage those innings? Are they going to manage those innings? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 29th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. The Fan's Bruce Cunningham.
My greatest moment in Baltimore sports history came in January of 2001 when the Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl. Remember, 1993, when the NFL expanded, Baltimore got the door slammed in its face. And then, just a few years later, they stood on the field in Tampa, hoisting that Lombardi trophy. That is sweet. And it was shared with all of us here in Baltimore. We all felt the same thing.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
You ready? Let's go.
I think it's always in every pitcher's mind, but we got through it and came back last year, and I had a full offseason to kind of work on the things that I needed to work on, so now it's just kind of getting further and further away from that.
Kyle Bradish takes the bump tomorrow. By the way, if you're just tuning in, the Orioles are finalizing a 5-year, $68 million extension with Shane Baz, who they just acquired in the offseason and has yet to pitch. Obviously, played one game. So it's similar to the Basayo deal. What do you get here, 5 minutes? And he signed a similar extension. But Kyle Bradish, coming off Trevor Rogers, who just gave them 7 shutout innings yesterday. Bradish, we talked to Matt Wyrick earlier in the show, and he goes, what are your expectations for Kyle Bradish? He goes, I expect him to be a really good pitcher.
Because that's all Kyle Bradish has been following his rookie season in 2022. He had a 2.83 ERA in 2023, ended up finishing 4th in the American League Cy Young voting. And then you go to 2024, a season in which he said he was pitching in significant pain.
Remember that game against the Phillies.
Yeah, after he got the PRP injection, still pitched to a 2.75 ERA. And then last year in 6 starts, following his return from Tommy John surgery, 2.53 ERA. Kyle Bradish has ace stuff. Kyle Bradish, when he is healthy and he is right, is one of the better pitchers in the American League. Now, what's going to be tricky for him is how they navigate this season. In 2024 and 2025, he pitched a combined 71 in the 3rd inning. So not many innings thrown over the past couple of years, where Bradish at the beginning of spring training, he said that he does anticipate that the Orioles are going to have some kind of workload limits in place in his first full season returning from Tommy John. We have Matt Wyrick on the show, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun at 3, and he doesn't expect any, like a Steven Strasburg situation years ago. I don't think they're ever going to shut him down or anything like that, but they're going to have to get creative, and that's where... Do they, at the beginning of the year at least, can have a pitch count for him? Is it you're limiting him to 5 innings, just throwing it out there, especially early on in the season? Do you give him an extra day in between starts? That's where a 6-man rotation could come into play.
And we think a 6-man rotation is coming.
I think so, too.
At least for periods.
I think for more often than not this season, there will be a 6-man rotation. And Kyle Bradish, in trying to limit his innings, definitely plays a role in that.
I'm really excited to watch Bradish for everything that you just covered, Bone. When Kyle Bradish is on a mound, whether he's in pain or not, whether he's been limited or not, there's one thing that's consistent about him. He's really good. So why should that change when he takes the bump this year for the Baltimore Orioles, assuming the arm is healthy? And again, with pitchers, that is the great unknown, right? As pitchers chase spin rate and velocity more and more and more, we get more and more arm injuries. So as long as Kyle Bradish, and knock on whatever this is healthy.
It's not wood.
It is not wood. He's going to be really good for the Baltimore Orioles. And this is when we were doing our bold predictions the other day. I was like, well, I'm still smarting from the Suarez and Valdez of it all. But they just might have two aces with Rogers and Bradish.
Just here's some of these numbers.
Oh, and they just paid Shane Baz.
Yes, just here's some of these numbers when it comes to his specific pitches over the past 2 seasons, which have been affected by injury. His sinker, which he threw the most in 25 and 24, 188 batting average off of it. 2024, 159. His slider last year, Ken, 063 batting average off his slider. That is filthy. The prior year, 171. Kyle Bradish, he is one of those guys that when he takes the mound, you expect the Orioles to win. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers with the fact that Michael Eisen didn't bring in a top-of-the-rotation guy. But I think both of those guys embrace it. Trevor Rogers, when he was on Inside Access last Friday, he's surprised that this starting rotation has been flying under the radar. He is so confident in this starting staff and the stuff that they have, and especially the command.
You know what? We like to tease about the what-if guy that called in a year ago. Can we just play that game for a minute?
Sure.
So what if Trevor Rogers is somewhere close to what he was a year? And I'm not saying he's going to be the 1-8 guy, but what if he's a 2-8 guy? What if Kyle Bradish can stay healthy? What if Chris Bassett and Zach Eflin are consistent and healthy? And what if Shane Baz fulfills what a lot of people in this industry think he's going to be? All of a sudden, your starting rotation is pretty damn strong.
That was one of my bold predictions. I think this starting staff is going to have a top 10 ERA in baseball. I really, really believe that. And that is something that has been such a rarity for this franchise. Since 1998, they have only had their starting staff finish top 10 in ERA one time. And that was 2024 when they had Corbin Burns here. So I think they're going to do it again this year, Ken. I believe in the upside of this rotation. That's not to say that you can poke holes in all of these guys. We could do the what if the other way if you want to, Ken.
Trust me, but I want to be optimistic.
No, I'm with you too. But the innings part of it, that's a concern with Kyle Bradish and Baz putting it together, Kenny, and Bassett's 37 and Eflin with the back. I'm with you. I choose to kind of think more optimistically as well. And I think that, quite frankly, it's the more likely outcome for a lot of those guys. I'm not saying that all of them are going to turn out, but if most of them in that what-if scenario do, this can be a top 10 rotation in baseball.
I do want to take a couple minutes, too, because as we're digesting the Shane Baz of it all, and we've been begging this team to extend some of their guys. So they've now extended 2. And it's probably the unluckiest 2 guys. Let's be honest. But to what Jacob Calvin-Meyer was talking about with us the other day, there are 2 guys that aren't represented by Scott Boras. Sam Basayo, Latin American kid, who they were able to buy out arbitration years plus. And then Shane Baz, not represented by Scott Boras, coming off injury, a year removed from Tommy John. You're buying out arbitration plus. They're very similar deals. One's a catcher, one's a pitcher.
I think it's great. And
you got to give them credit. They have extended now 2 guys.
That's what I'm saying. And this is more of a real extension than Samuel Basayo, if we're being real. Just because Sam, coming from the DR and his career was just starting, where this you're buying out the 3 years of arbitration and then tacking on 2 for a starting pitcher, which Mike Elias is not giving out a true multi-year contract to. So the other thing, Ken, and this assuming that Boz turns out well for the Orioles, for years we said, Mike Elias, you got to stop prospect hugging. Well, he gave up legit guys. He gave up one of their first-round picks.
They're all young guys, but they're all legit guys.
But now it makes giving up those guys, even if some of them turn out, a lot more palatable because you know that Shane Baz is going to be here 5 years. I think it makes that trade even better, the fact that you gave up 4 or 5 prospects, because you just lengthened the amount of time that Shane Baz is going to be in Baltimore.
So if you're just tuning in, Shane Baz is finalizing a 5-year, $68 million extension with the Baltimore Orioles. It buys out his 3 arbitration years and 2 years of free agency. So he is now an Oriole, unless they trade him, until 2030. So Orioles have now extended Shane Baz before he ever throws a pitch for real. Now, he threw in spring training in an Oriole uniform, but before he throws a pitch that counts in an Oriole uniform, it's eye-opening.
It's aggressive. This is the type of aggression that we've been asking for Mike Elias. And we gave him a lot of flack in real time when he didn't. So you got to give him credit for doing so now.
Scott Braun's going to join us at 4:30 from Foul Territory. Curious to get his thoughts on the Shane Baz extension. But Twib Notes coming up next. An eventful opening day in Major League Baseball. We'll go around the league. Paul Skeens, not good. Jacob Mizorowski, really good. A monster inning in the Cardinals-Rays game. We'll try to get to as much of it as possible. Twib Notes next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
It only takes one swing to change the game. In life, one car accident can change everything. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we're here when the unexpected happens and you need someone to fight for you. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it. A lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from the Harrisburg Expressway, I-83 to Delaney Valley Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I think it's always in every pitcher's mind, but we got through it and came back last year, and I had a full offseason to kind of work on the things that I needed to work on, so now it's just kind of getting further and further away from that.
Let's take a look back at yesterday and in Major League Baseball. Kyle Bradish, wax poetic about him. He's pitching tomorrow. But let's go, Mike, cut one. What about Paul Skeens' day yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's always in every pitcher's mind, but we got through it and came back last year, and I had a full offseason to kind of work on the things that I needed to work on, so now it's just kind of getting further and further away from that.
Maybe we'll hear Kyle Bradish one more time. Let's try this again. Paul Skeens, in his game against the New York Mets, not a good day for Skeens. Do we have that cut? He doesn't have it. Computer
Let's
malfunction.
just talk about it.
By the way, O'Neal Cruz misplay was a big part of this. Remember, he was a former shortstop. They moved him to center field. He misplays a fly ball. Paul Skeens doesn't get out of the first inning.
The funny part of it, Ken, is the fact that one of the biggest gripes that Paul Skeens could have about his team is they never give him run support. Well, Brandon Lau hit a 2-run homer off Freddie P, gave him a 2-0 lead where Skeens ended up taking the mound, and then it lasted just 2/3 of an inning, shortest outing of his career, 37 pitches, and he even got a standing O from the Mets faithful walking off the field. That is a scene that you do not see much for Paul Skeens, who's had a stellar start to his career.
Rough week. His girlfriend Livy Dunn's in the Baywatch reboot, and now he gets one of his worst outings as a pro.
Yeah. Roughed up for Paul Skeens. And the Pirates, I've seen some, because they spent a little bit of money in this offseason. Our buddy Ryan O'Hearn is in Pittsburgh now. Some people saying that maybe they could surprise a little, be a little frisky team. But
Brandon Lau 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs.
Yeah.
He homered. Ryan O'Hearn homered in this game.
Yeah.
As your point, they scored 7 runs, but 11 for the Mets.
Yeah. Not a good start to the season for the Pirates, but The Brewers, man, they set 20 strikeouts they had in that game against the White Sox. And the Miz, he ended up setting a Milwaukee record with 11 strikeouts as opening day starter.
Yeah, 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. He did walk 3, but 11 Ks for Joseph Misrowski, who hits. Talk about guys that throw hard. Now, him and Skeens, 2 young studs. Not a good day. Not a good day for Skeens, but a great day for Misrowski.
It was, and the Brewers are an interesting team, man. You can just think over the past couple of years, they have aces that they end up trading away. Corbin Burns, they sent him to Baltimore. Freddie Peralta, they traded him to the Mets, and how they keep doing it, because look, they had a fantastic regular season last year, ended up winning the first round against the Cubs before going down to the Dodgers. But can they do it again this year? Is this a team that maybe has a little bit of regression?
Red Sox beat the Reds 3-0. Garrett Crochet, 6 shutout innings, so he's back on whatever and still burnt. Nobody will be able to convince me that the Orioles couldn't have gotten Garrett Crochet and remember, this is over a year ago, a Kobe Mayo, Heston Kjerstad, couple other prospects package. I think could have gotten them Garrett Crochet. I think it was a huge miss by the organization. Now, the Red Sox immediately extended Crochet. Do the Orioles do that a year ago at this time? I don't know. But Garrett Crochet, he's a stud.
He's a stud, and the Red Sox pitching staff, they have a lot of studs. And I know Ranger Suarez did not have a strong spring at all, but interested to see him in his Red Sox debut over the weekend. But something that I found amusing, Ken, we know the Orioles, they broke out their new double celebration.
What is this from?
Napoleon Dynamite
right.
is what Adley Rutschman did, which I can respect. That is a very solid movie from my youth, and he was doing it weird, and all the guys were giving him a lot of crap about it. Did you see that the Red Sox, they kind of did the Hingle McCringleberry from Key and Peele? They did the double hump.
Really?
Yes, they did the double hump at second base because three's the penalty, and we've seen that called in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, 3 pumps.
3 pumps, man. You get 2.
You
get 2.
I guess that the dong bong is over.
I guess it is too, but we've seen in the past.
Yeah, but that was the bicycle.
The bicycle thing was stupid. The dong bong was awesome, but at some point you got to move on from it. It's hard to look, and I love from years ago. What was it? 2022. The Homer chain was very popular.
Yeah,
in
that was
Birdland.
good. You still see fans wearing those.
Oh yeah, totally, and they somehow one-upped it with the dong bong. But I like the bird thing.
Couple other notes. We should go back to the Yankee game Wednesday night, and Logan Webb doesn't usually get hit like that. He was getting hit, even though Aaron Judge was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
He was 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, but the Yankees, they got the Logan Webb early and often to win the opener.
They crushed him, man. Logan Webb, that second inning, he ended up giving up 5 runs there. And I think there was one point in that game, Ken, where 6 consecutive batters reached. It was just a rough opening night for Logan Webb. But the flip side, Max Fried's a stud, man. Max Fried is a stud for the Yankees. And Garrett Cole, they'll get him back maybe sooner than they thought. They didn't put him on the 60-day IL, Ken. They put him on the 15-day IL. Same with Carlos Rodon and Anthony Volpe.
Oh, one other note. Kevin McGonigal, who's one of the top prospects in baseball, made his debut yesterday. All he did was have a 4-hit game.
That's fine. Ho-hum. Yeah.
What is
Having
that?
that instant success, man. God. That's crazy.
Coming up next, Shane Baz extension. Orioles win on opening day. Trevor Rogers, 7 scoreless. Talk to Scott Braun. Foul territory. What's he think about this Baz extension? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
Life moves fast. Push pause and join the Y for self-care and healthy family fun. Join by March 31st while the join fee is just $1. Go to joinYMaryland.org.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hey Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Hal Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the Yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Dreaming of a home makeover but don't know where to start? Ward Home Improvements has you covered. As experts in all things home, we're your one-stop shop for design inspiration for any space. Come check out our brand new showroom today. Vinny and Haynie are broadcasting live from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with your last chance to win Faniversary tickets. We're at 3491 Merchant Boulevard in Abingdon, right behind Wegmans. For expert guidance, visit wardhomeimprovements.com. Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard, and it's heavy again from the Harrisburg Expressway to Delaney Valley Road. On the outer loop of the Beltway at 95 to Kennedy Highway, there's an accident that's being moved to the shoulder. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
According to Jeff Passan, the Orioles and Shane Baz are finalizing an agreement on a 5-year, $68 million contract that would buy out Baz's arbitration years and tack on 2 additional years. Baz was 10-12 with a 4.87 ERA last season in his first full year removed from Tommy John surgery. Ryan Helsley brought the heat in his Orioles debut. He recorded 6 pitches over 100 miles per hour and had 3 strikeouts. Manager Craig Albernaz loved what he saw from his veteran closer.
Yeah, that was different. Hells in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102, was a 101.9 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball.
Baltimore is off today before resuming their series against the Twins tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. The Sweet 16 wraps up tonight with Duke and St. John's tipping off the action at 7:10. At 7:35, Michigan plays Alabama. UConn faces Michigan State at 9:45. And at 10:10, Tennessee squares off against Iowa State. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 48. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles are 1-0. They defeat the Twins yesterday 2-1. 7 shutout innings from Trevor Rogers. They are now about to extend Shane Baz a 5-year, $68 million contract extension before he ever throws a pitch for the Baltimore Orioles. Perfect time to talk to Scott Braun, Foul Territory. Subscribe to Foul Territory on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast for daily coverage of the sport and over 800 player guest appearances in 3 years of the show's existence. And look out for a big announcement of a new Orioles show on the Foul Territory Podcast Network getting announced next week. And Scott, thank you as always for your time. We always love talking baseball with you. Your reaction to the Shane Baz extension?
Fellas, thank you. I lined this appearance up with Tim days ago. So thanks to the Baz team and the Orioles for getting this done. Perfect timing for me to pop on and talk about it. I love it. I think it's a risk worth taking. I think most extensions are risks worth taking. This is a fact. If you look at the history of these extensions handed out in baseball to hitters and to pitchers, there are many more wins than losses because the surplus value that you get for taking on this risk is very high. You cannot expect perfection. We had Jonathan Papelbon on our show today, and we were talking about Christian Campbell, who signed for $60 million, barely sniffed into the big leagues, and then now he's down in the minor leagues right now. Okay, he's also young. We'll see what happens. But even if it doesn't work out, the amount of times that you get the Ronald Acuna Jr. or whatever, we can go down the line on how many different deals have worked out well for teams and turned into an absolute bargain. Let's look at Shane Baz, the guy who has already performed in the big leagues and looks like he belongs here. His stuff in terms of peripherals, stuff plus, a lot of the advanced metrics play to him being in the mold of something like a number 2 starter. We haven't seen that consistently yet from a run prevention standpoint. Last year, for example, how much can we blame on the ballpark? There was a lot of offense in Tampa, and he gave up a lot more homers there. I think 18 I had in Tampa Bay versus 8 home runs on the road. He pitched almost a full season. You add everything up, the Orioles think this guy is going to break out. He's at the perfect age for it, too, at 26. Great deal. 5 years, $68 million. That could pay itself out in a season or two if he does what they think he's going to do. So I love it, and I'm always promoting a lot of this. And I think Orioles fans should be excited that now we've seen this happen with a team that wasn't doing this for a while. This is one of the keys to building a consistent contender, is to make sure that when you hit on players, whether it's via trade or from prospects, you're able to keep them for a longer period of time at a lesser price than the premium you have to pay on the free agent market.
Scott, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Bone and I were talking about this last week. Actually, we talked about it a lot as the offseason went on because there's a sting from Oriole fans. They were allegedly close to Ranger Suarez. They didn't close. They were allegedly close to Framber Valdez. They didn't close. But Shane Baz is the only guy in this current starting rotation that has never received a Cy Young vote. And Trevor Rogers looked great yesterday. Well, actually, in his best stuff, but still gave him 7 scoreless. Kyle Bradish, when he's healthy, is really good. With Bassett and Eflin and Baz, is it possible this rotation might be really good?
Oh, for sure. I think it's one thing is a guarantee. It's a fact. This rotation is going to be much better than it was last year. Of course, Rogers showed us what he was able to do once he got cranking last year. But if there's any indication from yesterday's start, it's that you should expect more of the same. And if he's healthy, he looks like a number 1 starter. After that, who was the most consistent starter on the Orioles last year? Dean Kramer? Maybe? I don't know, right? And when he's not even in the rotation right now, which shows the depth that they have. Injuries are going to occur. Dean's going to get starts. But there's no doubt the rotation is significantly better, and it was nowhere close to where it needed to be last year. That's why you have a 75-win team last year, and they should be able to up those wins by 10 to 15 in one season just from putting a lot more oomph into what they were doing from a starting rotation standpoint. Yes, it helps to have Bradish back. Of course, you want to see Rogers continue to do what he does. Boz is really the key, and Bassett, of course. Yes, Eflin hopefully being healthy. I mean, is he going to make 30-plus starts? Probably not. But if he can make healthy starts I don't want to say, 100%. I mean, he didn't look right last year. So you don't have to rely on him the same way. I think it's going to be a much better rotation. I think Orioles fans, it is fair for you to be pushing your team to do more and expect them to sign a Suarez or a Framber Valdez. But I don't think it's fair for you to look at what they've done in terms of moves over the past year and think that they're not trying. They are definitely trying. And I think yesterday was also a good example, guys, of someone that might have just put on an audition for the Orioles. Joe Ryan might get picked up by the Orioles at the trade deadline. The Twins are going to suck, and they can think they're going to be good, but they're not going to be good. They got one of the owners that took over for the brother is saying oh, we're going to be good, but they didn't do anything. So they're going to be terrible, and their bullpen's not going to be good. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. Joe Ryan's going to get traded at the trade deadline, and that might be the last piece of the puzzle for Baltimore. Of course, Holiday and Westberg should be back at some point in the next couple months. So I really like what I see from them. I know I'm rambling a little bit here, but I'm excited. The one question I do want to throw back at you guys, because I don't usually do this, is which team in the AL East is not going to make the playoffs? The chances that you're getting all three wild cards plus a division winner is super low just based on percentages and how often they have to play each other. So who are we booting out?
Well, we're booting Tampa to start.
Tampa's definitely.
That's the easy one.
Yes.
That's not fair.
Yes.
After that.
It's tough, Scott. I think it's going to be a jumble mess in the American League East. Maybe Boston is I give Toronto the nod. They're coming off, of course, being this close to winning the World Series. The Yankees are pretty much running it back, and assuming health there, they'll be in the playoffs. I guess I would say Boston. Are they going to be able to hit enough?
Yeah, I think that's fair. The thing with Boston is I think they have enough pitching to guide you through all of October, but I don't think that they have, supplemented enough yet. I just think they're relying so heavily already on the youngsters, and they did everything yesterday, Marcelo Meyer and Roman Anthony. But how does that look when you get through your first full season and you start to really feel it? So I would agree. I think Boston's probably the team that would be on the outside looking in. It's just crazy that we had, Papelbon on today, and he's saying World Series or bust for the Red Sox. And I'm like, yeah, I could see them making a run. They have the rotation now and the bullpen, but I could also see them missing the playoffs based on the conversation that we're having. Somebody is going to have to be on the outside looking in from that group of the big four in the AL East. The chances are it's going to be three that make the playoffs.
So who's you? I'm sorry, Bone. Who is your team on the outside looking in?
Yeah, I've got Boston, too. I'm with you guys. I think the Yankees are a lock. I think they're such a good regular season team, too. They're just so power-built to take advantage of mistakes. You don't see as many of those mistake pitches in the playoffs, and that's what's burned them, in my mind, among other things. But I think they're a playoff lock. I think they're the biggest lock in that division to make the playoffs. For me, Toronto 2, Baltimore 3, Boston 4, and yes, easy one with the Tampa Bay Rays at 5. So if I have to pick, and I think that it's going to happen, I think Boston is going to miss the playoffs. A team has to, they don't have to, right? There's 3 wild card teams. We could just be like, cool, 4 teams from the AL East.
Yeah.
But it's just so unlikely that that's going to play out that way.
Scott, Felix Bautista in 2023 was one of, if not the best closer in baseball before blowing out his elbow. Ever since that point, closer has been a nightmare position for this team. Craig Kimbrell, that just blew up in their face in 2024. They worked with Felix with kid gloves at the beginning of the year. Then he got hurt again. They brought in Ryan Helsley, and it's just one game out of 162, but he brought it yesterday. 6 pitches over 100 miles per hour. We know it was a disaster in the second half with the Mets, but are you buying him as a bounce-back candidate in Baltimore?
Yes, I'm buying him as a bounce-back candidate because he's done it before. He's young enough. The stuff is still there. And I think there were a number of blame points last year on what was going wrong. And I think what happens during a season is it just hits you fast, and it's really hard to recover for some. Some guys can fix it in a day, and for most guys, it takes more time than that, and I think life just came at him fast, and he switches teams. Because some of the problems started with St. Louis for him, where his four-seam fastball was getting torched. And you're like, wait, what? How is that four-seam getting torched? And then you're wondering if he's tipping, right? And is the fastball getting a little bit flat? And is the slider not as effective? But is that because of the fastball? And all of these things start to pile up. Every, coach and analyst wants to give you a tip on how you can fix that. Oh, your strikeout rate's going down. Like, everything came at him so fast. And I think what you're able to do in an offseason is reset and now join another team and get things going again in a better place. And especially if the tipping part was true at all, then you have all offseason to fix that. And I mean, I'm going to bank on the fact that he did. Yesterday worked out well for him. So yes, I think that they have a solution at the closer spot. How the rest of the bullpen looks, I don't know. That's the question mark. I'm sure you guys have talked about this a million times. It's not the sexiest bullpen out there. So you have to bank on some of these guys emerging for them. It is a volatile group in general. Sometimes you go into an off season and you think, oh, we need to put this bullpen together, and you buy a bunch of guys and then it still doesn't work out. I mean, look, the Dodgers have had issues with that, where they've bought up a bunch of relievers, and like last off season, they picked up Tanner Scott, they picked up Kirby Yates. Those guys were complete non-factors for them down the stretch, and they needed Roki Sasaki to save the day and come back from the minors. It's a really, really tough thing to do in baseball, to build a bullpen like that, but if the Orioles are in that problem, the trade deadline will be the solution for them.
Scott, before we let you go, I do have to ask you about the greatest utility player in the history of the WBC, and that's Gunnar Henderson. The whole thought process here, like, he had a down. The people are calling it a down year. He was a 5+ WAR player. He had a shoulder impingement the whole year. Are we Baltimore homers? Like, how did they not figure out to play him every day? And are you expecting a monster year for him, like we are?
Yeah, I'm expecting a monster year for him. I agree. It's so great when you can set the expectation to a crazy level in your age 23 season in 2024 that now everybody thinks a 5-6 win season for you is like, he really should be an 8, 9, 10 win season. Like, okay, great. So, right, because he was, what was he, probably, depending on Fangraphs or Baseball Reference, like a 9-win season?
Yeah, he was 8-8 in 2024, yeah.
Yeah, so ridiculous. I think that he is going to be an MVP candidate. If there's anybody that's going to keep up with Judge, it's Gunnar, it's Bobby Witt. I'm probably missing a name or two, but those are two that I would put probably in the top 5, if not the top 3, to be able to compete with him. So for the WBC, I mean, we could go down a whole wormhole of things that I think went well and didn't go well. The one question I'll ask back at you guys is, did you want to see him start every day over Alex Bregman? Because he wasn't going to start over Bobby Witt, and I feel like that's...
No, or what about move Bregman to second and play him at third, and Terang doesn't start every day?
That's fair. I think that's completely fair. I feel like you probably dealt with a little bit of Bregman not wanting to play second. Not that it's coming from him. The teams just have such a say in this, and they seem to have such a say against the U.S. team over everyone else.
Yeah.
And this is where I start to think there's a problem for my old friend Mark DeRosa is I feel like for 2 in a row now, he's been put in a spot where he's getting calls left and right. Remember, he's still a league employee. Like, you're in a tough place versus when they won and it's Jim Leland, and if someone tries to call him, he's just there's a level of like them being even scared of what to say to Jim and him not caring.
Yeah.
Omar Lopez, who won it with Venezuela, had the same thing going. He said at least once in the press conference, like, I got a call from this one team that asked for a last-minute switch of how to take care of a player, and I was like, sorry, too late. I just don't think that the U.S. team has been in that position to do that, and I think you actually have to do that to win the World Baseball Classic. So we'll see what they do next time around, but I feel bad for D-Row. It put him in a tough spot, but I think they'll probably roll with like a Bruce Bochy or a Buck Showalter next time, and he'll just be like, bug off, I'm doing what I want.
Buck would be great because he would not take anything from anyone. Scott, this is always great talking to you, man. We appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Really enjoy it, guys. Thank you. Happy opening weekend. Go O's to you guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks,
hey,
Scott.
subscribe to Foul Territory on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast for daily coverage of the sport and over 800 player guest appearances over the last 3 years of the show's existence. And look out for a big announcement, Bone, of a new Orioles show on the Foul Territory Podcast Network getting announced next week. Coming up next, let's get to the Ryan Helsley of it all. It's just one game. But what do we think of what we saw from Ryan Helsley yesterday? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
The Fan's Cordell Woodland.
Although I grew up in D.C., I was a huge Orioles fan. It was the only baseball team that we had for most of my life. I remember my grandfather bringing me up to Camden Yards every summer. We'd find at least one Orioles game to come to. So it made it just that much more special for me when I started to cover the team. And I think back to 2023 when the Orioles won the American League East Division and just the excitement and optimism around the team.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Arizona Wildcats continued their run towards a national championship last night, beating Arkansas 109-88. They also handed Arkansas's coach John Calipari his largest loss in the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats are one win away from heading to their first Final Four since 2001, but they'll have to get through second-ranked Purdue, who defeated Texas last night with a last-second tip-in. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I wanted a new color printer to add pizzazz to my prints.
Pizzazz can be pricey.
Well, now at Staples, you get up to 30% off select HP printers.
30% off an HP?
Yeah, I saved $120 on an HP Smart Tank 6001 with up to 3 years of ink included.
Why, that could be the last printer you'll ever need.
Could be.
Shop your local Staples today for big savings on HP.
That was easy.
Available in-store, online, or on the app. It's 4-4 exclusions apply.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40 days a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736. Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, to just after York Road. I-70 eastbound is heavy approaching the Beltway in Woodlawn toward the inner loop, where it narrows down to 1 lane. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Stick 'em, ha ha ha, stick 'em, stick 'em, ha ha.
1-2 pitch.
Strike 'em out swinging. The Orioles unleash Helsley.
Yeah, that was different hells in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102, was a 101.9 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball. But yeah, that was the best we've seen. We've seen Hells. He threw some really good splits too, so he's right where he needs to be.
By the way, 101.9, shout out Greg Carpenter.
Gina Crash.
Gina Crash, our friends that for people who don't know, we're a
the
little
Christmas
inside radio.
station, you know.
Yeah, but it's literally 10 feet from us.
Yeah. Greg's office, I can see it right here.
Yeah, so you got basically, as you're watching me on YouTube, for those watching, those in the car can't see me, but life is this way.
Someone
which
in
is
the passenger
forward,
seat watching.
and then Mix is behind us.
Yes.
So we're all in the same row here. But anyway, Ryan Helsley, the Hells Bells coming in, 6 pitches over 100 miles an hour, which is more than the last 2 years combined. Strikes out the side, gave up a 2-out single, big ground ball single. Struck out the side and looked absolutely filthy. It's just one game, but you got to be encouraged by what you saw.
Absolutely. And what was really exciting is his 4-seam fastball was really, really strong. He got 4 whiffs on his 4-seam fastball, and you saw a lot of vertical break, in which Albernaz was talking about, where it was kind of more straight last year, where last year his 4-seamer got shelled. It was one of the worst pitches in all of baseball. Opposing batters hit 422 off his 4-seam fastball, slugged 667. Now, the one saving grace for Ryan Helsley last year, he had a breaking run value in the 93rd percentile. His slider was filthy. Opposing batters hit 140 off of it. But Helsley, if his fastball can get back to being a great pitch, Helsley's going to get back to being a great reliever because the velocity's there. Last year, he was in the 99th percentile in fastball velocity at 99.3 miles per hour. Yesterday, he had everything working. The slider, he even threw a splitter, and he got whiffs with all 3 of those pitches. 7 whiffs in that one inning, 3 strikeouts.
And how about the new splitter?
Yeah.
The splitty. That was so. If memory serves him, Bone, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the first pitch he threw was like 100 miles an hour fastball. Guy swings through it. The second pitch was a split. that he swung through. Like, it was like, okay.
And you mentioned the new pitch with the splitter. Sir Anthony Dominguez developed the splitter with this same pitching staff, because it's the same pitching staff year over year. And Dominguez,
staff,
yes, that's what I'm saying. Dominguez, that splitter was a weapon for him. So if Helsley can add that to his repertoire and that fastball is back to being filthy again, then Helsley's going to have that bounce back year. I think we all had confidence in Helsley to be much better than he was last year, because it was just a disaster.
And there's also the New York part of it. Like, maybe he just can't handle New York City. Some guys have not been able to handle it.
For sure. And now you're in the Baltimore market, much less spotlight on you compared to New York, even if you are with the Mets. But Helsley needs to be lights out as a closer, considering the question marks that we have in this Orioles bullpen.
By the way, shout out Kevin Brown. Unleash Helsley. That's pretty good.
He's great, man. Kevin Brown's the best, and just he's funny. He's quick-witted. He's pop culture involved.
Yes.
Kevin Brown's a man.
World's biggest Oasis fan.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I came away. We're sitting there at Pickles, and they've got the game on. You can see the screen. I have to turn around to see it, but it's radio. I can turn around and I just wouldn't be looking at you, Bone. So I like that. I like eye contact.
I would miss your eye contact.
I like eye contact while we're doing the show.
Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy.
Yes. So, but I want to see Helsley. It's the first time in an Oriole uniform, and I'm watching him. Just like, guys are now. Granted, the Twins is not the greatest lineup in the world, so you don't want to get too excited. You never want to overreact from one game, like the guy who said Pete Alonso did nothing, and I told you about earlier. But man, that was filthy yesterday.
It was, and this wasn't a situation where he's getting eased in with a 3-run save. This is a 1-run game. It was 2-1, and there was a runner in scoring position at one point in that inning.
Yeah, he threw a wild pitch.
Yes, for him to slam the door shut, get 3 strikeouts, definitely give him 2 thumbs up for his Oriole debut.
Before we step out, and we're going to get to the Shane Boz of it all on the other side, Jackson Holliday is in Norfolk. He's playing second base, batting second. David Hall covers the Tides, has a quote here from Jackson Holliday, was asked how long he might stay at AAA Norfolk. He said, quote, "Maybe I hit 3 homers tonight and I'm ready to go, but I doubt it. That's quite unlikely. I'm really just getting comfortable. It's kind of like spring training for me." I think he's going to be down there 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple weeks for him. Mid-April, Jackson Holliday is going to be back up with the club. Let's put it this way. Mike Elias, his tone when he was talking about Jordan Westburg compared to Jackson Holliday, a complete 180. It very much sounds like Jackson Holliday is on track to have a short IL stint.
Coming up next, if you're just tuning in, the Orioles have signed another player to a contract extension. It's Shane Boz. We'll get you the details next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in the big college basketball tournament. Duke, a 6.5-point favorite against St. John's. Total in the game, 140.5. And Duke might have its star point guard back for this game. We will see. But even if Duke doesn't, I think Duke wins this game, and I think Duke wins big. Give me Duke laying the points against the Johnnies. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bracket season is on at Bob Bell Nissan. Total slam dunk savings over $3,500. Drive off in a brand new Nissan Sentra starting at just $19,886. We'll beat your CarMax offer by up to $2,000. Shop BobBellNissan.com.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet Store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
According to Jeff Passan, the Orioles and Shane Baz are finalizing an agreement on a 5-year, $68 million contract that would buy out Baz's arbitration years and tack on 2 additional years. Baz was 10-12 with a 4.87 ERA last season in his first full year removed from Tommy John surgery. The Orioles won in Craig Albernaz's first game as manager. He enjoyed a nice celebration in the clubhouse following the W.
It was fun. Right away, Tyler Wells came in. He asked, how big of a vibes guy are you? I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm always down for the boys. So next thing I know, I'm thrown into the laundry cart, going into the shower, getting dosed. So it was a great time.
Baltimore is off today before resuming their series against the Twins tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. The Sweet 16 wraps up tonight with Duke and St. John's tipping off the action at 7:10. At 7:35, Michigan plays Alabama. UConn faces Michigan State at 9:45. And at 10:10, Tennessee squares off against Iowa State. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 48. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app. Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Come on, man. And with the local DBC News.
If you're just tuning in, the Orioles have signed Shane Baz to a 5-year, $68 million contract extension, basically buying out his 3 arbitration years plus 2 free agent years. He's 26 years old, a year removed from Tommy John surgery. So before we discuss it, I think it'd probably be interesting to hear Mike Elias's thoughts on Shane Baz when they acquired him in the trade.
We're really excited about adding Shane Baz. I think he's kind of a perfect fit for us in our rotation and our team right now. He is somebody that's had a history that's been checkered from the Tommy John surgery that he had at the end of 2022, but he's successfully come back from that surgery. Had a really good run at the end of 2024 when he came back to the major leagues after that surgery. And then this past season threw about 170 innings and made all of his starts. And we see a lot of underlying information in his statistics and his performance this year to suggest that he had bad luck. A lot of it was driven by the ballpark that the Rays were playing in. He's got great underlying metrics, 5+ pitches. I think he's got a great arm, and he's a great athlete. And I think he's somebody that hasn't tapped into his ceiling yet. So we see him as a front end of the rotation starter. I think he has a ceiling to tap into being a top of the rotation starter. We're not necessarily asking that of him in 2026, but he has that potential. He's got one of the best starting pitcher arms in the major leagues, and he's got really elite stuff.
So it's abundantly clear by what they gave up to get Shane Baz, and now by this contract extension, the Orioles love themselves some Shane Baz, and now they've committed to him for 5 years.
We haven't seen Mike Elias give up the prospect capital that he gave up for Shane Baz prior to that trade. And in large part because Shane Baz had 3 years of control. You got to pay to play when you're giving up a pitcher. And you think of Corbin Burns, that was just a 1-year thing.
Yes.
And you gave up Joey Ortiz, DL Hall, and a competitive balance pick. They gave up Slater DeBron, who number 6 prospect per MLB pipeline for the Orioles at that time. Caden Bodine, and both of those guys were draft picks in the 2025 draft. Orioles number 10 prospect, Michael Ferret, number 11 prospect, Austin Overn, number 30 prospect, and the 2026 competitive balance round A draft pick. That's a number 33 overall selection. So the Rays got a pretty good haul from the Orioles. And Mike brought up 2024. When he initially came back from Tommy John, he had 14 starts to finish that year. Kenny pitched to a 3.06 ERA. Then last year happened, and he hated George Steinbrenner Field. And the good news is he won't have to worry about pitching at George Steinbrenner Field this year. 827 OPS opposing batters hit off him in George Steinbrenner Field. He had an ERA of almost 6, Ken, pitching in Tampa. So 18 home runs, like Scott Braun mentioned, compared to 8 home runs given up away from Steinbrenner Field. So Mike Elias, he's banking on the fact that Shane Baz, being another year removed from Tommy John surgery, you're going to get more of what we saw at the end of 2024 when he initially came back from surgery, and he can realize his potential. And this is a guy with an electric arm.
Yes.
Last year, 88th percentile on fastball velocity at 97 miles per hour, in which he averaged. He got ground balls at a pretty good rate, 73rd percentile in ground ball rate, and it's the stuff. He mentions the underlying metrics, stuff plus, which basically just tells you how strong, how crazy his stuff he's dealing with. And he's got plus pitches with his four seam, his knuckle curve, and his cutter.
I do want to read you something Jeff Passan wrote, and he was the guy that broke the deal. But then he said, certainly there's risk with any pitcher, particularly one with an injury history, but Shane Baz's upside is tremendous, and the Orioles will buy out 3 years of arbitration, get 2 free agent years for a 26-year-old live arm starter. Baz is a big breakout candidate. And they have not backed off the hype. We heard Craig Albernaz this offseason. What is Shane Baz's upside? He said Cy Young.
There's risk. Of course there's risk involved with this, but you're not breaking the bank. It's $16 million per year or so, give or take. Or really even less than that. 5 years, $68 million. So it's $13 million or so, $14 million. And he has the potential, if Baz is that breakout guy, this is a steal of a contract. And you have him under control long-term, 5 years. And with Baz, seeing it from his side, he's going to make significantly more on this deal than he would have in the 3 years of arbitration. And the Orioles, by doing that, giving that money up front, you got 2 extra years beyond the arbitration eligibility. I think it's one of those win-win deals for both sides.
Absolutely. And who did we talk to? It might have been Greg Amsinger. Both sides are taking a chance here, but we just talked to Scott Braun. A lot of times these deals work out when you take that chance and you buy out some RBers, give a guy some real money that he's never seen before. I think if for a team that's never signed under this regime a pitcher, I have no problem with this.
And it's doubling down because, again, you're giving up the prospect capital that they gave up for him, but now you're extending his stay in Baltimore, so it makes giving up those top-tier prospects much more easier to swallow.
Hey, some breaking news from the world of sports I do feel the need to mention. We didn't mention this earlier, but Tiger Woods was involved in a car accident, rollover car. Well, he was arrested and charged with DUI, property damage, and refusal to submit to a test. So, rough. And he just participated in that. What's it, the TV thing? They're playing like in a simulator.
I know what you're talking about. ESPN thing.
Yeah. But he doesn't have
the golf league, TGL.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to. His body is kind of shot, and the worry for him about playing is his walking the course. So he did this, and he was like, "I'm hopeful to play the Masters in a couple weeks," but I never bought it because it's a shame about his body. But now with this, it might
be the end.
It's a damn shame. Coming up next. Good vibes around Charm City as the Orioles win the opener. They're off today. Kyle Bradish on the bump tomorrow and game 2 of a 3-game set against the Twins. But Adley Rutschman, only guy with a 2-hit game yesterday for the Orioles. But could he not be long for this organization? Well, Greg Amsinger from MLB Network doesn't think so. We'll play you what he had to say and discuss next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Appliance's 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
This month, tap into the frenzy with Hoops at Horseshoe Casino. Every Friday in March, swipe in to reveal guaranteed prizes or take your shot at their Hoops at Horseshoe game. Horseshoe Baltimore, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
This is for the landscaping pros. If landscaping is your business, you know the right equipment matters. Gravely is built for long days, clean stripes, and professional results that keep clients coming back. And right now, during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, you can get up to 20% off Gravely commercial mowers. It's the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, March 19th through the 29th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15 just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard, and it's heavy again from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, to just after York Road. 70 eastbound heavy approaching the Beltway in Woodlawn as you head toward the inner loop where it narrows down to one lane. And in Hartford County, 95 southbound at Mountain Road, there's an accident clearing. Northbound 95 heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, a disabled vehicle is on the left side at Board 2. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD, is going to join us coming up at 5:30. And, man, we have a lot to talk about. We had a lot to talk about before the Shane Boz extension, but now even more. Alas, earlier this week. It was earlier this week, wasn't it? These days blend. Yeah, I think it was, yes. Greg Amsinger, MLB Network, joined the show, and he was spitting hot fire, including this little ditty about the future in Baltimore of one Adley Rutschman.
I think it's an audition. He's going to be auditioned for 2-3 months, and at some point he's going to get traded this year.
Wow.
I've been saying that from jump. I don't see why in the world you would hold on to him. Basayo can't be a young man that you're going to only let catch 30 games, 40 games, DH, play first base. That's not what you want to do to develop a young catcher. So to me, I think this is a long-term audition for Adley Rutschman. And he's not the only one. There are other teams that have a depth at the catcher position. The St. Louis Cardinals are a great example. Ivan Herrera is going to be catching periodically because they want to show the other 29 teams that he can catch. Even though he's not strong defensively, they just want to continue to add value to him. So I think Adley's going to play a lot because the Orioles want to show the world that he's a really terrific catcher, but they're going to try to move him at some point. And you don't draft 2 catchers in the first round if you think Adley's the catcher for the next 15 years in Baltimore.
Well, Greg, just to clarify, do you think he's moved at the deadline or following the season?
To me, this reminds me of Luis Ariz of the Marlins. We thought for sure at some point he would get traded before the season started. And the second Peter Bendix found the deal that he liked, he moved him well before the trade deadline. But you had to assume that they would hold on to him until the trade deadline. But if a deal comes, if there's an injury, a significant injury to a starting catcher on a team that's in win-now mode right now, then yeah, they make the knee-jerk reaction to give Baltimore what they want. So I just, in my opinion, at some point, mid-May to the trade deadline, Adley Rutschman will be traded.
So that's a big meatball. I do want to point out, and we love Greg, they drafted 2 catchers, yes. One is Ike Irish, who's never going to play catcher in the major leagues if he gets here. And the other is Caden Bodine, who they traded in the Shane Boz deal. So now there is the Basayo of it all, but a lot of us, and Jacob Calvin-Meyer included, who he had in studio earlier this week, thinks his future might be more first base than catcher, and like in 3 years, Pete Alonso might be a DH, and Sam's a first baseman. So I don't know who the other catcher would be in the immediacy. I also, this was a guy 30 seconds ago was the face of the franchise, and he hadn't played good baseball. I don't know if it's the right time to deal him.
Well, what is Adley's value right now? And Greg is saying you're hoping this is his audition, is what he said. You're giving him these next couple months, hoping that he reestablishes his value into the trade deadline. But what is Adley's value right now? I can tell you this. He's 38th in OPS among catchers with 200 plate appearances since June 21st, 2024. A 640 OPS, just nowhere near good enough. And Adley, at the beginning of his career, 2023, he had a 374 on base. That is really, really good, and was an all-star that year, a silver slugger that year. But this last year and a half, he's just fallen off tremendously. And that's why this year is so important for Adley's career, because he is getting very close to hitting free agency. And Greg saying that they trade him in season, I think, is crazy. Do I think it's crazy if they trade him next offseason? No, I really don't, with his final year of club arbitration eligibility.
I'll take it a step further. He talks about this being an audition for Adley Rutschman. If he plays well, you're seeing what his trade value is. I think it's completely 180 degrees away. If he plays the way he did in 2023 and the first half of 2024, I think they could extend him by the end of this year. Because we went over this a couple days ago. Like, how many legitimately extendable guys are there? Because you have to take all the Boris guys out. So it's Adley and it's Colton Cowser. Unless you're not extending Taylor Ward, and even if you do, that's like a year and an option probably. Like legitimate extendable everyday players, Bone, it's Adley and it's Colton Cowser. So if Adley, who was 30 seconds ago, as I mentioned, the face of the franchise, if he starts playing like the guy who played in 2023 and the first half of 2024, I think it's a much greater possibility that they extend him than they trade him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And maybe, look, now we're seeing Mike Elias. We got 2 extensions in less than a calendar year after
he's like
0.
That guy, Mo money, Mo money.
He's throwing it around now where maybe Mike does see value in that point where Adley right now, how is he feeling about himself? Maybe you dangle the carrot with him, assuming he gets off to a strong first couple months of the season, and maybe Adley would be willing to take it at that point. But again, it's a gamble knowing what he's been over the past year and a half. But Adley got to stay healthy. The obliques, both of them, that kept him out of a lot of action last year. The prior year in 2024, a lot of people think that his hand was injured because he fell off a cliff, and he was playing it.
He didn't literally fall off a cliff.
He did not.
That's not how he hurt. That's not how he hurt.
No.
Yeah,
but
just clarify.
Sure, of course. But that first half of the season, he was really, really good. He was one of the better players in baseball, and then he was one of the worst players in baseball to finish out that year. So you hope Adley can just stay healthy, first of all, and defensively, he's got to be better.
Yeah.
He's got to be better, and it wasn't a great start defensively. The 2 hits, great. We're happy about that. He is
including
Mr.
extra
Opening
base
Day.
hit.
He is Mr. Opening Day after homering twice last year against the Blue Jays, and then I remember the game in Fenway Park a couple years ago. I think he had 4 hits.
Yeah.
He's always been really, really good on opening day, but now it's sustaining it.
I'll tell you someone who sustains it. It's the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD, fresh off his cruise, fresh off opening day. Get his thoughts on what he thought of the ballpark with all the upgrades, what he thought of the food, and what he thinks of the Shane Baz extension. Jerry joins us next here on The Fan.
Faniversary is coming soon. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Don't miss this fun-filled event celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Meet the fan hosts, win prizes, and we'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet former Raven Femi Ayanbadejo and Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. The party starts at 1 p.m. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live. Tickets and info at 1067thefan.com. Sponsored by Hello Hartford, Small Town Charm, Big Memories, and by Bel Air Hyundai. Part of Jones Junction with 2 million likes and reviews.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown comes to Laurel Park for the first time ever with extremely limited seating. Purchase your tickets now at Preakness.com. Hey, sports fans. When the game ends, keep the fun going in Hartford County. Explore scenic trails and waterfront. Grab a bite in our Main Street districts and enjoy spring festivals. Make a night of it. Start planning at HelloHartford.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back.
I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Hey Birdland, baseball is back, and there's no better place to be than Camden Yards on March 28th as the O's take on the Minnesota Twins. Be there early. 15,000 fans will receive an exclusive Kyle Bradish jersey hoodie presented by Autumn Lake Healthcare. The perfect layering piece for springtime at the yard. Don't miss the energy, the excitement, and a giveaway you'll want in your regular rotation. Visit Orioles.com/tickets.
You've probably heard of Upside because we've paid you back on gas. But did you know we also offer cash back at some of your favorite grocery stores, like Giant Food? This weekend only, we're giving you $15 to try Upside at Giant. $15, just for buying the groceries you already need. No points, no rebates, just cash back on what you buy. After that, keep earning every time you fill up or grab groceries. That's right, your routine rewards you with more cash back. So on your next Giant run, be sure to cash in when you check out. Claim your $15 bonus at Giant this weekend. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN15 to get started. That's promo code RUN15 for a $15 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN15. $15 on groceries. It's not a big deal. It's a giant one.
Offer valid Friday through Sunday through March 29th. $15 bonus requires minimum $15 grocery purchase at Giant Food. First transaction only.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalase. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound, heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from the Harrisburg Expressway, I-83 to just after York Road. 70 eastbound, still heavy approaching the Beltway and Woodlawn, headed toward the inner loop where it narrows down to one lane. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalase.
According to Jeff Passan, the Orioles and Shane Baz are finalizing an agreement on a 5-year, $68 million contract that would buy out Baz's arbitration years and tack on 2 additional years. Baz was 10-12 with a 4.87 ERA last season in his first full year removed from Tommy John surgery. Ryan Helsley brought the heat in his Orioles debut. He recorded 6 pitches over 100 miles per hour and had 3 strikeouts. Manager Craig Albernaz loved what he saw from his veteran closer.
Yeah, that was different. That was in spring training, rightfully so, right? I think throwing in spring training venues is a little different atmosphere, a little different juice here. I think he popped that, was a 102, was a 101.9 with like 20 inches of vert. It's a pretty good fastball.
Baltimore is off today before resuming their series against the Twins tomorrow with Kyle Bradish on the mound. The Sweet 16 wraps up tonight with Duke and St. John's tipping off the action at 7:10. At 7:35, Michigan plays Alabama. UConn faces Michigan State at 9:45. And at 10:10, Tennessee squares off against Iowa State. You can catch all of the action on the Fan beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 33. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 48. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
A lot to talk about. Opening day yesterday, Shane Bob's extension today, and when you want to talk about important things, you talk to a man who's seen it all, man who's done it all. He just is fresh off a cruise, off of opening day. It's the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. And Jerry, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Shane Baz has just signed or when he does sign it, will be the largest contract ever given to a pitcher in Orioles history and the 5th largest contract ever given to an Oriole player. So your reaction to the 5-year, $68 million extension?
A bit startled, to be honest. And thanks for having me. My weekend is certainly off to a better start than Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Who you would think would learn how to drive a car properly after almost, losing his life several times, including driving off a cliff. But we can talk about that later. Very startled at the timing, the length, the amount of money. It's a bargain, I think.
Yes, relatively speaking.
$12.5 billion, $13 million with Coleman math.
Yeah.
But, you look around the rest of the division, though, and what the other teams do. This is standard operating procedure for the Red Sox, the Yankees, and, of course, the Blue Jays. They've given Kevin Gausman and Dylan Cease in Toronto these type of contracts. Garrett Crochet and Ranger Suarez in Boston, Max Fried, Garrett Cole, Rondon, and whoever else is next in New York. So this is common in the AL East. This is just the Orioles keeping up, and it becomes big news because it doesn't happen so frequently. And I didn't realize that's the most amount of money they've given, I guess, long-term to a pitcher, because you're right, Corbin Burns was just a one-year, one-off deal. But it shows, I guess, a commitment to pitching with this guy and a belief that he's going to stay healthy. And he has ever since coming off that surgery, but he hasn't thrown a pitch for the Orioles just yet, and here he is getting rewarded. You wonder what Trevor Rogers and Kyle Bradish are thinking.
Speaking of Trevor Rogers, Jerry, take us back to opening day. Just your main takeaways from it. Trevor Rogers, 7 shutout innings. Helsley slamming the door shut. The renovations.
Yes. We'll get to the baseball. I want the Coleman analysis of the new stadium, the food.
I want to get to the food Tuesday. We'll get to that in a second. But renovations. Start with the renovations, Jerry.
All right. The renovations look good. I mean, you can't be not impressed with the scoreboard and the sound system. I didn't realize the scoreboard was the second smallest in all of baseball. I thought it was great yesterday where at one juncture they put up this picture of the old scoreboard on the scoreboard. And you're staring at it and you're like, what is that? Then you realize that's how bad the old scoreboard used to look. I loved the way the sound system, the ribbon bannering and all that. The club level got up there, got to see that. So some nice amenities. For the 99.99% of our audience, I'm sorry, but you don't care about how small the press box is or how lousy the press box food is, so I won't get into that. But I think fans are really going to enjoy their experience at Camden Yards. I spent a couple of innings in center field from that perspective, and they've certainly committed to Gunnar Henderson, or at least Under Armour has, with all the branding going on out there for him and UA. But it's definitely a different stadium than, the 30-some years I've experienced at Camden Yards.
Jerry, and we're talking to Jerry Coleman's Inside Access here on the Fan. The sound was awful. I remember, I tell this story on the air. I stayed specifically a couple years ago when they were honoring Jim Palmer for his years with the organization, and I wanted to hear it, and I stayed, and I couldn't hear it. So the sound much better?
Significantly better, Ken. And it's funny because Jim even said he couldn't even hear announcements up in the booth sometimes. As far as the scoreboard, I'll say this. I was prescribed glasses by the great Dr. Stu Spin.
I see him too.
I don't need said glasses at the stadium to see the center field scoreboard because I can see it clearly without them. That was the great thing yesterday, was that you could read everything on that scoreboard, and if you're hearing impaired, you won't have a problem hearing anything coming out of those speakers.
Jerry, I still don't know who's running the Baltimore Media Free Food, but they
do a great job.
They do an awesome job.
Yeah. That person did not like the Media Food for opening day.
Well, it's a must follow.
No,
but they were at...
Yeah, well, that person, let me just say, whoever that is, it's an influencer, because I don't know who the person is, but Baltimore Media Free Food on X, they got invited to that big event the Orioles had earlier in the week. So whoever they are was documenting that and then went ballistic yesterday.
Well, I'm assuming you were at the event Tuesday when they gave out all of the new menu items. What did you think of the new menu items at Camden Yards?
I thought that Wagyu cheesesteak was something I'll never pay for, but something I'll enjoy 3 of on the day that they're giving it to me for free.
Wow.
I thought some of the other items were really wonderful. They had whoopie pies. I thought they were delicious.
Love those.
Some of the other items are a little too bougie for me. I don't need pieces of hot dog and crab meat, sampled into some type of dish I'm eating. I'm, more of I have the palate of a 14-year-old. So
you and me both.
Some of those items I don't necessarily need the bougie type items, but yeah, the Baltimore Media Free Food account was impressed with that. Not so impressed with the small sampling for $15 yesterday.
All right, Jerry, let's get to the game. What'd you think? Obviously, Trevor Rogers didn't have his best stuff. He walked 4. He hit another guy. Tyler O'Neill dropped a pop-up at one point. So there were base runners constantly, but he went 7 scoreless.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit of a microcosm of what we might expect this year. Of course, Trevor Rogers was solid, but he made it interesting and entertaining, just like the scoreboard and sound system. He made the innings interesting, walking a bunch of leadoff guys and then inducing double plays. Helsley was great coming out of the pen. They got some clutch hits when they needed to, but we saw what can happen with the defense. And it's not just Tyler O'Neill. It's Taylor Ward I'm worried about. Still worried about Mayo. Worried about Cowser in center field. These guys are not plus defenders. Neither is Pete Alonso at first base. So that has me concerned, and that should concern every Orioles fan until we're proven, otherwise. And also the long-term viability of Jordan Westbrook. We talked about that on the Be More Baseball podcast this week. The prognosis from our doctor is not good. He's not the official Orioles team doctor anymore, but he wonders about the durability of Jordan Westbrook over there, unfortunately, at third base.
Well, Jerry, before you plug the podcast, which is back with Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, do it again. Get more in-depth for it. Give him a better tease. Jerry,
by the way, it's great to be on. I do want to say it's great to be on right now as opposed to 24 hours ago when, I don't know, you probably had a dozen people listening as the Orioles were playing. So it is a lot better to be on right now. I mean, do you think it was 15 people?
We were thinking of having you on as a ratings boost.
Yeah, we should have.
I was going to come over. I was going to surprise you and come over, to be honest, because you were just a long fly ball away.
Yes,
but
unfortunately, there was a million people in the Pickles parking lot. I don't think you could have gotten to us.
Yeah, I never received a text or an invite, so I felt like I wasn't wanted.
But, Jerry, you did bring up Tiger Woods, who was arrested on suspicion of DUI, rollover crash. Is this the last we've seen of Tiger Woods golfing in majors, anything?
Probably. I mean, he hinted he might play at Augusta next month, but, he'll play on that Fugazi ESPN event they have every Tuesday night where he hits into a video board. I guess he could still do that.
He can't walk the course. He can do that.
Well, it's going to be tougher to walk the course with an ankle bracelet.
Yeah,
I will tell you that.
That's a good
It'll be a lot more difficult if that's the case, especially at the age of 50. I mean, I could tell you as someone who's older than that, having an ankle bracelet, and I have vast experience with that slows you down, especially on the tennis court. But with him, I mean, this is going to add to the legacy and the reputation. Suspicion of DUI. This is at least the third time by my count. There was the incident outside the X's. There was going off the cliff. This may have been 3 or 4 guys. There was the ambient episode as well. I'm losing track. I'll have to check it out. But at least 3 times he has been stopped by law enforcement for something of this nature. It's troubling.
It's very troubling, and it's a sad fall from a guy who was arguably the greatest golfer in the history of the sport. And
arguably,
arguably,
I would still put Jack ahead of him.
I said
Michael
arguably
ahead of LeBron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let the people know about you and Bordy and what you guys are up to. And have you given him a gift card yet?
I haven't, but I saw that he was the only one that dressed up yesterday. I mean, judging by the pictures from the 105.7 The Fan photo.
I
gala,
wore our Orioles stuff.
I saw that he was wearing a shirt and tie. Was he not?
Polo. He did wear a tie.
All right. Well, I want to congratulate him for overdressing and being professional. It's yours truly. I started that along with Mike Bordick.
You did.
Of the Be More Baseball podcast. We have launched episode number 1. It's out there. If you're an Orioles fan or even a Ravens fan, it's Be More Sports Pod. But for Orioles fans, we delve into the season, our predictions, our expectations for some of the players on the field, some of the additions and subtractions. We evaluate the division. We got Dr. Michael Jacobs, who was 30 years the Orioles team doctor, talking about Westberg and Holiday. Be More Sports Pod, it's one word, is where you can find it. I was helping people with their phones yesterday. It's embarrassing to have to help a grown man with his phone, but Be More Sports Pod is where you find it, whether it be YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Those are the main 3 platforms. We've got a lot of the same sponsors as you guys.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Good Feet store, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
They have joined the family.
Yeah. Jer, did you tell Bone about your cruise?
No, we talked about it
I
last.
haven't gone into depth. I mean, I was hoping I'd be invited in for a full hour, Ken.
Jerry, I told Ken that you texted me that. We will make that happen.
We'll get you in
because
for
that will allow me enough time to talk about the cruise and me learning the Key West has no beaches. I did not know that.
Well, Jerry,
they have beaches. It's not great beaches.
Okay.
Jerry,
well, as long as there's a beach. I mean, yeah.
I was going to say, how about this? Next time the Orioles play a day game, you can come in for an hour.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll set that up.
Jerry,
on a Friday, though, as we know.
No,
is it almost nap time? What's on your schedule now?
No, the nap has already taken place. I've been off the ship for a couple of weeks, but I would recommend a cruise to everyone once in a lifetime. You just have to choose the right cruise line, okay? You want to make sure you're on a boat with less than 3,000 people, first of all, and you want to make sure that the boat doesn't have any viruses or any legacy of any problems like that.
Yes.
I mean, you got someone working over there running the radio station who can direct you in the right way as far as cruises.
Yes,
so
that's true.
I would check with that person before, perusing the internet. But it was wonderful going down to the Caribbean. I met a nice girl.
I saw that.
In contact.
Yes.
I don't speak Spanish fluently, but
she
I'm
does.
learning. Oh, yeah. She speaks English and Spanish. So.
Oh, okay.
Very nice girl that I ran into. The only single girl on the cruise happened to be in line right behind her as we got on board.
Awesome.
So it's nice. The only problem is she lives in San Diego. So
it's a love. You can get there. It's
4 years.
It sounds like a love story to me. Jerry.
When I saw her last, I said I'll see you in 4 years. So.
Like the Olympics. Jerry, always great having you on, man. We'll talk to you very soon.
Highlight of my week, guys. Be well. And again, thanks to Mike there behind the glass for not hanging up on me.
Oh, he's the best. He's great too. Done a great job.
The man.
Jerry Coleman, everybody. We'll come back at the text of the day and just get you ready for the weekend as Westwood One Radio at 6 here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It may have been premature to declare the NCAA Cinderella dead as Iowa beat Nebraska to punch their ticket into the Elite Eight. 9th-seeded Iowa knocked off number 1 Florida and came back to beat Nebraska, and now has a chance to go to the Final Four if they beat 3rd-seeded Illinois on Saturday. Cinderella isn't dead, she's just a higher seed, and that's something we're going to have to get used to. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from Waterview Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Beltway Interloop slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Heavy again from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Loch Raven Boulevard, where there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, before we get out of here, the Orioles have made it official. The extension with Shane Baz, 5 years, $68 million, the largest contract the Orioles have ever given to a pitcher, and we have some quotes.
Yeah, press conference is going to be tomorrow at 11:30, but a quote from David Rubenstein. First, the agreement with Shane continues our drive to build a championship caliber roster. We thank Shane for his commitment to Baltimore, the Orioles, and our great fans. Thanks also to Mike Elias and the baseball operations group for helping to keep Shane as an Oriole for years to come. Mike Elias put out a quote as well in the press release. We were ecstatic to acquire a pitcher of Shane's talent during the offseason. Yeah, I can read, I swear. And are thrilled we could come to a long-term agreement to keep him in Baltimore. Our ownership group, led by David Rubenstein, continues to provide our organization with support and resources as we pursue consistent success on the field.
Throwing out extension.